Majority Leader.
Madam President, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill 4488 under Committee Report Number 10, or an act appropriating funds for the operation of the government of the Republic of the Philippines from January 1 to December 31, 2023. The parliamentary status of which is we are now in the period of interpellation. I so move, Madam President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Under the agenda this morning, Madam President, is the interpellation on the budget of the Office of the President, including the President's offices. With that, may we now recognize the sponsor and chairperson of the Committee of Finance, the distinguished senator from Aurora, Senator Sonny Angara, and to interpellate is Senator Aquilino Pimentel III.
Our hardworking Senator, Chairman of Finance, who has not slept, is recognized, Senator Sonny Angara. We recognize the Minority Leader, Aquilino Pimentel Jr. We welcome to the Senate the Office of the President, especially Executive Secretary, former Chief Justice Bersamin.
Thank you, Madam President. Looking beautiful as usual this morning. And to our Majority Leader and to our colleagues. We are lucky to be surrounded by legal luminaries today. We have the former Chief Justice. We'd like to greet him and his office, Senior Deputy Executive Secretary Hubert Guevara as well, former Chief Justice, of course. And the Secretary of Justice is also here in the gallery with us, Secretary of Justice Boying Remulla. And of course, to interpellate is no less than the Senate's legal luminary, top-notcher, idol of UP students, Senator Minority Leader Coco Pimentel. We're ready to receive his questions and hopefully we can answer them, do justice to his queries, Your Honor.
As they say, flattery will get you everywhere. Thank you, Chair Angara.
Thank you, Madam President. Flattery gets to shorten the interpellation. So with the permission of our chairman and sponsor, I'd like to start with my interpellation on the budget of the Office of the President and the so-called President's offices. So to be clear, Mr. Chairman, what are we now tackling? What attached agencies or corporations?
The Office of the President, Your Honor. I think the PMS was originally scheduled for today, but they are with the President in Cambodia. So if there are members of the Senate who wish to ask questions from them, we were hoping we could dispense with and let them go. But I think in past years, our colleagues didn't really take an interest on their budget. But if someone wants to ask on their budget, then we'll have to reschedule them for another day, with your permission, Your Honor.
So, because if I have noticed it correctly, we had the committee, the Senate committee added to the budget of the PMS. So maybe we need to discuss that.
Yes, sir. We can do that.
Pagdating na lang po nila.
We can do that, sir.
Okay. While that cannot be said with the budget of the Office of the President, no, sir. We retained it as proposed in the NEP as
That's correct, Your
at
Honor.
8.9 billion pesos.
That's correct, Your
Tama
Honor.
po, apo. And then what is just well, let me first welcome our executive secretary. The only reason why I wanted this scheduled, sir, is to require you to visit the premises of the Senate and to remind you that once upon a time, a former Chief Justice sat amongst the members of the Senate. So, baka ma-interest si sir eh. With the 8.9 billion pesos budget, so this is can be classified into the three expense classes, no? The PS, then the MOE, and then the capital outlay. So I will focus on the MOE, Mr. President, because 65% of the MOE would be confidential and intelligence funds of the Office of the Office of the President in the amount of total amount of 4.5 billion pesos. Ang confidential po funds ng Office of the President is 2.25 billion pesos in confidential funds and 2.25 billion pesos in intelligence funds. Okay. Let me start by asking not only not yet on the enormity of the amount, but on the justification that why should the office of the president be given intelligence funds at 2.25 billion pesos when there are already existing intelligence agencies and units which can serve the intelligence needs of the office of the president or the president himself, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President.
Yes, thank you for the question, distinguished Minority Leader, Madam President. Well, the President, as we know, is under the Constitution, is the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Philippines. He's also the Chairman of the National Security Council. So, to use a cliche or a common phrase, the buck stops with him, Your Honor. So, if there is one person who needs access to good intelligence or information in the whole country, then I think there should be no argument that it is our president, Your Honor, because he's responsible. I mean, even things which are not his fault are blamed on him. So I think he deserves to know what's happening. And given we are an archipelago of 7,000 islands with so many dialects, so many regional agrupations, so many kingpins, to put it not so subtly, Your Honor, who try to exert their will in their areas of jurisdiction or power, then I think the president, really, to maintain order, needs access to reliable information, Your Honor.
We have found around 9.3 billion pesos in the 2023 budget, which are classified as confidential and intelligence funds. So of the 9.3 billion, 4.9 billion, i-round off na lang po natin with your permission, 5 billion pesos are classified as intelligence funds. So even if we remove the president's 2.25 billion pesos out of that 5 billion, there will be there still are 2.75 billion pesos in intelligence funds. This time lodged in intelligence agencies. So if the president or the office of the president is a user, consumer of intelligence, the intelligence are generated by the practitioners and the agencies devoted to intelligence gathering. So aren't the 2.25 billion pesos lodged with the office of the president better lodged in the intelligence agencies, Mr. President?
Well, I'm not an expert on these matters, Your Honor, but I would expect that he's also not just a user, but a gatherer of information, because there may be individuals who are not willing to give that information to a large organization and have exposed themselves. But if they know that that information is going direct to the president, then that would encourage them to give the information. That's my view, Your Honor.
Yes, I respect your view, Your Honor, but ang concern ko lang is, if we have to trust we have to trust the government scheme, constitutional scheme or administrative setup. We have practitioners, experts in that field for decades na nilang ginagawa. Because my fear is the 2.25 billion pesos, gagawa ka na naman ng layer mo. It's another layer of and it will look exactly like the administrative setup of the intelligence units or agencies of government. So parang sayang yung akala ko sabi ng MTFF ng Marcos administration fiscal consolidation, growth inducing expenditures, mga ganun may mga concepts na doon if the attempt is to create another layer, Although ibang tao na yon, ibang tao na gagamitin, but the expenditure, umulit ang expenditure. So that is my that is now that's the point of the minority, Mr. President. But
Yes, I see where you're coming from, Your Honor. But I'd like to also put on record that the confidential and intelligence funds lodged in the office of the president have been there since 2010 and beyond, and in these amounts since 2020. Ho.
Yeah.
At it's the first time really that, not to say that the minority is wrong to question it, but it's the first time that it's been questioned since then. So, I think if you look at President Duterte's numbers, for instance, when he exited office, he had a very high popularity rating because the perception was that he did very well in peace and order and in security arrangements. And I have no doubt that the intelligence funds were used by him to that end, Your Honor. So, pagdating naman ho dito sa fiscal austerity na nababanggit sa MTFF, I think the indicator of that is the 4% increase only in the budget, which usually increases by anywhere from 8 to 12%, Your Honor. To the credit of the Office of the President, under the Marcos administration, hindi naman sila nag-request ng additional funds. Kumbaga, kung ano po yung nandoon po sa opisina, okay na ho sa kanila yon.
Yeah, napansin ko nga po yun. Precisely, parang cut and paste actually yung budget po ng OP sa 2023. Na-retain lang yung mga amounts para nga siguro na hindi natin hindi mag-catch ng attention, hindi matanong. Pero meron siyang sariling MTFF eh. So I'm sure the Office of the President is aware of the medium-term fiscal framework drafted by this administration. I believe the OP participated in that medium-term fiscal framework. So yun lang po yun. The concepts there are fiscal responsibility, mga ganon. We're not wasting funds. So, at saka, syempre, if we try to replicate, yan ang nakikita ko kasi, Mr. Chairman, Madam President, sa gobyerno, kunyari, meron na tayong may Department of Health na tayo, may PhilHealth na tayo, pero ibang ahensya gusto rin magkaroon din ng mga MAIP, mga ganun tapos meron na tayong DSWD na tutulong, ibang ayuda, gusto rin ng ibang ahensya, may ayuda silang sarili. Tapos may fuel subsidy yan, meron pa isang GOCC, gusto rin niya may fuel subsidy din siya. Sayang kasi there is an overhead related to automatically incurred when you try to replicate a program in another agency. Siyempre ulitin mo yung parang initial cost to have that program. So that's my point. No, tsaka yun na nga, just to be consistent sana with this administration's own pronouncements, ulitin ko yung sinabi ko noon, it would have been a welcome symbolic act from the Office of the President to have cut their confidential and intelligence funds on their own initiative or volition, Mr. President.
Sa akin po, you made the point a while ago about non-replication of expenses and sana mag-sharing ng information. But the sad truth, Your Honor, is that many of our security agencies operate in silos, Your Honor, and they do not share intelligence. That's the fact. I've seen it in my 18 years. That's a fact that we should change going forward. And I agree with you that there should be a sharing of information. But unfortunately, and you mentioned trust as well, but unfortunately, the reality on the ground is some of our security agencies don't trust each other. We saw that in Mama Sapano. We saw it in other episodes, Your Honor. But maybe the less said about that, the better in open.
Yeah.
We can talk about it when we discuss our security arrangements, but we don't want to air our dirty laundry for the world to see, I think.
Yeah,
and maybe, but definitely the need for reform is there for information sharing, Your Honor.
But siguro under our constitution, there's only one chief executive, national chief executive to distinguish it from the local chief executive. There's only one. So if there's a person who can crack the whip, discipline, and put order to this chaotic system, walang iba kundi ang presidente. So and he wants to crack the whip, he should get the information that he deserves or he needs. No.
Yeah, but I don't think we should deprive him of the means to obtain that information, Your Honor.
Yes, he can tap. Well, I agree with your statement, Mr. Chairman, but it's in the how. It's in the how. You know, we have to trust the setup, the governmental setup that we have put up. Meron tayong intelligence practitioners eh.
Yes, Your Honor.
If they are thirsty, hungry for more funds, sa kanila bigay. And then they generate reliable, they should be able to generate reliable intelligence. So at any rate, this is just an observation, Mr. President, that 65% of the MOOE of the Office of the President is for confidential and intelligence funds.
Ganun din po nung panahon ni President Duterte, Your Honor.
Oo nga po, kaya nga, yun nga po ang masakit dito kung ginamit lang yun as, retain lang para hindi po para hindi makakatch ng attention. Pero at any rate, kasi yung pala sa Intel funds, Mr. President, before they can charge or before the other agencies with Intel funds can use the Intel funds, I think they need the approval of the President. Am I correct in saying that, Mr. President? Sang special provision.
For the Intelligence Fund, Your Honor.
Yes,
it's
Section
subject to-
77 of our.
Yes, Your Honor.
So-
CF or IF. Tama ba? Ano sa game? Meron bang document that shows which is CF and
So, kung ganun, sir, kung ganun po mga kasamahan, kailangan naman pala ng approval of the office approval of the President before the other agencies can access their intelligence funds. So that's one way of disciplining them or accessing the intelligence that they are gathering or generating from their use of intelligence funds. So dapat hindi na natin marinig po sa future yung gano'n na there is resistance in yung nabanggit po ng ating chairman.
Yung point ko, Your Honor, is not that I don't doubt that they will share the intelligence with the President kasi boss nila yun eh.
Ayan.
Pero yung sharing with other security agencies who are responsible for maintaining our way of life, for protecting us from terrorists. Ideally, I agree with you. Tama po. Dapat talagang isang bansa ho tayo at yung alam po ng isang ahensya, alam din po ng isang ahensya. Pero in practice, hindi ho nangyayari yun. I've seen it. There is resistance to sharing because there are suspicions. That trust you mentioned is not present, unfortunately, Your Honor.
Sige. And we can talk more about this in executive session.
I think in executive session and during the appropriate time when we can really talk to in the presence of our the AFP, the PNP. We've done it before, Your Honor. I think we did it a few months ago when we tackled a few issues in caucus in the lounge. So I think maybe in one of those sessions where we asked that these briefings be more regular for us, we can also kamustahin po natin at tingnan natin kung nag-improve ba yung sitwasyon.
Sige po. One of the objections kasi against confidential and intelligence funds is the lack of transparency on the use thereof. So, is the chair and as well as the office of the President open to the idea of the submission of periodic, di ko na masabi, monthly ba, quarterly, periodic reports about the use of these funds? Let us say accomplishment report. It's not really a liquidation report. So there is no danger in revealing the ultimate recipient of the funds, but an accomplishment report on what have these funds, what has usage of these funds accomplished, Mr. President?
Your Honor, that's a very good idea. And dito sa confidential funds, may report ho dapat yung mga ahensya sa presidente at sa dalawang kamara ng lehislatura at sa department secretary. So there is that measure of accountability. It's not totally opaque as some people would imagine, Your Honor. So there's an element of transparency and accountability there, Your Honor.
Congress, confidential. Yung confidential funds po yun, ano, Mr.
Yung
Chairman?
IF naman ho,
Ah.
merong quarterly accomplishment report na binibigay sa presidente dito sa utilization ng
Yeah.
intelligence funds.
Are we open to including the Congress as recipient of the periodic accomplishment reports, Mr. President?
Well, pwede natin itanong ho sa executive. I think if they're
Kasi,
open to that, perhaps
kasi-
if it's not overly sensitive and
Yeah, kasi
perhaps they can
ang
suggest
danger yata, sir, ang ayaw nyo, sabi nyo kasi kahapon sa akin, kung confidential, sinabmit yung listahan, baka no longer confidential.
Yes, sir.
Pero ang point ko, if it's on the accomplishment, not on who received the peso or the amounts, the identity of the informer will remain confidential. But, for example, we solved a murder case. We prevented a bombing in this city. Yung mga ganon. So,
I think in those general terms, I think there should be no
it's-
problem, Your Honor.
I
Pwede
think-
ho siguro yung ganon.
yan po yung wording ng ating ng
As long as hindi nakokompromiso ho yung si sitwasyon or if it's a emerging or evolving situation, as long as there's no prejudice to that, I tingin ko, palagay ko okay naman ho yung ganon. Dahil
And-
so far, maganda naman ang nakikita nating relationship between the executive and the legislative so far. Kaya dito sa confirmation hearing, sa LEDAC, very smooth naman so far ang relationship. So I think I don't foresee that there would be too much resistance to that kind of request, Your Honor.
So, at the proper time, Mr. Chairman, this representation will propose an amendment to make the wording similar, yung wording of the submission of periodic accomplishment reports for confidential funds should be the same standard or rule for intelligence funds.
Pwede
Yan
mo-
lang. Basta klaruhin lang natin, this is an accomplishment report, not a liquidation report.
Yes, Your Honor. I think as long as nga yung essence ho ng intelligence and the confidentiality is protected, then I think
And-
there would be not much resistance.
And in practice, Madam President, this will be submitted in sealed envelopes naman to the Senate President, to the Speaker of the House. So mayroon namang sense of responsibility pareho yun eh. So they know how to handle the said document, Mr. President.
Or siguro pag-usapan na lang ano yung form nung disclosure of information, Your Honor, since I think what you want is there is some accountability for the funds. In the list, in the form that is least susceptible to leakage, Your Honor.
And I have noticed, this is just to manifest what we have observed, the capital outlay of the Office of the President has stayed at the level of 500 million every year. Nandun po kayo. Although you spend on different things, but you retain the basic amount. So for next year, sa 2024 budget, examinin ko na lang po ulit magkano yung CO na hingiin po ninyo at saan po natin to linalagay. So, but I understand that, your offices, your premises must be presentable. You accept heads of government, heads of state, and other dignitaries and visitors. Your vehicles must be,
Nung year ang
of course, also presentable and in tip-top shape and good condition. Yun lang po yun. Notice lang po namin yung level nandun parati sa 500 million something. So next year we will also look at that level of the CO in the proposed 2024 budget of the OP. Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Your Honor. In response to that, we were told during the hearing, I remember, that there are, in fact, some, they will welcome if we want to increase that because there are capital outlay projects from previous years that are still ongoing and hindi po nagawa. Meron po silang gustong gawing 4-story parking. Na-propose po last year yun pero hindi natuloy. Tapos yung retrofitting po ng new executive building, yung Kalayaan Hall, which is, as we know, whenever we go to Malacanang, dun po tayo nagpupulong. At siguro, just to remind our colleagues also, Your Honor, that Malacanang is not exactly a spring chicken in terms of its, the Department of Public Works, former secretaries here. Alam niya ho siguro, mas alakabisado niya ho yung origin. I was asking them about the year of the Malacanang building. Yeah, I'm shocked to find out that construction started in 1750. Ho. for for Malacanang. So it's been home not just to our president but also to the Governor General of the Philippine Islands, Your Honor. Which so talagang yung retrofitting, that's hindi naman natin pwedeng gibayin ho yan kasi even if that may be the more economical standpoint, but in effect heritage building na ho ito eh. We can only retrofit, build around it. And sometimes that can be, I am told, maybe our Senate Pro Temp who's very knowledgeable about these things, minsan mas mahal ho yung retrofitting an old building, di ba? Ayan, our chairman of accounts is nodding because she's in charge of the Senate building ho. So, sana pagbigyan na ho natin tong maliliit na bagay ho sa kanila.
Well, nakita ko naman po yung justification. I'm just stating what I've noticed, that the level of the
Yes, sir.
of the
Yes, sir.
CEO. So, pero hindi po maliit na bagay po yan. Malaking halaga din po yan, 500 million, Mr. Chairman, lalo na po sa panahon na ngayon. But, yun lang po. Siguro in due time, I will propose an amendment to reduce the CIF given to the Office of the President. But I expect to be defeated. Okay, Mr. Chairman. But I have to make the proposed amendment, and then let us see the reaction of the Office of the President if they will if they're open to if they welcome such a move. Kasi magandang symbolic gesture din po yun coming from the office or the administration which for the first time came up with a medium-term fiscal framework. Kayo lang ang first administration na may ganun eh. Naglabas kayo ng medium-term fiscal framework to guide the budgeting process for the next 6 years. To rationalize everything. Diba? So I'd like to congratulate this administration for being the first administration which has publicly come up with a medium-term fiscal framework and even have this approved by both houses of Congress. Tama, if I remember correctly.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
So, yun po. So, it is just from the minority, just our position that it would be a good symbolic gesture, and then to lower the CIF, which are the less transparent funds in the budget, and then may practical effect pa. We bring down the unnecessary expenses or the expenses which are less transparent. Okay. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Maraming salamat po, and one thing we can be thankful to the minority leader is that in victory and in defeat, he is still brilliant and gracious. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, ES. Thank you to the deputies and.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Madam President, at this point, there being no other member who has manifested the intention to interpolate, I move that we close the period of interpolations and consider the budget of the Office of the President, including the President's offices, be deemed submitted for the body's consideration.
Office of the President budget is hereby approved. No objections from the floor. Thank you.
Madam President, I move to suspend session in order to give them time to
Session is suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President, Madam President.
Session. Madam President, I now move that we consider the budget of the Department of Justice and its attached agencies and recognize the distinguished Senator Angara to sponsor the same and to interpolate Senator Padilla.
We recognize once again Senator Angara to interpolate Senator Padilla for the budget of the Department of Justice. We welcome as well Secretary Boying Remulla and the DOJ family and its attached agencies. Welcome to the Senate.
Ever, baka kayo na lang po.
But who will answer first? Sinong sasagot? Ano lang, pa-standby na lang. Oh. Standby na lang.
Game na? Hintay ko si ma'am.
I recognize you
Okay,
already.
ma'am. Maraming salamat po sa ating napakaganda at napakagaling na Pangulo.
Pakabulero mga lalaki.
Ma'am, kanina hindi ganyan ang sinabi mo kay Boss Sunny, ha? At ako po'y nagpapasalamat sa ating pinunong mayorya. At ako po ay bumabati sa lahat po ng lupon ng Senado. A'udhu billahi minasyaitanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah rabbil alamin. Bismillahi wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillahi. Ako po ay una, mahal na Pangulo, ang gusto ko pong sabihin bago po ang aking tanong, nagkaroon po ako ng pagpupulong kanina sa kalihim ng Department of Justice. Ako po ay napahanga sapagkat napag-usapan po namin ang kalagayan ng New Bilibid Prisons at sa akin pong karanasan, 30 kalahating taon bago ko po natutunan, bago ko po napag-aralan, at bago ko po masasabing naging eksperto ako sa buhay bilibid, buhay pangungulungan. Pero kanina, nagkaroon po ako ng 15 minutong pagpupulong sa kalihim ng DOJ at ako po ay sumasaludo sa kalihim sapagkat sa napakaikling panahon ay napag-aralan niya po ang tinatawag nating pamumuhay sa loob ng kulungan. Napakahirap po nitong gawin kung ikaw ay hindi po nangulungan. Bilib na bilib po ako sapagkat bawat niyang sinabi, siguro minimum kailangan makulong ka ng 2 taon para mapag-aralan mo yun. Pero ang ating pong kalihim at siguro po talagang pinag-aaralan niya po talaga ang kanyang trabaho. Kaya tanggapin niyo po ang aking paghanga, mahal na kalihim. Ngayon, patungkol po to sa aming napag-usapan noong hearing, mahal na tagapangulo naman ng atin pong finance, napag-usapan po namin nung hearing na magkakaroon po ng masasabi nating mga regional na bilibid. Sapagkat ngayon po, nagko-concentrate po tayo diyan sa Muntinlupa at meron po tayo mga kolonya na tinatawag na nasa iba't ibang lugar, pero hindi po nito nasusolve. Hindi po nito nahaharap kung ano po yung takbo ng panahon. Sa ngayon po, mahal na ginang na Pangulo, hindi po lingid sa ating kaalaman na ang bilibid, yan po ay pugad ng masasamang elemento, lalo na po ng droga. Diyan po nagmumula lahat sa kulungan na yan. Ang katunayan ay gumawa pa po ako ng pelikula nung araw patungkol dyan. Yan po ay 2010 pa yata po yung pelikulang yan. Atin na pong isiniwalat kung ano po ang nangyayaring sindikato dyan sa loob ng kulungan. At pinag-usapan po namin ng ating mahal na kalihim ng Department of Justice na meron na po silang mga hakbang para harapin yung patungkol po sa regionalization. Kaya gusto ko lamang pong mas maliwanagan, una na po ako, at ang lupon ng Senado, kung nasaan na po ang plano na ito ng Department of Justice. Yun po ang una kong tanong, mahal na ginang Pangulo.
Maraming salamat, Idol. Sa Idol, pinakapopular na senador sa balat ng lupa. Magandang umaga, sir. Unang-una, nagpapasalamat po ang kalihim ng DOJ sa inyo sa inyong mababait na salita. At ako'y sumasang-ayon po sa inyo sapagkat nakasama ko po ang kalihim noong 2004 hanggang 2013 sa mababang kapulungan. At talagang matalas ho ang intellect, matalas po tulad ng ating minority leader. Ganong katalas ho. Ganong ka level ang kanyang intellect. Ang sabi po ng kalihim dito sa inyong katanungan, Your Honor, is that isasama po nila sa 2024 budget dahil pinag-aaralan po nila ng masinsinan itong regionalization. Hindi po madali ito at isang nationwide ang scope o ang lawak po nung kanilang gagawin. At sang-ayon po sila sa inyo na kailangan na po, in fact, pabor sila dun sa matagal ng plano na ilabas na po sa bilibid yung maximum security prisoners at ilabas na po. Pinag-uusapan nga namin ho yun. Malamang yun na rin po ang napag-usapan ninyo na ilipat na ho from bilibid dito sa Sablayan, sa Mindoro, sa Fort Magsaysay, sa La Urne, Siao. So para talagang ma-decongest ho yung bilibid at yung mga sindikato na nabuo dyan, mabiyak na ho. So sangayon po sila dyan, humingi lang sila ng konting suporta sa atin at syempre konting oras dahil bagong upo lang po sila at marami po silang sinanggang mga suliranin na nandiyan na po. So nagpapasalamat muli sila sa inyong suporta, Your Honor.
Napakagandang balita po nito, ginang Pangulo. Ang mga sinabi po ng ating mahal na tagapangulo ng Finance ay isa po itong konkretong solusyon sa problema unang-una ng sobrang population na ng bilanggo dyan sa Bilibid Prison. Ang dapat po dyan ay nasa 5,000 lang yata no, o 4,000. Nung panahon ho namin ay nasa 12,000 ho kami dyan. Naalala ko pa ho noon, pag sa gabi, yung kalahati matutulog, yung kalahati nakaupo. Yun po ang panahon namin dyan, sa kulungan. Tsaka talaga hong amoy sindikato kami lahat. Dahil punong-puno na ho yung selda. Ang selda dapat nasa 4 na po lang, pero lumalabas po na 80 kami. Ganun po. Kaya napakaganda po nito at inaasahan ko po na tutulungan po ako ng ating mga mahal na senador para po matulungan po natin ang DOJ sa kanilang hakbang na to, na una po, ma-decongest ang bilibid. Pangalawa, ma-solve po ang tinatawag nating droga. Yung problema po natin sa droga, diyan po lahat nag-uugat. Sapagkat nandyan po ang tinatawag natin, hindi ko po ito inililihim. At talaga pong mahal ko din po talaga ang mga gang dyan sa loob dahil 13 po yan na talagang nabuhay po akong kasama ang mga gang sa loob. Kaya lang nung panahon namin, ang mga gang, mahal na ginang Pangulo, ay meron prinsipyo. Kami po yung may sinusunod na mga batas. At yung mga batas na po yan, talagang nadidisiplina po namin ang mga kapatid naming bilanggo. Pero nung nagdatingan po dyan, ang mga drug lord, doon na po nagkagulo-gulo. Nawala na po ang tinatawag naming batas dyan sa loob ng kulungan. Kaya po inaasahan po namin na matutuloy na po yung regionalization na yan at yan po ang hinihingi din ng tinatawag po nating rehabilitation. Sapagkat kapag naging regionalized po, yung mga pamilya po ng mga bilanggo na mga tawid dagat, ibig sabihin, makakapunta na po sila, mabibisita na po nila yung kanilang mga mahal sa buhay na nakapiit. Ngayon po kasi, isipin ninyo, kung tawid dagat ka, taga Mindanao ka, taga Cebu ka, para madalaw mo yung kamag-anak o mahal sa buhay na nakakulong, kailangan mo sumakay ng barko, kailangan mo mag-eroplano, pamasahin lang huno ng hirap. Yung sinasabi natin na Bureau of Correction, mahirap i-correct yung taong may problema sa pamilya. Ang number one solusyon para ma-rehabilitate natin ng isang bilanggo, yun kasama niya ang kanyang pamilya. Kaya napakagandang balita po nito. Inshallah. Pangalawang tanong po, mahal na ginang na Pangulo, para naman po ito sa Bureau of Immigration. Sapagkat ako po ay masasabi ko po na ako po ay nagre-represent ng ating mga kapatid na Muslim, maging ito man po ay mainland o island. Alam naman po natin, ang Bangsamoro Autonomous Region of Muslim Mindanao, nahahati po yan. Meron po tayong mainland, yan po yung nasa Cotabato, Maguindanao, Lanao. Pero meron din po tayong nasa island, yan po ang nasa Sulu, Basilan, Tawi-Tawi. Meron po tayong malaking problema. Napakalaki po nito sapagkat meron pong nangyaring exodus. Noong 2013 po, pagkatapos ng gulo, ng malaking gera sa Lahad Datu, napakadami pong mga matatawag nating diniport na stateless. Wala po silang, hindi po nila alam kung sila ba ay Pilipino o Malaysian. Sapagkat ito po ay may kinalaman sa Sabah. Dahil matagal na panahon, sila po ay nakatira sa Sabah. Sa matagal na panahon, ang alam nila, ang Sabah ay sa Pilipinas. Nung nagkaroon po ng gulo, sila po ay diniport. Ngayon, hindi po nila alam kung sila ay may Pilipino ba sila o ay Malaysia. Sila po ngayon ay kawawang-kawawa diyan sa lugar ng Tawi-Tawi at Sulu. Ang gusto ko pong tanong, may datos ba ang Bureau of Immigration kung gaano karami ang inexpel na stateless persons ng Malaysia mula sa Sabah kada buwan o taon? Ilan din po ang diniport ng mga Pilipino mula sa Sabah kada buwan o taon magmula po noong 2013? Yan po ang aking tanong, mahal na tagapangulo po ng Finance.
Salamat, Your Honor, sa inyong tanong. Unang-una, ang unang sinabi po ng kalihim is that bukas naman po sila na kung gustong maging mag-pledge ng allegiance dito sa ating bansa, willing silang idokumento. Pero kailangan nilang ng oras na masaliksik lang po yung background at dokumento nung mag-apply for whether it's residency or citizenship. Sa tulong din po ng ating Philippine Statistics Office or agency. At dun sa titanong po ninyo, meron pong itong registration of state identified population dito sa Sabah. In 2019, gumawa po sila ng isang special mission on-site civil registration activity na nagbigay po sila ng rehistro sa mga walang dokumentong Pilipino dito sa isang mga plantation dito sa Sabah. Nag-issue po sila ng Certificate of Live Birth at saka passport. Itong special mission, merong 4 batches po. Yung unang batch ay nagrehistro po sila ng 4,305. Ito namang sumunod, may 5,084. So yung total po nun ay 9,389 Filipinos ang wala po na susubukan nilang tulungan ho ito. Hindi, nabigyan naman.
Mahal na ginang na Pangulo,
Kasi ang nakalagay, without COLB.
gusto ko lamang pong linawin na ang malungkot po kasi na nangyayari, ang atin pong kawani ng DSWD, bago po sila makatulong sa ating mga kababayan, kailangan po muna talaga na sila ay ma-register. Kailangan po sila ay talagang masasabi na sila ay Pilipino. Ang nakakalungkot po kasi, alam niyo po, ang karamihan po sa ating mga kapatid na na-deport, wala din po silang mga aral. At talaga pong hindi po sila nakarehistro. Sana po magawan lang po natin ng paraan na mapabilis po ang ating tugon dito sa mga kababayan natin na wala naman po silang kasalanan talaga sa nangyari na yan kung hindi sila po ay ipinanganak sa Sabah. At ang hiling ko lamang po ay magkaroon po sana ng mabilis na pagtugon dito, magkaroon po ng usapan ang Bureau of Immigration at ang DSWD na harapin po itong problema na ito. At ako po ay handang sumama po sa kanila at ang aking pong opisina ay handa pong sumama po sa inyo at puntahan po natin itong mga kababayan natin. Ang aking pong pangalawang tanong, ito na po ang huli, mahal naming tagapangulo ng Finance. Meron po bang intervention o programa o interagency efforts ang Bureau of Immigration at ang Malaysia patungkol po dito? Nag-uusap po ba ang Malaysia at ang ating bansa patungkol po sa kalagayan ng ating mga kababayan? Ito po ba'y pinabayaan na lang sa atin? Problema na lang natin to? Wala po bang diplomatic na pag-uusap dito kung paano po ang gagawin natin sa kanila?
Salamat po, Your Honor, Madam President. Dun sa unang sinabi ninyo na kung pwedeng tulungan po yung mga, tama po yung sinabi nyo na karamihan ng mga kababayan natin dun ay hindi nakapag-aral. Kaya ang reaksyon ng ating kalihim ay sabi niya magpapadala siya ng panibagong misyon para marehistro, mabigyan ng dokumento. At ang hihingi naman po natin sa kanya mula on your behalf is ipaalam sa iyo kung kailan gagawin ito para pag libre ho kayo pwedeng isama po natin si Senator Robin po dun sa kanya at sangayon siya na kailangan tutukan ito sapagkat pag masyadong maraming dokumento na legal, minsan pag abogado ang nag-uusap, nagiging komplikado po yung usapan. Kaya iwasan ho natin yan dito sa darating. Dito naman sa pangalawang tanong ho ninyo regarding sa pag-uusap with Malaysia. Ang nasabi po ng taga Bureau of Immigration is ang DFA po ang nakikipag-usap sa Malaysia. So siguro pag panahon ho ng DFA, itanong po natin sa kanila at magpa-update ho tayo ano yung mga pangyayari. At kung sakaling meron tayong gustong ipaalam sa ating mga counterpart sa Malaysia, maaring pwede rin kayong sumama o pwede niyong ibahagi kung ano ang nais ninyong mangyari dito po.
Maraming salamat po at napakaliwanag po nitong ganap nito at ako po ay maligaya na magre-report sa ating mga kababayan po na nasa Tawi-Tawi patungkol po sa kanilang mga kamag-anak na hanggang ngayon ay stateless. Yun po ang nakakalungkot. Pero ngayon po ay nasagot ang aking mga katanungan. Aantahin ko na lang po ang pagdating ng Department of Foreign Affairs ng aking best friend. At gusto ko po muli na pasalamatan ang kalihim po ng DOJ sapagkat napakaganda po ng kanyang mga iniisip, ng kanyang mga plano at ako po ay nakasuporta sa inyo. Yun lamang po, Ginoong Tagapangulo ng Finance, akin pong ibinabalik na ang entablado nito sa atin pong pinunong mayorya at sa atin pong ginang Pangulo. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat din po, Idol. At nagpapasalamat ang DOJ family sa inyo, sa inyong tulong at suporta. At nakakatulong po kayo sa kanilang trabaho. Salamat po.
Thank you, Senator Padilla. Majority Leader.
Madam President, may we recognize Senator Raffy Tulfo to interpolate next. Thank you.
Senator Raffy Tulfo is recognized.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam President and the Chairman. During the budget briefings, I manifested my support for the budget of the Department of Justice, particularly the Public Attorney's Office. I've seen the Public Attorney's Office in action and what their work means to the people. I really fought for the budget of the PAO to be increased because they're overwhelmed with cases. And if there are not enough lawyers in the PAO, they cannot give quality service to the weak and the voiceless. Hindi pwede na ang mga mayayaman, may maayos na abogado, na may sapat na oras na aralin ang kaso ng kanilang kliyente, pero sa PAW, sobra-sobrang kasong hinahawakan ng kada abogado, kaya napipilitang paspasan ang pag-aaral ng kaso. The Public Attorney's Office is the hope upon which our less fortunate people rely on when their rights are trampled upon. It gives indigent litigants a fighting chance when they're being abused or wrongly accused. With this budget, I'm comforted that our indigent litigants will continue to have counsels ready to address their legal needs before the Public Attorney's Office. I do likewise support the budget of the National Bureau of Investigation. In my 20 years experience, or more than 20 years, as a broadcaster doing public service, nakita ko po kung gaano kataas ang respeto ng mga mamamayan. Ang expectation po, Mr. President, Madam President, ng mga mamamayan sa NBI because they're considered the premier investigative body of the country. Pero ang akin lang pong nakita, nakakalungkot, na ito po hindi napapantayan ang expectation na ito ng tamang budget para sa kanilang ehensya. By this time, the budget that we have provided for them will give them the capacity to perform their duties more ably. They could hire the correct personnel and experts, purchase equipment, update their systems, improve their structures, and execute programs. Furthermore, give them ample budget for their operations and personnel services. Will protect the agency from corruption and undue influence. I hope that they will utilize the budget for what we provide them for. And I also support the budget for the Bureau of Immigration. However, meron lang po akong konting katanungan, Mr. President, konting pag-uusisa dito po sa Bureau of Corrections. Kailan ho ba matitigil itong katiwalian sa Bucor na kung saan madaling maipasok o palagi nakakapasok ang mga kontrabando sa loob ng Bucor? Ito ba'y matutuldukan o patuloy natin makikita o maramdaman o mababalitaan itong ganitong klaseng problema sa loob ng Bucor?
Kinikilala po nila na may problema ho sila. Good morning, Your Honor, sa ating kasamahan na chairman po ng Committee on Migrant Workers at Energy. Salamat po, nagpapasalamat po ang DOJ dun sa nabanggit ninyong suporta sa kanilang mga attached agencies. Yung PAW, nakita ko pa nung congressman pa ako, mahusay ang mga tao niyan, masisipag, very dedicated. Lalo na yung NBI. Dinagdagan po pala natin dahil sabi nyo kulang sa pondo. Dinagdagan po natin sa Senate version ng committee report itong pondo ng NBI, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sabi nga, yun ay naalala ko na isa sa mga una yung puntos ng ating committee hearing. Dito naman ho sa usapin ng Bucor, kinikilala nga ng DOJ na meron talagang minsan nakakapuslit o nakakalusot. Pero give them 2 to 4 years daw ho, talagang mag-implementa ho sila ng mahigpit na sistema, pagbabago sa sistema. Systemic changes, Your Honor, to reform the systems in the Bucor.
Mr. Chairman, yung 2 to 4 years, pwede ba natin gawing 2 to 4 months? Kung gusto, maraming paraan. Kung ayaw, maraming
Yung
dahilan.
4 months ho, meron na hong, may pinapangako na ho silang pagbabago. Maaring
Okay.
hindi 100% pero uumpisa na ho at magpapakitang gilas na ho sila.
Okay. If I may suggest, Mr. Chair, I'm not an expert when it comes to security and screening, etc. Pero nakikita ko po ang problema talaga doon sa mismo mga kawani ng Bucor. Hindi naman kasi may papasok yung mga kontrabandong yan kung hindi nakikipagsabwatan ang mismo mga kawani ng Bucor. Tama ba ko? Do you agree or disagree?
Tama ho kayo, Your Honor.
So therefore, siguro po magkaroon ng top to bottom na paglilinis diyan sa loob ng Bucor. Yan lang po siguro ang tanging paraan. At the same time, i-train siguro ito mga taga Bucor yung tamang pamamaraan sa paggawa ng kanilang trabaho. At the same time siguro po, kailangan ng lifestyle check ang karamihan sa mga taga-Bucor na yan. Na yung mga dati, sabi ko nga, motosiklo lamang minamaneho, ngayon ay naka-BMW na. Dati, nagrenta lamang ng apartment, ngayon, meron ng condo o meron ng townhouse. So maliwanag na sila ay nakikipagsabuatan sa loob sa mga inmates na mayayaman ng mga sindikato na siya nagpapasok ng mga kontrabando. And also, siguro po, lahat ng mga papasok ng mga sasakyan, whether that be of the officers of the Bucor o yung mga delivery, siguro po gagawa ng thorough inspection. And also, siguro po maglagay ng CCTV sa lahat ng mga empleyado pumapasok na in-inspeksyon. Dapat po may kapkapan din. Hindi lang po dun sa mga bisita, sa mga inmates, siguro po pati sa mga empleyadong pumapasok sa loob ng compound ng Bucor, dapat kinakapkapan, ginagawan po ng thorough searching. At yan po dapat ay covered ng CCTV. Maliban na lang po siguro sa mga kababaihan, napapasok sa loob ng kwarto, at doon kapkapan ng husto, at meron po sanang nag-observe to make sure na tama po yung ginagawang kapkapan.
Yes, Your Honor. The officials here, from the secretary down to Bucor Chief Katapang, are giving the thumbs up to everything you're saying, Your Honor. So, tama ho yun. At sisikapin po nilang higpitan yung mga proseso nila dito sa Bucor.
Okay. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. President. That's all.
Maraming salamat po sa ating kasamahan from Isabela and Ilocos and Davao. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator Tulfo. Likewise, the chair would like to interject. I think one of the long-term plans of the DOJ Secretary is the relocation of the Bilibid prisons, no? Para talaga matanggal na lahat ng
Yes, Your
mga
Honor.
sindikato yan. I think that's a long-term plan.
Tama po.
And I hope that we can-
Nabanggit ho nung panahon ng interpellasyon ni Senator Robin Hood. Ho. Sir, tama ho kayo.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, may we recognize Senator Pimentel to interpolate next. Thank you.
Yes, our Minority Leader. But before that, the chair would just like to interject. Also, we have a new law passed by Congress and lapsed into law last July 30, 2022, which mandates for the establishment of a separate facility for persons deprived of liberty convicted of heinous crimes. This is a Republic Act 11928 for the record. Our Minority Leader is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. With the permission of our chairman.
Yes, sir.
Thank
you. Thank you.
and welcome to the-
Always willing, Your Honor.
Yeah, welcome to the Justice family. Are we, Mr. Chairman, just to be really clear, we are tackling now the budgets of the Department of Justice Office of the Secretary, Bureau of Corrections, Immigration, LRA, NBI, Office of the Alternative Dispute Resolution, OGCC, OSG, Parole and Probation Administration, PCGG, and PAO.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, sige. So, pwede na pong patalon-talon, Mr. Chairman.
Opo, sir. Opo, sir.
Apo. Ito po ay phoned-in question, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Yan na yung benefit ng technology. Pati yung mga kababayan natin na gumagamit ng technology para po makalahok sa proceedings po ng ating Kongreso. Meron po tayong, ito na po yung Pardons and Parole Board. That should be under the Parole and Probation Administration. Am I correct, Mr. Chairman?
Tama po, Your Honor.
Kung pwede pong magpa-update po sa kanila because they're receiving a budget of 882 million pesos. Ano po ang decongestion policy nila under the new administration? Because I think that's part of their functions or tasks
Yes, Your Honor.
to
Pagka,
find a way,
parole,
find a
if
way,
there has been service of sentence.
post-conviction remedies po yan, ano?
Opo. Halos linggo-linggo at buwan-buwan nagpapa-release ho sila. Those for parole, probation, And they can review at least 1,800 cases or carpetas per month, Your Honor. So, and they convene at least thrice a week to meet on these cases and to see which ones can be facilitated for release, and clemency and parole, and the various commutations of sentence, Your Honor.
Ito rin po ba yung ahensya na in charge dun sa GCTA na nagkaroon din tayo ng issue noon?
Bucor po yung GCTA.
Iba yung Bucor
Opo.
naman yun. So, okay. So, okay. Pero ang ibig sabihin na if you're going over a certain number of carpetas a month, it doesn't mean na beneficiaries na po yun, right? Kasi this is just a review.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
the
Tama
report
po,
is
tama.
about
Hindi
the
automatic.
effort
Yes.
to review, but yung final ano po kaya, yung let's say beneficiaries of the ano ba tawag nito, the generosity na to of the government, di ba? Of the state.
They're averaging around 350 releases a month, Your Honor.
Okay, kasi I've been informed na at one point umabot na mga 400 plus ang releases dito a month. So, and any explanation for the apparent slowdown in the or the decrease in the number of beneficiaries?
Well, they're working around the clock, Your Honor. So siguro minsan talagang there are easy cases, there are more difficult cases. But just to place on the record the summary of released of PDLs or persons deprived of liberty, between July and October this year, there were 710 released on recognizance after service of the minimum sentence. For the same period of July to October of this year, there were 4,129 PDLs released due to provisional dismissal of their case. There were 631 released on account of preventive imprisonment equal to the maximum imposable penalty. Their case is still pending. And there were 8,520 released for the same period of July to October due to completed service of sentence. So their cases were terminated. And there were 18,863 released for other legal reasons, Your Honor, for the same period, with a total of 32,853. So the number I gave earlier is actually on the short side. The parol lang ho yun. Parol pa lang ho yun. So there were many who were issued on recognizance. There were those released due to provisional dismissal of their case, on account of preventive imprisonment, equal already to the maximum imposable penalty. Kahit pending po yung kaso nila, na-release na po sila. Meron din pong na-terminate na dahil sa completed service of sentence.
Yes, sir.
Among others, Your Honor.
Sige po. Kung pwede na lang po makahingi na lang ng written report from
Yes, sir.
the administration, and then yung with an elaboration on what the other legal reasons would be as basis for releasing.
Yes, sir.
Plus ito pang medyo point of interest ko. Have we discovered that we have convicts or persons deprived of liberties overstaying or serving more than the punishment they've been sentenced to?
Meron po.
Are we
meron.
discovering this, and then are we discovering quite a number of them, and then next question ko siguro, are they not entitled to compensation?
Meron pong ganon, Your Honor. At dun sa, while we're awaiting the answer to the question of compensation, dun sa tanong niyo po for the other reasons for release, well, acquittal, grant of the motion to quash or demurrer to evidence, probation or posting of bail, provisional or permanent dismissal of the case, plea bargaining, release on inquest or for further investigation. Ito po yung iilan sa
Ilan?
mga rason ho, aside from the service of sentence, Your Honor. So, dun sa tanong ho, dun sa compensation, are they entitled to compensation?
Claims, yes. Board of claims.
There is a board of claims, Your Honor. They are given a maximum of 10,000 for the state, for the total. Yeah, that's currently 10,000, which is admittedly a low amount, Your Honor.
Yung sa Board of Claims, 10,000 for a wrongful conviction. Eh, ang tanong ko po kanina, yung parang, let us say, yung,
I stand corrected, Your Honor. Tama kayo with your very precise questioning. The 10,000 is for a wrongful conviction. Dun sa overstaying, wala po. But pwede daw nilang pag-aralan yon, Your Honor. But currently, there is nothing. They don't receive anything for that, Your Honor.
even yung 10,000 na amount dun sa correct application of the law, i-review din po
The
natin yun.
wrongful.
Oo,
Opo, I think maybe it's time to update that or
Yeah,
to.
Pero interesado po ako dun sa mga na-discover natin na overstaying na. I mean, meron po ba? Meron po ba talaga nito at ilan po ito at ano pong dahilan? I mean, kasi siyempre, yung preso, hindi naman, actually marami nga dyan na, yung napapabisita ako sa Marikina Hall of Justice, may mga awaiting trial, tinatanong ko sila, anong kaso nyo? Hindi nga nila alam eh. Sabi ko, gano'n, hindi nyo alam ang kaso nyo. So, anyway, marami din dyan alam, nakulong na hindi alam gano'n kahaba ang kanyang sentensya, so hindi din nila alam. Kailangan po ng assistance of the state to be fair to these people.
Well, there, according to the POW attorney, there are some communication gaps between the lawyers and the prisoners at madalas hindi rin nare-realize ng prisoner na,
Yeah.
well, perhaps it also points towards the complexity of our legal system. Kung tayong mga abogado minsan na-confuse sa reclusion perpetua in medium, reclusion temporal. Tapos merong, we make all these legal formulas, Your Honor, and sometimes, kahit ako, I'm 50 years old. I've been studying the law for 20 years. It's not the easiest thing, Your Honor. So I expect it's much more difficult for someone who has not spent the time in Malcolm Hall like you, me, and the Secretary of Justice, Your Honor. So in practicality, maybe we should work towards simplifying some of our systems so our regular people or common people or non-lawyers and laymen could maybe exert their rights in a more rigorous fashion, Your Honor.
Yeah, among the attached agencies of the Department of Justice. Kasi I feel na our governmental setup already has already determined siguro that to assist these persons deprived of liberties na who are ignorant, uneducated, or abandoned by their counsel, their lawyers. Wala na, no family, no one is concerned about them. But we still do not have the right to detain them for more than the sentence imposed on them by the court. So, which is from the A to K enumeration of the attached agencies of the DOJ, which agency should be taking care of prisoners who may be situated like that, serving beyond their legal prison terms?
It's the Public Attorney's Office because it's for the PDL or person deprived of liberty to exert their rights. But as I agree with you that the system should also be solicitous of their needs, Your Honor, given the circumstances on the ground. So according to the Secretary, he's given a mandate to the POW to be more vigorous in searching for these.
So it's POW, it's not the PPA.
Well, PPA also reviews the papers of the. Pero
Kasi
yung POW kasi yung mas maraming, in the practical terms, Your Honor, I'm told that the POW has the bigger manpower component. So they'll be able to work more expeditiously in reviewing these cases, Your Honor.
Kasi posible kasing yung prisoner could have been represented by private counsel at trial.
Yes, Your
Pero
Honor.
syempre, passage of decades na or years, wala na, na-abandon na. So, well, is the POW chief accepting the challenge? Is that clearly within the law which creates the POW and gives the POW its duties? Andun ba yun? Klaro ba yun?
There is a department order issued. And,
Department order na.
I think the mandate of the POW is quite wide, Your Honor. It's
Sige.
really to see that we are taught as lawyers to see that the interest of justice is served, not to work willy-nilly or towards a conviction, di ba? Yun ang turo po sa atin. That to see that justice is done, not to work by all means to convict or to secure convictions, Your Honor.
The PAO is given a 5 billion budget for next year. So, and then the Office of the Secretary of the DOJ, 8.4 under the NEP, but increased by the committee to 8.9. So,
Tama po.
tama po. So, siguro, nabanggit ko na rin yung increase, Mr. Chairman, if we can be enlightened on the purposes for the increase in the budget of the DOJ.
Your Honor, dito sa Office of the Secretary, there's a 468.4 approximately million increase. 220 million is to appoint and deploy 150 new prosecution attorneys in the various prosecution offices nationwide. 132.9 is additional budget for the witness protection program to fund the following items: 50 new witnesses with a per capita cost of 274,500 pesos. Reactivation of offices of the regional implementers in regions 4A, 4B, and BARM. Correctional institutions, which include investigations from witnesses related to extrajudicial killings, cases, and forced disappearances. Acquisition of surveillance equipment. And 115.5 million approximately is for general administration and support to pay for the provision of security personnel detailed to department officials and prosecutors, rental of transport vehicles for the National Prosecution Service, information gathering in connection with the prosecution function of the department, rental of safe houses for case build-up activities of the prosecutors. Dito naman po sa 500 million peso increase with the NBI. By the way, these are all agency requests, and we hope to work on further meeting their requests because there are additional requests, Your Honor. Pero dito naman po sa NBI, meron luma na po ang kanilang building, so there is 300 million for the demolition of the old NBI building and the initial civil works in preparation for the construction of the new NBI building. In 2015, the DPWH condemned the NBI building, which was further damaged when an earthquake of 6.1 magnitude struck Metro Manila in April of 2019. So the building has been assessed as no longer fit for use, forcing them to vacate and rent an office in Quezon City, Your Honor. And for NBI's various modernization programs pursuant to Republic Act 10867, kayo po at ang nag-sponsor nitong batas. You are the father of the modern NBI, Your Honor. So that's 200 million there. This is the clearance processing and issuance system, criminal history information system, the criminal document management and retrieval system, the automated fingerprint identification system, Your Honor, for a total of 500 million. The Office of the Solicitor General is in a similar situation. Luma na rin po yung kanilang building. At I remember even before Sec Maynard took the helm, then OSG Calida, Solicitor General Calida was already asking for additional funds to fix or to move their office. Kasi nga, pagka tumama daw yung malakas na earthquake, delikado daw silang lahat, Your Honor. So, they will commence their office transfer this year in phases, Your Honor. So, may 146.7 million po na nadagdag ho doon. At as I said, we plan to also address some of there are other requests, Your Honor, from the IACAT, from the PAO, many others, Your Honor. We will work on those going forward. And
Thank
of
you.
course, if you have any suggestions, we will look closely at those given your experience as former Justice Chair, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Hindi, ito lang question ko. Part of the increase is to pay for personnel. So, does that mean it will now be, the increase will now be a permanent increase in the PS of the DOJ?
Malamang ho, that will
Malamang,
become permanent,
malamang,
opo,
ganun.
kasi it will be needed ho. Otherwise, isang taon lang sila
Plus
masasweldo.
general administration personnel plus prosecutors pa pala.
Opo, yes, Your Honor.
Yes, okay. I get it. Thank you for that, Mr. Chairman. You're correct in stating that I'm the proud father of the modern NBI.
Your Honor, yes.
Even prouder today because of the cracking of this murder case. So congratulations to the NBI and in the last administration with no controversy at all. Except yata sa last part. May konti akong pinuna rin. May pinuna rin ako kay NBI Director. Sa dulo nung administration, may konting controversy.
You are entitled to comment because you are the father, Your Honor.
Yes. And,
Yeah.
and I comment on all agencies anyway, Mr. Chairman.
Exactly, Your Honor. So, but all the more in this case, Your Honor.
So, Who is now the head of the OSG, Mr. Chairman?
It's former Justice Secretary Maynard Guevara, who,
It's my good friend.
like you, is
Mr.
a legal luminary, a top bar, top notcher, and
Yes, ba-
we've seen how he's comported himself. He's brilliant, and we've seen him very objective and fair, Your Honor.
Yes, it's my good friend, former Secretary and now Solicitor General Maynard Guevara. I'd like to apologize to him because I mentioned your agency, sir, because the report to me, kasi I've been questioning confidential and intelligence funds. Si DOJ meron din. Let's talk about this now. Nabanggit ko si OSG, although it's just 19.2 million because it's new. And I said, we should not start this practice in agencies. Now, this is my question. Is it a new item for OSG or was I not accurately informed, Mr. President?
Where's the record of the yearly? Yung record yearly history. I was informed, Your Honor. I'm asking for that document that
So new-
tracks
new
the
in the sense.
historical. But I was told by Solgen Guevara that 2017 there were already
Okay.
confidential funds, Your Honor.
Thank you for that, sir. But because I was just comparing 2022 and 2023, so you had no entry for 2022, tama. Okay, so tama pa rin yung panawagan ko po. If we are not starting the practice, let us not restart the practice.
Just always.
So in the case of OSG, it is actually restarting the practice. So ang entry po sa inyo ay confidential funds.
Historical over the years.
Can this be justified, Mr. Chairman, given the definition of confidential fund? Pinag-usapan na natin ito ilang araw na eh.
The intelligence fund, Your Honor, is used by the Solicitor General on multifarious issues and concerns, which require him to handle sensitive and complex cases in the country and even those with international ramifications. So the soldier needs these funds at his disposal to meet the exigencies of each of these cases. The funds answer for legal research, data gathering, contingency planning, and many of its very sensitive government cases. If he's buying information from abroad, then it's even more expensive than buying it here, Your Honor. At kasama po dito yung pagbiyahe na rin po. Workshops, conferences, collaborating arrangements to support government policies, Your Honor.
Saan ba ito nakuha itong definition? Because there's something wrong with how we define, if that's the purpose of the fund. Ganito pa kasi, and as far as OSG is concerned, we are not talking about intelligence fund. It is confidential fund, okay? The confidential fund refers to the lump sum amount provided as such in the GAA for national government agencies. Okay, stop na po ako doon. Ganun po yun. Okay, that's it. Then confidential expenses, those are the expenses chargeable to the fund. Refer to those expenses pertaining/related to surveillance activities in civilian government agencies that are intended to support the mandate or operations of the said agency. So if that is an accurate phrasing or paraphrasing of the definition of confidential funds as well as confidential expenses, I think it's a stretch to justify the OSG as entitled to confidential funds. Also, given the fact that from our research from 2016 to 2022, 3 years had confidential fund items. But 4 years, wala. So, meaning to say, the agency can survive without confidential fund. And maybe, through better budget planning, baka may item doon na itemized expense na pwede na, kung if we need to augment it, let's augment it. Pero itemized, it's not a lump sum. That's the argument that we are advancing, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Your Honor. We understand the logic of the arguments presented as usual very clearly by His Honor. Kung survival lang ang pinag-usapan, I have no doubt that all of these agencies will survive without the confidential funds, Your Honor. Pero yung whether they can perform their mandate to the best of their abilities or for each of these agencies, in the case of the Office of the Solicitor General, it is to serve as the lawyer of the government. Whether they can perform it with to the best of their ability without the intelligence funds, I think given the record of Solgen Guevara's DOJ, I don't think there will be any misuse of this fund.
I know, I know.
think,
I know.
yes, Your Honor.
It's not a personality based objection, Mr. Chairman. Actually,
I understand, Your Honor.
the person strengthens the grant, but the point is we are questioning the idea mismo.
Yes, Your Honor, I
the
understand.
entire concept, and we wish to discourage the practice. Ang mangyayari kasi, Mr. Chairman, yun na nga, some agencies will also will now see that, oh, meron ito, I will also ask, ganun na mangyayari.
Yes, I totally agree, Your Honor. I was just going to say that I understand that you're not questioning, you're questioning the principle and the logic of, and then I just put in the personality. But to say that the personality also strengthens the argument for it, Your Honor, because we know, because the underpinning of your argument is that the possibility of misuse is there with a lump sum, Your Honor. That's why you're amenable to converting it into a lump sum item. Sa akin naman po, I think under the watch of Solgen Guevara, he will be careful in the use of these funds, and given his record as a law practitioner in various capacities at the office of the executive secretary, at the helm of the DOJ, I think he will be very careful in the use of public funds, and
I totally agree, Mr. Chairman. I'm not worried with the use of the confidential funds of the OSG.
Mr. President, with the permission of the minority leader, can we have a few minutes suspension?
Sige, okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Few minutes suspension, Your Honor.
Session suspended.
Tawagin ko na lang.
Thank you for the break, Mr. President. During the break, we heard the reasoning for the confidential fund granted to the OSG, but this representation will still maintain our, gamitan na lang natin ng parang low practice term, our continuing objection to our omnibus continuing objection to the grant of confidential and intelligence funds, Mr. President, in the budget. So, can we now hear because even the DOJ is given confidential funds. This year 176 million, for next year 168. Bababa ng 5 million unless our committee report increased it, Mr. President. I'm not aware of any increase. Tama po ba yan? 168 million?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Kasama po dyan. Well, just to place on record, kasi nag-break ho tayo. Part of what was disclosed during the break was the OSG's handling yung Saba case, Your Honor, and that has international ramifications. Malaki po yung amounts involved dyan. So there are costs incurred by the government in handling these cases, travel expenses, yung pagbayad po ng impormasyon, pagbayad po ng serbisyo. Itong ano naman ho sa DOJ na nabanggit ho ninyo, sila po ang in charge dito sa Witness Protection Program. So may mga gastusin ho sila dyan. Tapos dito sa they project that there are 50 new witnesses that may be covered in 2023. So nag-budget ho sila ng a little over 200,000 for these witnesses. Tapos kailangan din po aside from their living expenses, meron ding livelihood program para mabuhay ho yung mga witnesses at kanilang pamilyas. Tapos meron silang regional offices and implementors ng witness protection program sa certain regions of the country. And their correctional institutions include investigations for witnesses related to EJK cases and forced disappearances ho. And they would also like to acquire some equipment, Your Honor. Kadalasan yun ang justification ng mga agencies for some of these expenses. They purchase equipment and transport equipment also for bulletproof vehicles, Your Honor. Isa yun sa mga pinaggamitan or paggagamitan nitong mga confidential expenses. At meron din pong yes. Ayan, yun po yung mga ilan lamang sa paggagamitan. Meron ding security personnel detailed to department officials, Your Honor.
Training guidelines from Joint Circular creating sa witness protection.
Well,
Meron na siyang
ayan ako, balikan ko yung WPP. Well, we have, we just advised the agencies, all those, the 35 in my list na given confidential and intelligence funds, please revisit the COA DBM, the LG GCG DND Joint Circular Number 215-01 dated January 8, 2015. If it is applicable to you, but most likely this is the general rule on the use of the confidential funds. Hindi na muna ako mag-comment dun sa justification, but please revisit lamang po. Kasi,
Yes, Your Honor. We will
please
we will
revisit.
advise them, Your Honor.
And then on the use of the funds for WPP, medyo disappointing po yun because magkano WPP?
238.
Tama po ba to? The WPP, the program has a 238 million budget.
What's the WPP budget?
Tama ba? Is the entire program ba yan?
WPP.
238.
Yes, Your Honor, I think I made a mistake because I was given a piece of paper. Ang binasa ko po yung sa WPP. That's the WPP budget, not for the confidential funds. So you were asking me a question, confidential funds. I mistakenly read the portion for WPP. Ito po yung, it was just handed to me on the spur of the moment, so I apologize for that. Yun, naka-itemize ho yung requested amounts po nila for that. So, Tapos, we will give you that explanation you were asking for, Your Honor, in writing para mas ma-embed yung information, ho. So,
Yung isa ring one thing which worries me, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, is that the DOJ will ask for additional budget because you are now accepting or anticipating the acceptance or entry into the program of 15 new witnesses. Ganun po ba yan? Sana ano yung is that how it is done in other jurisdictions like for the United States? It's on a per witness, no? Akala ko it's a big amount and then sinking fund lang po siya para maka-accommodate kayo. So you mean to say there theoretically there is a possibility that a witness wanting to enter the program can be rejected because there are no more funds for the witness?
has that been done? Have you rejected?
We don't reject.
They do not reject, Your Honor. They make do with what they have. But tama po kayo. You already alluding to the situation because they cannot foresee ahead of time how many will avail of the witness protection, Your Honor. So they have to make an imperfect estimate, and that's the estimate made by the. Just like your question yesterday about why we borrow more, it's because of imperfect information, Your Honor. You cannot or asymmetrical information because you cannot anticipate ahead of time ilan po talaga yung magiging what is the word? The availment nung
Availment, yeah.
witness protection, Your Honor. So they have to make an estimate or a guesstimate or of how many will avail of the program for that year. So tama po yun. You mentioned the word sinking fund. Baka I'm not even sure if they're allowed to keep their if they don't use their unlike other agencies who are allowed to use the savings and roll it over to the next year. But that would be the better system, actually, I think, Your Honor.
Just to be very clear about it, the WPP as a program will be allotted 238 million pesos next year. Yun na po yun. No increase requested by the DOJ and no increase granted by the committee, Mr. Chairman?
Your Honor, tama po kayo. Yung nabanggit po ninyong amount of 238 is in the national expenditure and the GAB ho. Tapos dinagdagan ho natin dahil ni-request ho nila yung increased amount. So we increased it by 132 million. So now it stands in the Senate committee report at 370.9 million pesos, Your Honor.
Okay, that's good news. So because of the request, merong yun
Yes,
na nga.
sir.
Because
Yes,
of
sir.
that, siguro. And then when you request, para lang maintindihan po natin, it's not because merong 15 witnesses na nasa waiting list. You just use the number 15 and then on a per head
Yes,
basis,
Your Honor.
that's the increase requested.
50 ho, 50.
50.
Opo.
50. Okay.
Opo.
So, okay. Okay po yan. So agree po ako dyan. And then talaga namang may ano dyan, anticipation. That's na anticipation na kailangan. Okay. And the NBI was given a 500 million budget increase by the committee. So congratulations. But I think they need 500 million for the demolition and design and the initial construction of their building. So from the disaggregation, 300 po yata of the 500 increase doon natin binigay. So is it correct to say short pa ang needs ng NBI regarding their building? And because it's short by 200 million, what will not be accomplished next year?
Sorry, what will not be accomplished? Well,
Kasi,
their request is 500. We've given 300. So
yes, yun.
but we've given 200 for another purpose,
Yes.
which is also their request, Your Honor. So siguro, if we can work on that together sa period of amendments, we can baka pwedeng dagdagan ho.
Okay. So if that's the plan, okay, for the kasi otherwise, sir, kaya nga para malaman po ng ating mga kasama nito. Otherwise, if we do not give NBI the 200 million, what will not be accomplished next year?
Okay. Kung hindi daw nabibigay yung 200. Sa civil works pa lang ho daw yun, sa foundation pa lang ho ng building. So maapektuhan po yung civil works ho.
So yung final date of completion apektado, ma-pushback yung
Yes,
ating
sir.
yung ating ano bang tawag na, sir, timetable siguro, construction.
Yes. Opo, opo.
Wala si Senator Mark Villar eh, expert diyan. At si Secretary, pwede ko tanungin natin kasi nabanggit ni Senator Robin Hood Padilla yung about Filipinos being deported from Sabah. We just the Senate just concurred in the ratification of a treaty to reduce statelessness. So ito yung mga situation, ito yung example eh. This is a prime example of somebody from Sabah returning to the Philippines with no documents. So this person has the potential to be a stateless person. So what are the bago po ito eh, bago na kaka-concur lang namin siguro nito last year. What are the PAPs under the DOJ to am I correct in saying that the primary implementer is the DOJ of the said treaty to reduce stateless kayo? Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, my resource persons came from the DOJ.
Okay.
So what PAPs, what programs, activities and projects have we put in the budget of the DOJ to comply with our treaty obligations and of course accomplish the objectives of the treaty?
Sino bang charge na?
Meron kami
Office ba yan?
office kami talaga, State Council, Office of State Council sa
Ano ito? Ano ito?
kami talaga talagang office ng Congress State Council.
Okay.
Sa continuing program.
So doon nakapasok yung implementation ng treaty. There is a permanent office in the Office of the Secretary, Your Honor, which deals with the problem of statelessness. So it's a permanent desk, so to speak, sa Office of the Secretary. So that is given
Which is
budgetary support.
okay.
RSBPU. Refugees, stateless persons, protection unit, Your Honor.
Stateless person. PPU. The PPU. RSPPU. But this existed even before our concurrence in the treaty. So, yun na nga, with our new, kasi when we enter into a treaty, siguro may new obligations tayo to comply. So, what are the new novel projects, programs we have because we have entered into the said treaty?
Well, nabanggit ho ng Secretary kanina is magpapadala ho siya in response to Senator Padilla. Magpapadala ho siya ng mission to document the the Secretary is reluctant to call them stateless, Your Honor, but they're at risk. He calls them they're at risk of statelessness. Kasi sabi po niya dahil tayo'y governed by the principle for citizenship ius sanguinis, since they were presumptively born in the Philippines, meron silang presumptive claim to citizenship, Your Honor. So, ayun, pag magpadala po siya ng mission there to document them and to grant certificates of live birth and passports, etc., in coordination with the DFA, I assume, may gastos ho yun. So, yun dun. Galing ho sa OSEC ho yun. So, that's one of the things that they will need to spend for, Your Honor.
Yes. So, anticipated already in the 2023 budget. Yes.
They'll have to take it from the OSEC budget, Your Honor.
So, okay, so kasi tama naman, I think I also said I did not refer to them as stateless persons at risk, and our obligation is to actually to reduce the possibilities or instances where people or individuals found in our jurisdiction would end up being stateless. So
I was
dapat ganun
informed,
yun,
Your Honor, the treaty entered into force only in June. So, malamang when they made their budget presentation or the budget call early in the year, hindi pa siguro factored in ho yun. But now, as we said earlier, they'll have to make do with the budget that they have or maybe ask for an increase if needed, Your Honor.
Sige, that should be my obligation, Mr. President, because
As former chair of
I
the
sponsored
Justice.
the concurrence in the said treaty. So,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
pero yung PAPS kasi yung detalye na yun, yung
Opo.
kilos eh.
Opo, but maybe you're looking for specific programs. But yung point po natin is that when the budget call was made, the treaty had not entered into force yet. So maybe it was
Correct,
not,
correct. Wow.
wala pa po sa radar nila yon
Correct,
nung,
correct.
nung ginawa po nila yung budget.
Correct, okay. But the budget is flexible enough to accommodate
Your
our
Honor.
news.
That is true, Your
Good.
Honor.
And did the confidential fund give it the flexibility?
Yes, sir. Actually, that's true. The confidential fund gives, whether we like it or not, we of course, I'm with you in your quest for transparency and accountability, and perhaps we could find a compromise later on where, because ang impression ng publiko, and in fact, that was also my impression until we had these discussions, Your Honor, and we thank you for bringing it out because I didn't realize that all these reports were being made. Akala ko COA lang ang nakakakita ng reports na ito. Apparently, no, there are reports lodged with the Office of the President, as you mentioned. There are reports lodged with the heads of both houses. So I think if there is a way to improve on the reporting, the accounting, then by all means, I'm with you in that respect, Your Honor.
Yes, for those that which we cannot omit. Okay, siguro, but the practice siguro, if I hope you can join me in discouraging the practice. Because as lawyers, intindi natin sa ating constitution is transparency. That's why we encounter in our constitution the idea of itemization in the budget.
I agree with you, Your Honor. It should be the exception rather than the rule, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, gutom na po lahat pero this issue of the Pogo, Mr. Chairman, we cannot siguro let go of this eh.
We only have 2 pending investigations on that, Your Honor. Dalawa lang naman.
Dalawa lang
Sa
naman.
kaalaman ko.
Oo nga pala,
Unless matagdagan, ho.
economic.
Meron si Sherwin, kay Chairman Sherwin sa Ways and Means. Meron din po kay Chairman De La Rosa po sa Public Order. So baka pwedeng wag na lang pag-usapan sa budget with your indulgence, with your permission, yes, sir.
Kunin na lang natin ang ano ni, just as I solicited the position of the Secretary of the DOF on Pogo, may we solicit the position of the DOJ, personal man or institutional, on Pogo? Si Sherwin, ikaw nag-investigate sa Pogo.
The position of the secretary, as enunciated to me, distinguished minority leader, is that they must document and be legal with PAGCOR because that is the current policy of the government. And by all means, there should be a crackdown on all illegal POGOs, Your Honor. That is the position of the Secretary of Justice. So I suppose that covers BI because they are a sensitive agency in this respect. NBI, among others, Your Honor.
So I could sense the difference in the opinion of the positions of the DOF and the DOJ secretary. Si DOF is the reverse policy, make them all illegal. Ang ating DOJ secretary is we can afford to retain the policy except that we crack down on the illegal.
Yes. Well, the
Because-
secretary is explaining that there are agencies within the DOJ family, the OSG and the OGCC, which lawyer for PAGCOR, Your Honor. So they have to respect the current policy of the government, Your Honor. And I don't know what the legal ethics is there, Your Honor. It's been a while since I've looked at my legal ethics, but I suppose they in that sense they are just implementing whatever policy the government has with respect to gaming and gambling, Your Honor.
The policy is to be enunciated by the president. But yun na nga, the secretary belongs to the official family of the president. And I assume one of the roles of the cabinet is parang anong tawag mo doon? The president can...
They are the consigliere, Your Honor.
The president can bounce off
Ideas.
his ideas to get to solicit the
But I
feedback
remember
from his cabinet members.
You're correct, Your Honor. I remember si Executive Secretary Bersamin mentioned that they are waiting for the conclusion also of the Senate investigations in deference to us. They would want to hear the recommendations of our our Senate committees which are investigating the matter, Your Honor.
Well, ang position ko nga doon, they can actually shorten uh, and render moot and academic the Senate investigations by reversing existing policy. So that means kung tinuturo na pala yung balik sa atin na Mr. President, tayo dapat pala ang kumilos ng mas mabilis kung ganun. Binalik sa atin yung bola eh. On a matter, binalik ang bola sa atin on a matter of policy which can be determined by the executive branch. Kung tutuusin, Mr. President.
Yes, Your Honor, but there's also an existing law governing the taxation. So I guess they're just being respectful or deferential to us in that sense that when they say they're waiting for the result, Your Honor.
So ang nangyari, it was the tax measure which legalized the activity.
Well, to a certain extent, Your Honor, I think so because how you can when you tax something, there is a admission that it is a legal or just a regulated activity, Your Honor.
Pero sabi ng PAGCOR, if the President will say it, they can reverse and enforce it. Tama naman, because that's why we taxed it, because it is already there right before our very eyes. That's why we taxed it,
Yes, Your Honor.
because of the executive branch's policy. Well, anyway, at least narinig natin yun na mga kasamahan dito sa Senado. So, ano tayo dyan? Full speed ahead tayo dyan sa ating investigation. Ito na lang sir siguro yung ating itong sa NPS request nila na 220 million granted na pala sa committee report. Raised ito by Senator JB.
Yes, Your
During the
Honor.
committee hearing, you raised it.
Apo.
So accommodated na po ito. Itong pogo kasi some people are blaming the immigration and visa upon arrival. Did this make this all possible? Itong pogo, the entry.
It's been suspended since 2020, but
Yeah.
I think it really facilitated the entry of a lot of
400,000.
foreign nationals, Your Honor.
Mga ilan yun, sir? Mr.
If I may, Mr. President, if I may just interject very,
Yes,
very shortly, Mr. President. Mr. President, if you would recall, and the minority leader can attest to this last Congress, this representation raised this particular issue on the issuance of special working permits being issued by the Bureau of Immigration. And apparently, left and right yung pag-issue, Mr. President, and that prompted this Congress, this Senate, last Congress, to come up with a provision in our GAA that the Bureau of Immigration can only issue special working permits for those individuals, performers, for instance, yung mga concerts, etc., athletes na pupunta rito. Pinaliitan na po natin ito, no? So hindi na nangyayari yung left and right issuance nila. At the same time, na-close yung ilang satellite offices nila. For instance, we also raised what happened in SM Ora, wherein even the security guard actually faced dismissal and charges, Mr. President. Just to put that on record, and while I agree totally with the manifestations and statements made by our minority leader that Pogo is indeed illegal until such that time when we tackled also the taxes of taxing them last Congress. This representation also raised this, Mr. President. I'm still also confused as to whether the policy of the state is actually clear when it comes to gambling, and not just about Pogo, right? Because it appears that when we get or a certain gambling activity gets the imprimatur of Congress, it becomes legal. And yet, the Constitution is very clear. We promote education, we promote yung sipag at pagtsatsaga, magsunog ng kilay para mag-aral. We are not promoting in any way for our kababayans to depend on the game of chance. So I still stand by this representation's position. And I know that there are a lot of rooms for improvement, Mr. President, when it comes to dealing with POGO employees, whether legal or illegal. Because when you talk about legal, of course, this is a different topic with regard to our state regulator, which is PAGCOR. And in fact, I will call on the members of this August chamber to look into it, especially as we deliberate or report out our committee report. Because PAGCOR is the only state regulator in the world na hindi lang siya regulator, siya din ay operator. So we really have to make that decision. Regulator ba o operator? How can you police yourself if you're also an operator? No? So these are the challenges that we are facing, and I hope that we can also support DOJ, Bureau of Immigration, and its attached agencies, Mr. President, so that we'll be able to address this not worsening right now, but to say the least, the problem still exists, especially with these POGOs, because we can't even pinpoint who is legal and illegal. The Department of Finance last Congress made mention that they owe us 50 billion pesos, and when we ask how much money they have collected right now, it's not even half of what they mentioned. So I don't know what's going on after the passage of that measure taxing POGOs. So I just wanted to make that clarification, and I hope it helps each and every one of us, not only in the discussion of the budget, but also in the coming days as we deliberate and investigate this whereabouts of this problematic POGO, Mr. President. Thank you, Minority Leader. Thank you, dear colleagues. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Chairman.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Majority Leader.
Okay. So because the immigration is given a 1.6 billion budget for next year. Dapat naman siguro matanong natin na kasi when I conducted the hearing sa resolution ni Senator Binay noon, si Senator Nancy nagano noon inquiry on the visa upon arrival I think the answer given to me was suspended. So suspended na ito.
Opo.
Suspended from what date, Mr. President?
2020, Your Honor. January 2020.
January 2020. Oh, tama, yun din yung nakuha kong feedback. Pero ang tanong ko kasi is, ano ba naging legal basis nun? That the immigration can grant visa upon arrival?
Existing laws.
Suspended.
Commonwealth Act 613 allows that practice, Your Honor.
Okay, parang delegated na. The 613 delegates the power to the Bureau of Immigration.
There is I've been informed there's a pending bill for immigration modernization. So perhaps
Yes.
we could tackle that matter in more detail, Your Honor.
During my time as the chairman of the Committee on Justice, meron ng pending na, may na-file na ganyan. But I saw the infighting among the commissioner and the deputy commissioners. Never ako nakahearing na yung tatlo sabay-sabay pumunta. Sabi ko, teka muna. So has that problem been solved? I mean, Mr. Chairman?
Hindi daw ganun ang sitwasyon ngayon. Nagkakaisa daw sila, Your Honor.
Ayan, siguro mas mabilis naman ang itong bill ma-entertain na ng Senado.
Sino ho bang chairman ng Committee on Justice?
Sino ba ngayon sa Committee on Justice? Si Tolo. Ayan.
Sino ho ba?
Okay, si Senator Tolentino
sorry po.
and then he's also the chairman of the Blue Ribbon.
He's very busy. He's one of the busiest. He's one of the busiest individuals in the Philippine Senate. He's also a fresh graduate of the
Still
Columbia
studying.
Law School, Your Honor. Third LLM. Your Honor.
So we wish our chairman all the best of luck in expediting that.
He's more than capable, Your Honor. The
Yes,
chairman
I know.
of Justice is as brilliant as his predecessors.
Ma-blue ribbon pa yan, sir. Pagka if they are not cooperating with each other, we will refer the matter to the Blue Ribbon Committee.
Sino nga ba chair ng Blue Ribbon, Your Honor?
The same chairman. So, siguro, sir, bago ko lang malimutan, let me commend the Bucor, the acting director. Is it title Director General? Tama ba yan? the
Yes,
acting
Your Honor.
Director General of the
Opo.
Bucor for all the reforms that he is implementing in the Bucor. Siguro written report na lang, Mr. Chairman. Hindi ko na siguro siya ipa-report on the reforms that he is
Opo.
implementing kasi concerned din po nung dalawang nagtanong, Senators Padilla and Tulfo. Bucor din po yung nabanggit eh.
Yes, Your Honor, they will comply with your request.
Pero yung 70 pesos per day, which we budget for the food of our persons deprived of liberty, is this the same rate? Whoever kung may alam, sa BJMP, they're also, since ganun din, they handle persons deprived of liberty. Do you
JMP
observe
is
the same rate?
Under DILG, pwede natin itanong when the DILG
Yeah.
comes. So I don't know of, and
Just in
it's
case
the
lang
same.
may,
I was told by
just in
the-
case lang may alam, sir. Sabi
I
ko.
was told by
Same,
FBR
no?
mo pareho lang ho.
It must be the same kasi.
Opo, opo.
So 70 pesos per day. Should we feel that this is already insufficient or unrealistic, kung mag-adjust tayo sa dalawa kaagad. Kasi same situation naman yung mga persons deprived of liberty. Paano na pagkakasya to, Director General? Paano na pagkakasya 70 pesos per day?
It is difficult according to them.
We,
Your
we,
Honor.
do we respect the 3 times a day meal time? Do we respect the Filipino costumbre of 2 times merienda a day? Shaking.
Baka hindi na ho. Yung merienda, yung 3 times, opo, pero yung dalawang merienda, baka mukhang malabo na ho yan.
Apo. Lately, meron na tayong bagong costumbre na midnight snack pa. Tatlo. Pero anyway, congratulations again to our acting Director General.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The LRA, sir, the first speech of the Secretary of Justice mentions the need to clean up. I think you mentioned 3 agencies: LRA, Immigration, and ano isa sa? Ano isa,
Bucor.
Secretary?
Bucor was
And
the third.
Bucor. Sige. So LRA, sir, siguro just a report na lang, a written report from the LRA, what programs for reforms are they doing now? Kasi una silang minention ni
Yes.
Secretary. Ibig sabihin nun, si Secretary may alam bago pa siya naupo Pakupo niya, banggit niya kaagad, 3
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh,
We will comply, Your Honor.
I noticed that
Yes, Your Honor.
Hindi, sabi nga ni Senator Padilla, pati yung condition sa Bucor, alam ni Secretary, you need 3 years to know the situation on the ground. To spend time in, ha? O si
Yes,
Secretary.
not 3 years visiting, Your
Si
Honor.
Secretary, time out pero pagpasok niya, alam na niya kaagad ang problem. So congratulations for that, Secretary. Ano na lang siguro, written,
Yes, sir.
reforms on, doon na sa tatlo. Doon sa tatlong, ayun, nahingi ko naman yung sa Bucor na nahingi. So doon sa tatlong specifically mentioned by the Secretary, which he will reform.
Just to clarify, Your Honor, that's
Fine.
Bucor, LRA, and
Immigration.
Bureau of Immigration.
Yes.
Yes, we will comply, Your Honor.
So, what have been done to reform in the ilang months na ba kayo? 4 months. And then what will still be done as part of the reform? So, future din. And then siguro, last but not the least, may dalawa pa po. Isa na lang yung PCGG kasi is requesting for additional 20 million in its budget. We did not give this in the committee report, Mr. Chairman. No? We
Yes,
did not.
but it does not mean we are close to...
Yes, also.
Oh, we
Can
can tackle that
PCGG
when the time comes, Your Honor.
Can PCGG justify? Ano bang 20 million more for what? Wala PCGG po ngayon?
Andito po.
Andyan ba?
What's the 20 million for? The request.
Sino ba head nito PCGG? Bayan.
But for what?
And
For what?
then si ano na lang.
This is a MOE which was cut during the period of the national expenditure, when the national expenditure program or NEP was submitted. Kasi hindi nila nagastos last year kasi nga pandemic ho. So, but now with the change in circumstances, they feel they will need those funds, Your Honor.
So given na
Part
yun
of
sa
their budget already for
given na
previous
siya,
years ho yun.
and then just because not use kinat na
That's the practice, Your Honor.
Oo nga,
Diba?
pero-
May ganong proseso ho tayo. Pag hindi nagamit, tinitingnan yung utilization. But it was not taken into account daw na it was a pandemic year. Thus, the utilization could have been affected, Your Honor.
So if the chairman is open, I will
Yes,
also
Your Honor.
propose the amendment.
We are open to all of the suggestions of the minority leader, Your Honor.
The 20 to restore the 20 mil. So MOOE yun. But specifically for what in under MOOE?
Essential services, Your Honor.
May ganun palang, may ganun bang entry ang MOE? Ano? Meron bang
Professional services, travel, communications,
okay, nakaspread doon. Okay.
utilities.
Yes, okay.
It's spread out, Your Honor.
Spread out.
Sayang ano, kasi pumayag na ho kayo. Baka sumayemplang pa ho dito sa explanation.
Okay, I get it.
Okay
Kasi
na sana ho eh.
then kasi we will draft kasi the specific wording of the amendment.
Yes, Your Honor.
I have not encountered essential services kasi as a line.
Ayun nga eh.
That's why I'm asking for the line. Okay, so it's lines. We will add to the MOE lines of sir, last but not the least, I think na-encounter ni Mr. Chairman ito in your last trip sa Europe, sir. I think the European Parliament raised this with your delegation.
It's the human rights
case of the
situation.
Spanish national Diego
Yes, Your
Bello
Honor.
Lafuente
That's
case.
I'm very glad you brought that up, Your Honor.
That's right.
This is the. I'll give you the chance to explain it, Your Honor.
No, you're more familiar with this case. Basta ako, I will raise this. So alam ni Chairman ito.
It's the case of a Spanish national, Madam President, Mr. Secretary. Alam po ni Senator Gatchalian. It was raised by the Member of Parliament of the European Parliament for Spain kasi kababayan niya sa Galicia, sa Spain, na turista po sa Siargao. And he was killed there's a conviction against policemen, Your Honor. Pero I don't know if they've been convicted by final judgment, pero nakawala daw. So there is a clamor or there's a request from the European Parliament, specifically the member from Spain, Galicia, to crack down and to find the erring policemen, Your Honor. Was that a correct summary, Your Honor?
Yes, mukhang I think ongoing pa rin yung trial. So if we can appeal to the DOJ family to do whatever you can do within your jurisdiction or your roles or your tasks to address this case kasi rini-raise sa Philippine
Yes,
delegation
yes. Baga, it's
when
not
we
a-
negotiate for something trade-related.
Yes.
Okay? Nagpadala po ang Senate delegation doon sa Brussels for the GPS Plus. Trade yun eh.
Opo.
And yet,
Opo.
it's a criminal legal matter, one of the points raised to us or against us. So, which we have to address kasi kung tayo sanay na sa decades-long due process or investigation, sila hindi. Iba standard nila. So, nagtataka sila why it is taking so long. Actually, wala pa yata arrest even of the accused. That is actually the problem. Policemen yata ang involved.
We will thank you for raising that, Your Honor, because it skipped my mind, and I join you in
Yes,
the
thank you.
request to the DOJ because, as you said, it's not an ordinary case, and there are international ramifications and big stakes, Your Honor. Thank you. Thank you.
So ang next chance namin ma-confront kayo with this case would be in the next budget cycle na eh. So I hope it's either may achievements na, tapos na, wala nang reklamo from the actually hindi naman natin ito ina-address dahil may nagre-reklamong foreigner eh. But we have to address all killings in our country.
Yes, I agree, Your Honor.
Every human life, Filipino man o foreigner,
It's
is
sacred.
important. It's sacred and valuable. And it's our obligation to solve the crime.
Yes, Your Honor.
So at least ganyan din yung attitude ng ating DOJ Secretary, and I wish to congratulate him. And then congratulate ko rin si Secretary, Mr. Chairman, because of this the speedy resolution of the Percy Lapid Mabasa
Yes, Your Honor.
case. No? At least, ang gusto sabihin, you have a theory of the case. Meron na sila eh. But the process is still ongoing. So, we separate due process din. We give chance for those accused or persons of interest to also defend themselves. Pero at least the DOJ, after ilang weeks lang, 1 month, you have a theory of what happened in the case. So congratulations,
And
congratulations
the
for
Secretary
that.
has taken action. You're correct, Your Honor. Quick action on this.
So thank you for your patience again, Mr. Chairman, and to the DOJ family. Maraming
Thank you.
salamat po.
Thank you, Your Honor. At talagang kabisado niyo po yung operations ng DOJ. Salamat po kami sa inyo at sa mga kasamahan. Thank you, Majority Leader. And thank you to our Secretary and the DOJ family, Your Honor.
Madam President, distinguished colleagues, I'm listed as one of interpellators, but I will no longer ask any questions as I have very high respect and regard to our DOJ Secretary, who is also a friend of this representation, a former colleague in the House of Representatives. We have known him for quite a while, and we salute his integrity and competence-wise. I think everyone knows his competence as a leader of this very important department. So let me just put and state for the record our commendation to Secretary Boying Remulla, especially for the handling of Percy Lapid's case. We are right behind him in seeking justice, not only for the Lapid family, but all those who are involved in this particular case. On the part of Pogo, Madam President, distinguished colleagues, let me just reiterate also this representation's request for a copy of the report that the minority leader is asking for. And if we can also include the updates on the issuance of special working permits. Ano na ba yung update dito? Ano na ba yung nangyayari? Kasi if you would recall nga, bumaha ng pag-issue ng special working permits dito sa Pilipinas, yung mga pumupuntang karamihan ay Chinese national, pupunta as tourist, 1 week, 2 weeks later, may SWP na. At tayo mismo, this representation was the one who called yung SM Aura. Sinabihan tayo mismo na kung dadagdagan ng 5,000, mas mabilis makukuha ka agad yung special working permit. Alam ko ho, wala na po ito, and I remember lang last time because I saw our Senate President pro tempore, who is here right now presiding. We had this provision in the GAA before that safeguards the power of Congress to ensure that immigration officials will not abuse the issuance of SWP. I also would like to point out that when we had that executive meeting with Secretary Remulla, he made mention that before there used to be some sort of problems when it comes to sharing information from the Bureau of Immigration. But I am hoping that they're not encountering these problems anymore. And again, as I mentioned earlier, I am confident. I'm no longer asking this question because I am confident and I have full trust with our Secretary of the Department of Justice. I also would like to commend...
Before you proceed, Majority Leader, perhaps we could have a categorical or definitive answer through the chair from the good secretary, since that's very important. That was discussed in a caucus among senators about the difficulty of immigration to give information crucial to the issue of POGOs, so that to assuage the fears of the common people and the population, may we hear what the secretary did or the DOJ acted on with regards to the BID, which was a concern of the majority leader in previous Congresses yet. Sorry to interrupt you. You may continue. I just want that issue answered. Thank you.
What statement are you looking for,
This is
presiding
the
officer?
immigration lifting of information or sharing of information regarding Chinese nationals who have entered the country as workers in POGO,
Yes.
or
There is
those
no-
who have come in as tourists but
There's no
were
problem, Your
given.
Honor, with sharing of information according to the Secretary. The BI is sharing information with them.
May we know which agency it is sharing information with?
BI with DOJ, Your Honor.
DOJ.
Yes.
If I recall, in our caucus a few months ago, the DOJ, or was it the law enforcement agencies, the PNP, I believe, were telling us that they were having difficulty receiving information from BID and they were not cooperative at that time.
There is a composite team now with the interagency with the PNP, Your Honor. And there is sharing of information amongst them, Your Honor.
Okay. We believe the good secretary, we will also clarify that information when the DILG budget comes, as well as the DND. I recall it was the SND and the PNP chief who informed us that there was difficulty getting information from the BID a few months ago. I am happy to note that the good secretary had acted on that. May I also ask, Mr. Chair, whether the DFA is part of the composite team, because in the briefing of the DFA budget, they mentioned that they also have a record they can share with the law enforcement agencies because of the visas that are given in Beijing and Shanghai.
They are not part of the team at the moment, Your Honor, Madam President, but they can be made a part.
May I request, if the good secretary deems it fit and feasible, that the DFA, who also suggested that they can share information as to visas given to Chinese nationals entering the Philippines, if he deems it fit.
Yes, Your Honor, they will coordinate with the DFA.
Thank you. May I request, thank you, Mr. Chair, the Majority Leader to proceed with this intervention? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually lost my train of thought.
You ended, Mr. Majority Leader, when you mentioned about POGOs.
Yes,
And you
yes,
said
yes.
it's been addressed.
Yes, and I'm happy about it because I got a chance to talk to our Secretary of Justice. Oh, I was just mentioning a while ago that I would like to also commend my kababayan, who is the Solicitor General right now, then Secretary of Justice Maynard Guevara, who is here, and the Bucor Chief is also a good friend of mine, General Katapang. We are supporting your causes, sirs. And one last thing that I'd like to say, Madam President, is the perennial advocacy of this representation, which is to fill up unfilled positions in government offices. Because I have been doing this for the past 6 years, and unfortunately, the job orders and contract of service in government still we have right now 642,027 job orders. Ito po yung mga nasa ENDO, Madam President. At ang unfilled positions sa pamahalaan ay 170,668. Hanggang ngayon po, 1 out of 10 positions in the government are still unfilled. Despite the fact that every year, I rise here and I raise this particular issue. Hindi ho masyadong malaki sa DOJ dahil ang JO nila ay 509 lang at ang unfilled positions ay 897. Hindi nga po ganun kalaki, but I would just like to ask na ano yung plano po, Madam President, mabigyan lang din tayo ng kopya ng plano nila. So yun lang po, Madam President. So
We will comply, Your Honor. We will comply.
yes, and having said that, Madam President, no member wishes to interpolate on the budget of the Department of Justice, Office of the Secretary, Bureau of Corrections, Bureau of Immigration, Land Registry Authority, National Bureau of Investigation, Office of the Government Corporate Counsel, Office of the Solicitor General, Parole and Probation Administration, Presidential Commission on Good Government, Public Attorney's Office, Office for Alternative Dispute Resolution, be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Madam President.
The budget of the Department of Justice and the agencies and bureaus under it are deemed submitted.
Move for a minute suspension, Madam President.
Session is
Thank
suspended.
you, Madam President, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam President. While they are adjourning the other session behind me, with the consent of the body and considering that there are no questions to these agencies, as these are the agencies which no colleagues of ours have registered to interpellate, and upon consultation with the minority leader, as agreed upon during our all-members caucus, Madam President, I move that the budgets of Commission on Human Rights Violations, Victims Memorial Commission, Dangerous Drugs Board, Mindanao Development Authority, Movie and Television Review and Classification Board, National Historical Commission of the Philippines, National Intelligence Coordinating Agency, National Library of the Philippines, National Archives of the Philippines, Philippine Competition Commission, Presidential Legislative Liaison Office, Credit Information Corporation, Cultural Center of the Philippines, Inter-Country Adoption Board, National Council on Disability Affairs, Presidential Commission for the Urban Poor, Advanced Science and Technology Institute, Food and Nutrition Research Institute, Industrial Technology Development Institute, Metals Industry Research
You
and
did not
Development.
read the National Academy of Science and Technology.
It is not in my
Oh, it's
I'm
get-
about to read it. I'm still reading, Madam President.
It's the next one,
It's
Madam
the next
President.
one, actually. It's actually the next one,
Sorry,
Madam
sorry.
President. So, after mentioning Metals Industry Research and Development Center, it's the National Academy of Science and Technology, National Research Council of the Philippines, Philippine Council for Health Research and Development, Philippine Institute of Volcanology and Seismology, Philippine Science High School, Science Education Institute, Science and Technology Information Institute, Philippine Institute of Traditional and Alternative Healthcare, National Commission on Muslim Filipinos, Philippine Public Safety College, Intramuros Administration, National Parks Development Committee, Philippine Commission on Sports, Scuba Diving. I move that the budget, I be submitted, Madam President, be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Madam President.
Any objection? Hearing none, budgets of the agencies enumerated by the majority leader are deemed submitted.
I-approve natin one.
Do you want to break?
I move for a minute, 1 Senate minute break, Madam President.
1 Senate minute is 1 hour break, session break.
1 Senate minute.
1 Senate
I
minute.
stand by my 1 Senate minute, Madam President.
Session
As It has been
suspended.
a tradition. Thank you.
Ano na lang kaya?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture and with the consent of the body and in addition to the previously submitted government agencies without interpellations, and upon consultation with the minority leader and the outcome of our majority caucus, all members caucus, considering that there are no questions on the proposed budgets of these agencies, as no colleague of ours has registered to interpellate, I move that the budgets of the following agencies, namely Governance Commission for Government-Owned and Controlled Corporations, Bases Conversion and Development, Cagayan Economic Zone Authority, Zamboanga City Special Economic Zone, be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, on the motion of the majority floor leader, the aforementioned budgets are deemed submitted. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I now move that we consider the budget on the Department of Energy, Office of the Secretary, National Electrification Administration, National Power Corporation, National Electrification Administration, National Power Corporation, Philippine National Oil Company. That's it now. That's it.
Your Honor, before we act on the motion or your motion for the tackling of the budget of the Department of Energy, there's a message from Senator Villar asking if the GCG be reconsidered back to plenary, as she's on her way here to
Senator Villar yesterday raised an issue against the Philippine Reclamation Authority, which is a government-owned and controlled corporation.
Yes,
So
Mr. President.
she asked this representation to present her concern to the GCG and to see what they can do about her concern. So before we dismiss them, may we first dispose of Senator Villar's concern?
yeah, let's
Yes,
reconsider
yes,
the
we
budget
will.
of that.
I move, before I do that, may I take this opportunity, Mr. President, to apologize because I was the one who was asked by Senator Villar to ensure that they will submit the requirements being asked by the good senator, and I really apologize. I wish my staff are listening before I make this motion. Mr. President, I move that we reconsider the budget deliberation for Governance Commission for Government-Owned and Controlled Corporations. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the majority, this motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move for the previous question that we consider the budget on the Department of Energy and its attached agencies, and move to recognize the distinguished sponsor, Senator Win Gatchalian, and to interpolate, we have with us Senator Raffy Tulfo and the minority leader, but I was told that Senator Tulfo would like to manifest something, Mr. President. So may I move that the gentleman from Isabela, Senator Raffy Tulfo, be recognized.
There being no objection to the motion, majority floor leader, we recognize, of course, Senator Win Gatchalian. Would you want to have an opening statement, Senator Win, on the budget before we recognize Senator Tulfo?
No more, Mr.
No
President.
opening
Yeah,
statement.
we
We'd
can
like to
just-
welcome the Secretary and the men and women of the DOE, together with its attached agencies, to your Senate. Welcome, sirs. May we recognize now Senator Raffy Tulfo for his time to interpolate or manifest.
Thank you, Mr. President. Actually, this is a manifestation of support. Mr. President, as chairman of the Committee on Energy, I am grateful to my esteemed colleagues for prioritizing the need of the Department of Energy, especially with the looming energy crisis threatening not only our country, but the world. I fully support the flexibility given to the DOE for its total electrification program as it allows the department to implement the project effectively. Indeed, this program is critical in ensuring this basic need for everyone, not just in cities or big provinces. It's high time na magkaroon po tayo ng kuryente ang bawat kabahayan sa ating bansa. Off-grid areas have been recurring critical problem due to the lack of NPC's capability to pay the generation companies. Authorizing the NPC to use subsidies from 2014 to 2021 would capacitate it to pay the generation companies providing electricity in off-grid areas. Pare-pareho lang naman po tayo ng kagustuhan na magkaroon tayo ng sapat at maasahan na kuryente para matigil ang paulit-ulit na problema ng brownout. In other words, energy is security. In addition to this, gusto rin po nating mapababa ang presyo ng kuryente sa bansa para hindi na mahirapan ang publiko at lalo pa tayong magka-attract ng investors. How do we achieve this, Mr. President? We find alternative sources of energy, including the possibility of nuclear energy. Also, by fully supporting the transition to renewable energy through hybrid generation system instead of diesel gensets, we will reduce the negative impact to our environment of conventional energy sources. The energy sector is a primary driving force to achieve optimum economic development of the nation. President Bongbong Marcos has placed the energy sector as a top priority in his agenda, and we are supporting all explorations of alternative energy sources for our country. There are short, medium, and long-term plans for our energy industry. We will support it with both this budget and corresponding legislation. It is our role to provide adequate fiscal resources for these agencies to responsibly carry out their functions. The cost of policy and regulatory implementation must be given a definitive enabling source. We, here at the Senate, are that force. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Mr. President.
Thank you very much to our distinguished colleague from Isabela and the Republic of the Philippines, Senator Raffy Tulfo. We appreciate, sir, your concern, not only because you're a chairman, our chairman from the Committee on Energy, but because your heart really is to uplift the people's lives, particularly in lowering electricity costs. We truly appreciate that, sir. And next, Majority Leader.
Mr. President, let me also put a motion that to move that we are also considering the budget of the Energy Regulatory Commission. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, next to ask questions is the distinguished Minority Leader of the Senate, Senator Coco Pimentel. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Our distinguished colleague, the Minority Floor Leader, may silingan in Cagayan de Oro, and former Senate President Coco Pimentel is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Salamat. With the permission of our chairman, if I can commence with my interpellation of the budgets of the Department of Energy, as well as the subsidies to NEA, NEA, and NAPOCOR. And there is no subsidy for PNOC. Am I correct, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. And the amounts that we give to NEA and NAPOCOR are called subsidies.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
So these are the proper terms that we should use. For NEA, sige, ERC, see, where is the budget for, the ERC budget is being considered?
Yes, we are also considering the budget of ERC.
May we know from the chairman, Mr. President, how much is the budget for the ERC?
The budget for the ERC, the total budget under the committee report, Mr. Chairman, is 1.1 billion pesos.
Ano sinabi ni Chairman?
1.1 billion.
Saan nakita? Anong page? Hindi ko nakita eh.
Ano, 1.1, di ba?
Line.
1.1.
Ayan, okay. Okay, sir. 1.127 billion because the committee report increased it by 403 million. So may we start with the question of why we increased it and for what expenses, Mr. President?
Meron ba tayong- Right. Well, conceptually, Mr. Chairman, the ERC regulates the entire electric power industry, which is valued at around 600 billion pesos, Mr. Chairman. So it regulates the transmission lines, all 130 plus utilities, including monitoring and supervising the generation companies, Mr. Chairman. So it's a very important office because it's our regulator and it's supposed to protect the interests of our consumers and protect the interests of the Filipino people, Mr. President. So having said that, Mr. President, we increased the budget by 400 million, Mr. President, to allow the ERC to conduct its regular reset activities, meaning to make sure that the utilities and the regulated entities are only charging reasonable rates to our consumers, Mr. President. So in concept, that is the direction. But on a per activity item or per item increase, Mr. President or Mr. Chairman, 190 million will go to general management and supervision. 96 million will go to regulation of energy-related industries through screening and regulation. 6 million will go to enforcement of rules and regulation. 61 million will go to monitoring of regulated industries. And 47 million will go to consumer education and protection program.
67 million. What is the 67 million again, Mr. President? Consumer.
47 million will go to consumer education and protection program.
Yes. Thank you for that, Mr. President. But according to our committee report, we increased the ERC budget by 418 million, but we decreased it by 15 million. So isipin may kinunan din po tayo.
Yeah, we realigned, Mr. President.
Ano po yun? Ano po yung binawasan nating PAP? Galing.
The ERC actually
Galing.
informed this representation that they would realign the 15 million confidential expenses, Mr. President.
So naunahan nyo na po ako, hindi ko na kailangan tanungin pala.
Yeah, the chairperson predicted your...
There's no line in the 2023 budget. There is no line for confidential fund for the ERC.
Correct. The chairperson anticipated your questioning, Mr. President.
A good example, Mr. Chairman. Yan ang maganda.
Of course, the chairperson is...
It can be done. It can be done, and the chairperson distributed the amount, the lump sum, to particular lines in its budget. So.
Correct, Mr. President. And that's the initiative, just to put on record, that's the initiative of the chairperson, Mr. President, when we were deliberating ERC's budget.
Okay. Because that would have been my next question.
Yeah, so she anticipated your
Yes, thank
your
you.
mind, Mr. President.
Siguro, and then probably put it sa consumer education, which is, pero ano yun, sir? 47 million consumer education. How does the ERC nga educate us consumers on what? On their very complicated procedures or laws and concepts?
Well, typically, Mr. President, from my observation, the consumer education typically comes in the form of, for example, there's a refund. So the ERC will inform the public of the refund, the amounts to be refunded, the timetable, because occasionally we will get refunds from the different utilities.
So thank you for that. So sana nga, hindi, sana lang ang gusto sabihin maramdaman. Maramdaman talaga ng ordinary yung mamamayan. Kasi kahit ako, abogado, hindi ko talaga pinapanood ko yung video ni chairperson natin to understand yung interviews niya, to understand the ERC and the energy issues So, kailangan talaga itong fund po na ito, the Consumer Education Fund.
Yes, Mr. President, on top of that, part of the 50 million that was reallocated will go to digitalization program under a special provision, Mr. President. So the regulator is embarking on a digitalization of their processes because be honest, the normal criticism on the regulator is the time it takes them to approve a lot of the applications and the cases being filed by the industry players. So the digitalization will hasten the promulgation and the filing of cases.
The parties litigating or filing petitions or ano bang tawag ma'am pinafile sa inyo?
Applications.
Application.
It's a quasi-judicial organization.
Do they pay docket fees or some sort of fees? And
Yes.
and then ERC is allowed to use?
No, actually, Mr. President,
So,
actually,
sige po, ipaki-explain. So, docket fees are remitted directly to the Bureau of
Treasury.
Treasury?
Actually, before we started this interpellation, Mr. President, I was conferring with Chairperson Mona and Secretary Lutilia about the possibility of retaining or using the collections of ERC amounting to close to 1 billion pesos, Mr. President.
Magkano po?
1 billion pesos.
1 billion
A billion.
pesos.
So that
Okay.
comes in the form of applications,
Yes, correct.
fines, and penalties, but everything is remitted to
Good.
the national agency, to Treasury.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for that. And their budget is 1.1B plus the waiver of the ano pa. So kudos to the ERC. ERC. So congratulations. Tanong muna ako sa nabasa ko about the chairman's comments. Diretso na tayo doon, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr.
May
Chairman.
nabasa akong pronouncement mo where you describe one of the three GOCCs we are now tackling the PNOC ba yan? You describe PNOC as palpak?
Well, Mr. President,
Tama ba yun? I mean,
that's my own.
in what sense po para pa maintindihan po namin?
Well, Mr. President, my own analysis, this is my personal analysis. The original mandate of PNOC is to help us with energy security through exploring and locating oil and gas in our country. As we all know, there's only one major oil and gas find in Malampaya, in West Philippine Sea, through Malampaya. But other than that, there's no major oil and gas find after that. For many years, we haven't discovered anything. So my point, Mr. President, is PNOC is the government's vehicle to locate new fields, to explore, because that's the only way we will find new oil fields. But through the budget hearing, I found out that there are a lot of programs that are not in line with oil and gas discovery, Mr. President. We found out that the agency or PNOC is thinking of embarking into some form of oil trading to public utility vehicles. It's also studying to embark on a possible oil strategic petroleum reserve akin to the one in the US. It also is thinking of embarking into some logistical support for oil and gas companies. My take on that, my personal take, Mr. President, it's those are projects that are not in line with the original mandate of PNOC, which is to help the country find oil and gas. And some of the projects lack feasibility studies. Some of the projects, we don't know if that will help government achieve energy security. So under the new leadership of Secretary Lotilia, I'm quite optimistic that PNOC will be refocused to its original mandate to help the country achieve energy security, to help the country be self-sufficient in terms of energy. And that it's supposed to be the job of PNOC.
So PNOC, just to be clear, does not receive a single centavo from the national government through the GAA, nothing. During the budget season, this is our time to go over its corporate operating budget.
Yes, Mr. President.
That's the only thing we can do, but can we suggest changes to their corporate operating budget?
We can actually reduce some of the allocations inside the corporate operating budget of PNOC. In fact, the committee recommended a decrease of 2.5 billion pesos, Mr. President. This is from the proposal to initiate a targeted fuel relief program amounting to 2.5 billion pesos in a strategic petroleum reserve amounting to 45 million pesos, Mr. President. So the committee recommended a reduction of 2.5 billion pesos because those programs were disclosed to us that it's still undergoing discussions, no? And I believe that these programs are best left to the private sector because the private sector is already doing fuel trading. The OTRs, they have their own Pantawid Pasada program,
Correct.
which is a duplication of this program. The Strategic Petroleum Reserve we will need billions of pesos, no, to undertake that. And not to mention the feasibility of that, no, Mr. President. So, in short, we recommended to reduce the expense by 2.5 billion pesos, Mr. President, or the appropriation by 2.5 billion pesos.
What happens to revenues of the PNOC which are not used up in its operations? Does the law require that this be remitted to the Bureau of Treasury?
Under the charter. Yeah. Yeah, under the dividends law, Mr. Chair, I was advised under the dividends law, Mr. Chairman, that 50% of its profit, net income, 50% of its net income should be remitted to national government as in the form of dividends.
In the case of the year 2023, Mr. President, when PNOC budgeted under its corporate operating budget, extra 2.5 billion pesos, which the committee recommended to be reduced. So is that an actual cash in the hands of PNOC, 2.5 billion pesos? Cash now or cash later to be collected? And is it safe to assume that 50% of that will be remitted now to the national government?
Yeah, but it's not yet cash. That's yet to be collected, Mr. President. The sources of revenue of PNOC, actually there are only a few sources. No, number one is the sale of bank gas, and then number two, lease rental from various facilities, Mr. President. So, in short, those are projected revenues or projected cash inflows this coming 2023, and it's not yet realized. No?
Yes. But the corporate operating budget, yeah, once realized, would have authorized it to spend
Yes,
up
correct.
to that amount. But since the committee reduced it, if the collections are indeed realized, then theoretically we'll have an extra 2.5 billion pesos. What will happen to that amount, Mr. President?
They can declare that as income, Mr. President, and 50% of that will now be remitted to national government, Mr. President.
At end of calendar year
At end of calendar
2023.
year. Yes.
The 1.25 billion is retained by the corporation and they can entertain the possibility of using this in their future operating budget.
Yes, Mr.
So there,
President.
in effect, there is a fund. What do you call that fund? Yung retained, ano ba yan? Retained earnings ang tawag dyan? O what is the correct?
Retained earnings.
Retained earnings. So may we know the balance of retained earnings?
Ang balance.
That's the current level. So based po sa what the report mo.
39 billion.
So it's
Billion, no?
billion po.
Ang laki pala.
2021.
This is
This
2020.
2021, sir.
Okay. Mr. President, according to the 2021 audited report, it's 29.5 billion pesos in retained earnings, Mr. President.
Okay. Pero
29.5.
29.5. So correct me in my understanding or help me in my understanding, Mr. Chairman. Unlike the special accounts ng government agencies where there is just a balance but cash is not there, in the case of PNOC, does that mean that cash is there?
Yes, Mr. President, because this is already collected.
Cash answer, sir.
Hindi ba siya?
But there's no open loan sa asset.
But this is from revenue. This is from net income.
Yes, sir.
Kasi sila yung something. Ano ba yung...
Yeah, Mr. President, I stand corrected, Mr. President. The 29.5 billion retained earnings can be in the form of cash, can be in form of receivables, or various assets, Mr. President. But definitely cash is also part of that, Mr. President.
Ganun pala. Merong long gestating receivables diyan na baka umaasa na lang, ganun ba 'yun? Carried over siya sa bottom line.
Aging kayo ng receivable.
Ganun pala. Kala ko cash.
Parang wala naman masyado eh.
Sa receivable, sir,
Oo nga.
yung short
Yeah, yeah,
is
yeah.
200 na wala po siya sa long term sa 2021.
Yeah, Mr. President, according to the 2021 audited financial statements, in fact, the receivables are zero actually. No, bulk of the assets are in the form of bank gas inventory.
Oh.
And also investment property, Mr. President. So bank gas inventory is about 13 billion. And then investment property is about 11 billion, Mr. President.
Bimba?
So meaning the bank gas is, this is the gas allocated to government. When they produce gas, a portion of that goes to government. And that becomes the asset of PNOC in which they can sell to other buyers.
Under the law, PNOC is mandated to sell.
Yes, Mr. President.
Also, what explains po the parang malaking halaga po yun. We are not realizing the cash value of the... Ano to bank?
But Mr. President, the actually may sale, di ba? We sold it to SP.
Yeah, but there is no actual
yeah.
gas to support it.
In fact, Mr. President, PNOC sold a portion of, over the years, no, they sold a portion of the bank gas. There's a slight complication to this bank gas. Per record, we are entitled to a portion of that gas, no? And that becomes bank gas in the name of government. But the actual gas, no, is regulated by the consortium, no, because they prioritize those who are producing electricity, so the power plants, and whatever is left over, it's given to government. But per record, we're entitled to that bank gas.
But when the consortium is able to sell the gas, yung unsold gas ang atin.
Yes. Oo. Yeah.
So
May-
we're not participating in the economic
No,
the benefits of the economic transaction, the cash payments, etc.
No, we are also participating in the
Through
through the consortium.
through the 10 ilan ba yun? 10% and through
Yeah.
the diba? The 10% of the PNOCEC.
Yeah. So in simple terms, Mr. President, the government receives about 60% of the total sales, net share, no? And then yeah, and then the consortium through PNOC gets another 10%. But on top of that, we also get bank gas.
Yeah, but it's always the bank gas that we get.
Not necessarily, no, Mr. President, because when they sell the gas, the net share, net all of the cost, 60% of that will go to government.
Mm.
And then, yeah, and then the 40%, 10% goes to PNOC.
Mm.
No.
Per contract, yeah. That's
Per
that's
contract, yes.
per the contract with
Correct,
the.
Mr. President.
So when we refer to bank gas, this is just the Malampaya
Yes,
gas
Mr. President.
project. Okay.
But in bank gas, we always get the portion of that one. Actually, Senator, it was us the start of the project when it was not commercially viable yet. Because they
Kaya pala sir, kasi you gave us, Mr. President, the sources of funds of the PNOC, sale of bank gas, at yan, tapos rental na. Rental, the
Yeah.
two. While the mandate is to provide the country with energy security through the tapping or exploitation of oil and gas resources. Ganun po ba? Generally speaking, that's the mandate of the PNOC.
Yes, Mr. President.
Oh, so kaya nga, so it's good that the budget period is the time for the Congress to exercise parang ang tawag mo diyan, oversight function and properly direct or redirect the budget of the PNOC to be true to its original mandate. Baka nalilihis na pumapasok na sa iba, sa trading na yata nakafocus or sa being a lessor. Mukhang hindi po ito tama, Mr. President. And I congratulate the committee for pointing this out to the PNOC. And then as in my earlier conversation with the GCG, yung board of directors of the PNOC only serve 1 year per the GCG law. Tama?
Yes, Mr.
They're
President.
reviewed, they're evaluated. So, yan, part siguro yun. Andiyan pa naman ang GCG, hindi sila in-excuse. Hindi naririnig nila tayo na, well, part of the evaluation is for a government corporation to be true to its mandate, to its original mandate under the law.
Yes, Mr. President, I stand corrected. No? I was flagged by secretary and my staff that the bank gas actually was a previous accumulation. No? So we accumulated that gas in the past, and we're entitled to sell those gas to the market, Mr. President.
Hindi ba nag-dissipate yung gas na yun?
Wala physically, wala sa atin, Mr. President.
Baka may leak, sir, yung well, hindi
Wala
ba
ba?
over the how old is that bank gas?
What?
Since when have we been entitled to that bank gas?
basically, it's not with us. It's in the ground.
Yeah, yeah. Well, Mr. President, it's when it's the gas has it's only the accounting of the gas that's there, no? But the physical gas, we don't hold it, no? And whenever we sell it, then the consortium will allocate a portion of that gas that is entitled to us. But physically, we don't have that gas.
So yun. That's it. So yun. When there is a transaction over the gas,
Yes.
the certain percent, siguro the 60%, Yun na yun? That's the
Yes.
sale of the bank gas.
Not we can actually sell we can sell the bank gas, but the physical delivery of the bank gas will come from the operations of the whole Malampaya, because they sell every day.
Hindi, ang takot ko lang, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, is, kunyari, malaki pa yung ating inventory of banked gas on paper, but di ba, it's admitted that the gas reserves are depleting. Come depletion time, sabi mo, zero na, in reality, on paper, malaki pa ang bank gas mo. I don't know.
No, that's why if there is going to be an extension,
Kailangan natin ng expert dito.
it built into the extension.
But anong request?
Makadeliver ng consistent. Ano lang,
Accounting, ano lang. Ano mo?
the request of the government.
Paano natin malalaman?
Yes, if,
Assuming the contract will not be extended.
well,
And then
then
may-
it
Anyway,
becomes standard.
Diyan ma si GCG din.
Anong recourse ng gobyerno?
No, it becomes stranded if, let us say,
Ano pa natin, tanong natin?
Mm-mm.
if suddenly it runs out now, it becomes
It's
stranded.
stranded. Physically. Yeah, but can we collect from the consortium?
Because if you said the service contract ends 2024
Hmm.
and there is no extension,
Hmm.
then there is no
Kasi
nothing.
entitled tayo niyan, but we cannot
Yes,
deliver.
yes. That's why it should have been lifted before.
Okay. Mr. President, you actually hit the issue on point, Mr. President. I was conferring with the secretary, and it's actually an issue right now because you're correct that the volume coming out of Malampaya is going down. Therefore, the consortium is allocating gas to the power plants. But since we are already entitled to up to a portion of that gas through the bank gas, but they cannot deliver, what will happen if the contract will end? It becomes stranded, meaning we're entitled to it, but physically we cannot deliver. So that's actually a problem right now. But you're absolutely correct. You saw that problem, Mr. President.
Parating
And
dihadong gobyerno.
I was conferring with the secretary on what is the recourse of government, because we're entitled to that gas, meaning we should be able to sell and make profit out of it. So the recourse there is to extend,
Extension.
to build the recourse into the extension of the contract, Mr. President. No, but you're absolutely correct. Where the bank gas can be stranded if at the worst case scenario, Mr. President.
And extending the contract also benefits some private parties, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr.
Tama ba?
President. That's correct, Mr.
So
President.
parang the best interest of the government hangs on to a concession to some private parties. Parang gano'n eh.
Seems like it, Mr. President. You're correct, Mr. President.
But anyway, Mr. President, dapat siguro talagang yung oversight function po ng committee natin, which the chairman is already doing, and congratulations to the chairman. And siguro ma-involve na tayo lahat dyan kasi we are also in an energy, pseudo crisis or an actual energy crisis, Mr. President.
Yeah.
Diba? So, taasan ng presyo, which may not only be attributable to the greed of businessmen, but to actual increase in the cost of the item or the commodity. Di pa ba, Mr. President?
Yeah, Mr. President, I am quite encouraged to hear that the DOE ERC is working with the DOJ in reviewing some contracts, addressing some cases, and I would advise the department to include this issue into the review of the DOJ. You're correct, no, that we should protect our interest, no, because that's already an asset in our books. In fact, it's reflected in our balance sheet, but we cannot sell it because physically, we don't have it.
Tama.
And it's the consortium that controls the distribution of gas. No? So in other words, we're at the mercy of the consortium because they prioritize whoever they want to sell. No? So, the secretary is told me that they'll look into this and making sure that government interest is protected.
Thank you. So, so it is which government entity is exploring possible substitute for the gas we are enjoying from the Malampaya gas fields? Is that PNOC or a subsidiary of PNOC, or is that DOE?
It's DOE, Mr. President,
DOE.
and the way to because there's the impending depletion of Malampaya between 2024 to 2027, and we have only two options. Number one is to discover new gas finds or to import, and to date they are about
For service contract? For gas
Actually, sir,
importing.
meron silang alternative sa Cagayan. For 6 kasi non-performing din.
Cagayan Basin yun. Cagayan Basin.
Sa Cagayan Basin.
Nakibasa ko sa ano yun.
mobilization.
Ano to? Proceed.
Yeah, the department has issued 3 notice to proceed to potential importers of LNG.
So importers.
Yes,
Ah,
importers,
import.
Mr. President.
So the remedial action we're entertaining right now is just like what we're doing to food, import.
That's why, Mr. President, it's important to explore. You know, it's important to
Precisely,
look for a replacement of Malampaya, Mr. President.
Pero yun na nga, we need resources nga for government to explore, and yet our resources are in on paper inventory which we are not even sure na nag-exist. So dapat nga talagang pangalagaan natin ang interest ng ating gobyerno. Yan po napapansin ko, pag interest ng gobyerno, parating alanganin, parating tayong nagpapalugi. Kami ni Senator Tolentino, pinag-uusapan natin, pagdating sa international arbitration, parating talo ang Pilipinas. Hindi na namin maintindihan. Pagdating dito sa kontratang ito, on paper, meron tayong share, pero we are not even sure kung nag-exist pa sa underwater or underground. So with the new Energy Secretary, my professor in the College of Law, who gave me a respectable grade naman in this subject.
He is the reason why you became a bar top notcher, Mr. President.
Yan ko sa inyo. Inabot namin sa po.
Siya raw ang dahilan kaya ka nag-top notcher, Mr. President.
Siguro po, dahil first year po yun. So talagang yun po yung building blocks ng legal knowledge and legal education. So with my law professor at the helm now of the Energy Department, of course, I am confident and optimistic that all of these reforms, yung changes, ay magagawa po natin. Plus yung GCGs, they're also looking over your shoulders, and I will appeal to them, yung PNOC, to refocus talaga PNOC. 1 year lang. Pagka one strike, you're out policy, Mr. Chairman. Dapat ganon.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I'm also very optimistic. Of course, Secretary Lutilia and Chairperson Di Malanta are well known in the energy sector, and they are not only expert but passionate about the sector. And I'm very optimistic that the next years will see a lot of reforms being undertaken by the department and also by the regulator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ito na lang, sir. One of the issues I've noticed, meron tayong parang overlap sa electrification program natin. Kasi, di ba, when I attended the committee hearing, doon yun napansin ko sa OSEC, we have 500 million, but we call it Total Electrification Program. And then, sino itong isa? NEA. We have the NEA, National Electrification Administration, having a sitio electrification program at 1.6 billion. Si Total already encompasses si sitio. Or si sitio is already all over the country. It's Total. So paano po yun? Baka Baka, why can't we come up with just, who is the, who has the more expertise or knowledge, experience and exposure in electrification? Doon na natin ibigay lahat para otherwise doble-doble yan. Yung technician mo rito, babalik dito for the total electrification, babalik, iba na namang personnel for and vehicles and wires and posts for the sitio. That's my point, Mr. Chairman. If there is an unnecessary overlap, sayang yung resources po.
When, like, let's say, emergencies. So,
Ano ba itong NEA? Corporate Operating Budget.
just then give flexibility, but
Yeah.
as you promised, Senator, so next budget, we won't have.
Yeah. Yeah, Mr. President, actually, I also observed that during the budget deliberation. The 1.6 billion pesos for electrification under NEA, they follow a very strict process and criteria. So they, just to put it simply, they target first of course, the most remote areas, those areas that are in need, and they allocate that 1.6 billion to electrify those areas. Under the DOE, the DOE actually downloads the amount to NPC and also to NEA. No? And the only difference between that fund, the 500 million, is the flexibility given to the department. No? For example, there's a typhoon and they need to download extra amount in the typhoon-stricken areas. So it's the flexibility given to the department to allocate funds to different areas. But the objective is the same. In fact, the implementing agency
Yes.
is also NEA.
Yes,
and
carried out by NEA or NAPOCOR?
And NPC, National Power Corporation.
NPC.
Because NPC is the one in charge for off-grid areas, for mission. Yeah, and the missionary areas, Mr. President.
So off-grid areas and so-called missionary areas are not covered in the sitio electrification program?
Meron din.
Akala ko yun ang purpose na to expand precisely the grid or the coverage.
It's actually covered rin, Mr. President. If there is because all of the areas are covered by utilities, no? So NEA actually can cover them. Pwede siyang bumili ng generators. The 500 can be used to buy generators.
When, more from the EU. Yeah, the CTO is more NEA.
Yeah.
But then for the
But you can also buy generators.
Tama ba?
Using the 500.
Sabi natin yung pupukado tayo sa...
Yeah. So the difference, Mr. President, is the 500 million pesos in DOE, when it's downloaded to, let's say, NPC. NPC has the flexibility to buy generators for electrification, or it can also improve the lines in that areas. So it's quite flexible in terms of what projects it can be done in line or in the spirit of electrification, Mr. President.
While the sitio electrification program pre-identified na po for the year 2023, nakasulat na po yun?
Yeah,
Yung
it's pre-identified and it's also limited to just lines. It cannot buy generators, Mr. President.
they're just
So that's the technical difference, Mr. President.
It cannot buy generators. Okay, pero generating power through generators is not our plan, no? That's not our plan. That's just parang ano to, parang quick response fund. Ganun,
It's a very good question, Mr. President. In fact, I raised that during the budget deliberation. And I talked to the secretary about that because NPC is in charge of the off-grid/missionary areas. And part of its mandate is to electrify areas using available technology. And typically, it's generators. No? So almost 100% of the missionary areas are powered by generators. But in the long run, no, and I flagged NPC about this, is they should already start bringing the private sector in those areas because there's a mechanism called the NPP, the QTP, and also the microgrid, the last law that we, one of the latest laws that we enacted, the Microgrid Systems Act. All of these are designed for the private sector to go in the off-grid and missionary areas.
Yes. Anyway, with the knowledge and expertise of our new energy secretary, he will definitely electrify all of these and electrify all of our kababayans who are not yet connected to the grid.
Thank you, Mr.
Pero
Chairman.
di ba, pero that's the master plan, no? That the power should be taken off or from the grid. Tama ba yan? Or are there
Not
places impossible to connect to the grid, therefore
Yeah.
para silang standalone?
Yeah.
That's
Yes.
the idea?
Yes, Mr. President, because we are an archipelagic country and a lot of the islands are have very few houses, very few sitios, and it's not practical to run line extensions. So the technology that is applicable there is microgrid or generators or small distribution, very tiny, no micro distribution operation. So that's why we enacted the Microgrid Systems Act. That's precisely to invite private sector to build the microgrid system, to include potential RE technologies to power those systems.
So depende pala on the technology which generates the power.
Yeah, and depende rin sa location, Mr. President.
Sige. So, on the nuclear program, Mr. President, may we know the official stand of the Department of Energy on, are they espousing, I think also the President, hindi klaro stand kasi for me, yung stand ni President Marcos. So, may we know, not the department, but the administration's position on nuclear energy? Billion ba ito? Dito billion. Kasi billion na yan.
Also,
To maintain, imposible yung billion siguro yun. Million siguro.
the framework legislation.
Yeah. But Mr. President, officially, the department is adopting the executive order that was promulgated by President Duterte. That's EO 164. This EO is adopting the national position on nuclear energy, on the nuclear energy program. And at the same time, I think it was quite clear during the SONA of President Marcos that the administration plans to explore the possibility of using nuclear power to achieve energy security. So the current status, Mr. President, well, that's the official position. And the current status right now is to comply with the IAEA requirements, especially on the 19 infrastructure requirements. And I think the good minority leader is very well versed on that because we were together when we visited IAEA and we had a long meeting with IAEA. So in short, Mr. President, the department is in the midst of proposing pieces of legislation to operationalize the adoption of nuclear energy in our energy mix, Mr. President.
So, correct me if I'm wrong in my understanding. So the national position, the administration's position is to explore possibility of tapping or using nuclear power for our energy generation. But IAEA has requirements. But siguro before we start to comply with IAEA requirements, I think we need to pass the legislation.
Yes, part of it, Mr. President.
Do we need legislation to authorize the generation of power and energy through nuclear power?
Establish and operate the nuclear power plant unless the legal and regulatory framework is in place.
Yeah, Mr. President, good minority leader, we don't need legislation to authorize, but what we need is to come up with the legal framework as well as the creation of an independent regulatory body for nuclear, Mr. President, for nuclear power, Mr. President.
I think nakalista yan sa mga IAEA
Yes.
suggestions nga on the 19, parang the 19 things that you need to do before you even think of generating power through nuclear means na. So,
Mr. President,
yes.
just to add to that, no, in fact, in the IAEA recommendation, the country needs to ratify 3 treaties. Number 1, Convention on Nuclear Safety. Number 2, Joint Convention on Safety of Spent Fuel Management. And then number 3, amendment to the Convention on Physical Protection of Nuclear Material. So all of these treaties, we need to ratify all of these treaties before we can even build a nuclear power plant, Mr. President.
May I also add to the discussion with the permission of the minority floor leader?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Although I was a proponent of nuclear energy as a cheaper alternative source of electricity fuel for our country, I had a visit with Senator J.V. Ejercito in the north of France when we had our parliamentary visit there this break. And I had the opportunity to visit one of their biggest nuclear facilities, and that they have a brand new reactor worth 1,600 megawatts worth of power for one reactor alone. And we were actually able to enter the reactor. We were so impressed with the technology, being that France is the #1 nuclear provider in Europe with 58, no, Sherwin? 58, Chairman, 58 nuclear reactors. There are a number of hurdles lang for us to be going into the nuclear power program. Number 1, they were concerned about our, and this is coming from them, our ring of fire, where we have apparently in areas in France, they haven't had earthquakes for centuries, and if they do have one, it's below magnitude 3, very, very low magnitude. When I told them about our magnitude that hit Abra when we were there a few days prior, they couldn't believe it at 6.7. Sabi na, oh, that's unheard of here. Sabi ko, oh, we have that all the time in the Philippines. In Bohol, in Abra twice, in Mindanao, we have always 5 in the Richter scale. So that's quite concerning for them. Of course, also the issue on typhoons. Second is the cost. I realized how costly it was to build one of these reactors. It was by the hundreds of billions of euros, which technically would have re-entered into the trillions. I think one power plant complex would cost us our whole national budget for 1 year. So napakamahal. And second, their timeline was about 10 years per project. So it's a long period. So it's not that we're closing the doors and ideas to nuclear energy, but I think at this point in time, we need to act on the expensive rates of power. We have all the resources for renewable energy. Sabi ko, kung sa hangin lang, sobra-sobra yata tayong hangin, di ba, Minority Leader? The whole eastern seaboard of the Philippines is full of air coming from the Pacific Ocean. We can tap that. Kung kailangan natin ng 1,000 megawatts, then let's build 1,000 turbines all across north and central and southern Philippines, the eastern seaboard. I think it can be done quicker actually with renewable energy. I'm glad that on the helm now is Secretary Popolotilla, who I had an opportunity to work with when I was a congressman. He knows his stuff. He knows his work very well. And I think that's what we should be pushing for. Ang kailangan lang natin, I think, is a more unrestricted open access market so that there will be people who will invest. Kasi yung FIT, Mr. Minority Floor Leader, Mr. Chairman, the feed-in tariff is limited because it's it's a tax that you pay. It's not a tax. It's a levy that's paid by everyone for renewable energy all over the Philippines. But if there was an open access wherein operators and builders can actually sell their electricity to, renewable energy can compete very well. Because napakamahal na yun ng diesel, ng bunker, ng coal. So if you have solar, hydro, wind power generation, as long as you tell the developers, pwede mo ibenta yan sa open access market, they will build. They will build. I'm a believer in renewable energy. We were together, boss, I was with your father when we passed the Renewable Energy Act. He was so supportive of it as minority floor leader at the time. So let's be the leader in renewable energy, particularly since being on the Ring of Fire, we have the advantage of volcanoes, which is geothermal. We have the advantage of wind, which is from the typhoons. And we have advantage from the heat from the solar for solar panels. And a lot of water from the rain for hydroelectric projects. Yan lang siguro, Secretary, maybe we can assist in pushing that as our number one agenda at this time. Kung solar lang, tsaka wind power, those power plants can be set up in 2 years. Not 10 years, 2 years. And hopefully by midterm, maganda na po yung electricity rates. But the key there, and I know ERC is listening, si Attorney Mona is a good friend. She's highly qualified for the position. I'm so happy she's there. And she's tough. She's tough on this issue. You need open access. And that's where NGCP comes in, where they have to make sure that there is our interconnectivity between islands. Kasi to the minority floor leader, Senator Coco, for example, Negros is they're one of the highest producers of solar energy. Pero hindi nila maibenta sa labas ng Negros Occidental. Obviously, overcapacity na yung Negros. Pwede pang ilabas yun. Sa Cebu, pag kulang yung kuryente dun, sa Bohol. Pero hindi nila mailabas because there's no interconnectivity due to the lack of action of our friends in NGCP. So I'm glad that you are really, the ERC is really hounding down on them. Because if not, there will be no new players who will want to put up power plants because they cannot sell. Bilateral contracts are no longer allowed. Wala na po katulad dati, you just contract with the electric cooperatives. There's what you call a CSP now, competitive selection process. Pero kung may open access lang, where they can sell in the open market, Secretary, ang daming waiting in the wings now for that action. Lalo na when the Supreme Court came out that foreign ownership of renewable energy plants are allowed. Dati kasi 60-40 kaya matamlay ang pag-invest. So yun lamang po ang gusto kong isama dito sa discussion na ito. And I'm in full support of I believe of our minority, the minority bloc, in pushing for a renewable energy agenda for our country. Thank you to our minority floor leader for taking up some of your time.
Thank you, Mr. President. Tama ho kayo, Mr. President. Bagay sa atin ng wind energy. Daming mahangin dito sa Pilipinas.
Oo. Sa probinsya lang ng tatay ko, sa Negros Occidental, malakas ang hangin.
Thank you for the manifestation of our Senate President. And I identify with what the manifestation of the Senate President, and I totally agree with him. Pero that's a problem. The national position is, anong tawag mo dyan? Ambiguous or ambivalent? Hindi klaro to explore. And then we are spending, correct me if I'm wrong, 77 million pesos to maintain the Bataan nuclear power plant a year. Tama ba? More or less yung amount. We have spent 270 million to fund, ano po yung Mr. Chairman? The study of the adoption of nuclear power. And then I heard our chairman complain that there is no result. So, kung binuhos natin yun, 70 na yun, 70 a year plus 270, 300 plus na yun. Umabot na siguro ng 500 million o 1 billion. Kung binuhos natin sa renewables yun, so nakaproduce ba ng ilang kilowatt yun, o megawatts, kaysa sa ang naproduce, reklamo Where is the study? Yan ang, the chairman will correct me if I'm wrong. I heard you parang complain that where is the result of the 200 plus million?
Yeah, Mr. President, just to update the body on that, I actually talked to the secretary about that. We did fund a feasibility study for nuclear during the last DOE administration, amounting to about 266 million.
266.
But it was partially used. No, only 40 million, I think. Around 40 million was used, no, to come up with some form of study, no, and also a survey that they conducted. So that 266 is actually returned to Treasury because it was never used. But it led to the promulgation of that Executive Order 164 entitled Adopting a National Position for a Nuclear Energy Program and for Other Purposes. So, in short, Mr. President, the new DOE administration um, is not closing its doors to any technology. In fact, we should not. And that's also my my personal take on this. Technology evolves. No? The nuclear technology is also evolving. In fact, a lot of the countries and a lot of the countries who are interested in participating in our nuclear program are not selling us the big type of nuclear technology, but the smaller ones, no? What they call the SMRs, the small nuclear reactors, ranging from 100 megawatts to maximum probably of around 300 megawatts. So, in other words, Mr. President, technology of nuclear is also becoming smaller, becoming more agile, becoming safer because they know that the criticism against nuclear, it's always overpriced. It takes a long time to build. So countries like Korea, China, the U.S. No, is leading the research and development to reduce the size of nuclear, and that's what I think we should be looking at. No, the Philippines is not so big, no, and building massive nuclear power projects will also hurt our grid if that project will have problems in the future. So a good way of making our grid flexible is to have smaller ones. So whenever there's a problem with the smaller ones, it doesn't affect the entire grid. No? So my point there is technology is evolving. It's becoming safer. It's becoming cheaper. And those are the things that we should study if the possibility of adopting them fits our need.
Is there an item in the budget where we spend for the study of the rehabilitation and future use of the Bataan nuclear power plant? Marami kasi ako nababasa about Russia, Korea, South Korea. Are we spending for all of this?
No, Mr. President, there's nothing in the budget that will study
Tayo ka, pare.
the revival of the Bataan
Wala,
nuclear
nothing in the
power
budget.
plant. In fact, Mr. President, my personal research, no, I've talked to the Koreans, I've talked to the Chinese, I've heard the Russians. All of them are saying that the Bataan nuclear power plant is beyond economical repair, no? Because technology has dramatically leapfrogged over the last 4 years, that it's better to build the smaller ones that are more efficient and that can deliver cheaper electricity to our consumers.
Mr. President, if I may interject with the permission of Senator Pimentel, the Minority Leader. I think, Mr. Chairman, Your Honor, I encountered in the budget of the Department of Science and Technology an item which calls for a study of nuclear ingredients, uranium, and if I can recall it correctly, the situs is Pangasinan, Mr. President. So apparently, if there is a disconnect here, the item is lodged in another agency. But indeed, there is a study, an ongoing study, funded under the DOST budget. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yeah, Mr. President, I remember when we visited Austria with the minority leader, we were also toward to the other uses of nuclear. No? And nuclear can be used for medicine. I think that facility that we went to is for agriculture. No? And from the information of the good secretary, that particular item in DOST's budget is for other uses of nuclear other than power. So they're looking at agriculture, medicine, and other uses.
Radioactive material. Tama.
Thank you for the interventions and for the inputs, Mr. Chairman. So at least naklaro, no? It's not about the rehabilitation kasi ito na lang, I'll just put in my two cents worth. Kasi may local government code na eh. That yung Bataan, wala pa nun eh. This time, you also have to get the consent of the community where it is located. So, is that Morong, Bataan? And then, tanong, do we limit it to Morong or to the entire province of Bataan? So, kailangan din po ng kanilang, kailangan siguro ng referendum before that can even be operated as a nuclear power plant. Yes.
Senator Risa is recognized.
Salamat, Mr. President, at sa Minority Leader. Good Chair, just two quick points, just to further keep the debate about nuclear energy in the Philippines open. Una, sabi po ng Chair kanina that nuclear power, aside from the modes becoming smaller all over the world, is now cheaper. May I ask po if the raw materials, the minerals or the chemicals that would be needed for the production of nuclear power, are they, like many forms of renewable energy, are they available locally? Or would we in fact have to import them from other countries?
Thank you for that question, Senator Risa. From my information, the three major suppliers of uranium will be coming from the US, China, and Russia. No? That's from my information. No? There are other small suppliers, but those are the three big suppliers. In fact, China is buying from the US for their nuclear requirements. So we'll be importing the feedstock or uranium that will be used in that nuclear power plant.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as compared to the raw materials for most renewable energies which are available domestically, we would have to spend our resources to import these raw materials for nuclear energy. And second and lastly for this afternoon, from this representation, Mr. Chair, the chair said earlier that nuclear power is becoming safer. I do remember that one of the main issues against supporting development of a nuclear power program in the Philippines is the still, I believe, unanswered question about the disposal of the radioactive waste. Has any section of the nuclear energy industry anywhere in the world actually already settled that question, Mr. Chair?
No, Mr. President, just to be blunt about it, there's no way of disposing nuclear waste. You can only store them in safe facilities, and that's also one of the learnings that we picked up in Austria when we went there. In fact, in Finland, they built this huge underground storage facility about 800 kilometers away from their city. So, in short, there is no way of disposing it. Some countries are recycling it so that they can use a portion of their nuclear waste, but to permanently dispose it, there's no country that can do that. There's no available technology yet that can do that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So technology is evolving, but some aspects of some technology, like of nuclear energy, cannot evolve far enough to really substantively settle the issues. And again, as compared to renewable energies, for which we don't have to build those storage facilities that will outlive the lifetime of our generations. Kahit nga po yung half-life of the half-life of the half-life ad nauseum ng mga radioactive waste na yon will outlive all of us in this session hall at kahit yung mga anak at mga apo natin kumpara sa anumang waste na ma-generate ng renewable energy technology. So I will join with the minority leader that the monies that have been spent so far, even for the to pay our debt from the Bataan Nuclear Power Plant, na kahit po nung panahon na binenta yan sa atin ng Westinghouse, outdated na po yung model na yun. It was not being used on the US mainland anymore. So even before that nuclear technology further evolved, I join with what the minority leader has expressed, that the money spent so far or wasted so far in the past and being spent now are really more optimally. Kung pag-uusapan lang natin yung economic viability and benefit, much, much better spent to add to what the Senate President has said earlier, public spending for renewable energies. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair, Mr. President, and Minority Leader.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Risa. Well, what I learned from this industry is all technologies will have their pros and cons. For example, intermittent power such as wind and solar, they're susceptible to nature, no? And there's no technology yet that can balance them efficiently, except for batteries, at least for now, or gas. No, but as we all know, batteries is still quite expensive, and they're not as efficient yet. But batteries, the prices are going down exponentially also. So that's why I always view the quest to a clean energy system is a transition. No? It's really a transition. There's no available technology right now that we can use, and tomorrow it's carbon free. No? Because all of these technologies will have their own pros and cons. So this is also one of the things that we funded actually under the DOE budget in 2022 is to jumpstart our energy transition study. No? Because it's really, we have to really study this very carefully in terms of what technology we can use for the transition and eventual goal later on. The debate on nuclear is raging. It's time immemorial, but because of the desire to achieve a carbon-free future, nuclear is now becoming in fashion again. No, that's why, because nuclear doesn't emit any greenhouse gas emissions. So that's why some countries are rethinking their policy. Countries such as Korea, France. In fact, when we went there, minority leader, I remember clearly, their policy at that time was to get out of nuclear. But because of the Russian incident and also because of climate change, they rethought or changed their policy in nuclear, and they're now the Senate President has had a discussion with them that they are now embarking into more nuclear because of climate change. So we need to study this very carefully. There's no quick answer for now. That's why research is important, and that's why we need to fund research to know the direction that the country should go.
May I just share on the discussion, or be part of the discussion? On the issue of small modular nuclear reactors, when we had a chance, we went to visit the EDF office, and they showed us the design. They're still years away. They said the only small modular nuclear reactors will be operational by 2031 or 2032, 10 years from now. And that's a 200, I think, megawatt. It is experimental, hindi pa siya commercial. So, medyo matagal pang usapin ito. So we have to look at other alternative sources of energy. But one thing we have in the Philippines, Secretary, I think this is very important. I had my meeting 2 days ago for lunch with the New Zealand former Prime Minister of New Zealand, Helen Clark. And she was representing here a group for sustainable mining. It's a regulatory body, a international regulatory body that sets the guidelines for responsible mining. And she says the Philippines now is now the darling of the mining sector because it has the most number of components for battery battery production, which is copper and nickel. But ang sabi ko nga, I said to those that I talked to, can we just not extract it from the ground? Can we also build the batteries here? Right now, we're sending it to China in boat loads. Can't we do the manufacturing plant in Surigao, for example, or where there are big mining deposits in Caraga? That would be a good undertaking, Mr. Secretary, if you can get industrial battery manufacturers who build the batteries for Tesla and all that. If you can get them to come to the Philippines, set up shop here, there'll be more jobs for our kababayans in these mining areas, more sustainable, and I think that would be a great industry to look into, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick point of information that I want to share to the Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. President. And that's also part of the reason why we converted the electric vehicles law into an electric vehicles industry law.
There you
So
go.
that we will be promoting the entire electric vehicle industry to include the manufacture of batteries. No?
Fantastic.
Yeah, so and the secretary told me that the future, well, this is on the other side. No? The future of clean energy will be based on extractive materials because obviously batteries, the
Yes.
components for batteries will be based on those precious metals that is needed to make batteries.
Yeah, that's why I'm for sustainable mining. But at the same time, we want these communities to enrich themselves. And hindi lang yung mga may-ari ng mina ang nagiging bilyonaryo. Gusto natin yumaman din ng taong bayan sa mga areas na ito. And putting the plants there, I think, would be a great idea so that they can have a value added to the extracted mines, to the products that they're extracting from the ground. So yun lamang po, I just wanted to share on that point.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for those insights. And it's, I think, we had a rare opportunity of interacting with the French nuclear regulator as well as the operator, and those are the insights that we need in order to have a healthy debate on nuclear.
Oh, it's a bit complicated. I think we really have to study it further. I was very gung-ho about it until I went to France. And when I went to France and I spoke to the regulators, I spoke to the developers, it's not as easy as we think it is.
Yeah.
It's a very difficult, complicated process, and security-wise also. You know, it was so difficult for us to enter the plant, EDF. Kami ni Senator JV, kulang na lang, binody search kami. We had to take out all our stuff. We had to go through 3 security checkpoints because of possible, they were worried of possible terrorist acts. So talagang napakaigpit. Iniisip ko lang, sa security checkpoints lamang, kung kaya ba ng Pilipinas yan. Napakaigpit. Talagang nakapakaigpit. So sabi ko, it's something that we still have to discuss. But yet, if you want to put up a wind turbine plant, you want to put a solar, it can be done in 18 months. So that is something that we should push forward, Your
I
Honor.
agree, Mr. President. That's why I'm also quite gung-ho with renewable energy because I see that, of course, it will improve our energy self-sufficiency in the long run. But again, it's a transition, so we need to balance the pros and cons of different technologies. And tama kayo, Mr. President, hanapin na lang natin yung pinakamahangin na lugar. No? O sa atin, doon tayo magpatayo.
Oo nga.
Maraming mayabang.
Kaya maraming windmill sa Guimaras. Guimaras, nakatutok sa amin sa negosyo.
Because
Lagyan din natin yung Negros. Ha? Tanong mo mga staff ko, sina
Why
GP,
it's
sina
windy?
Carlo.
Why is it windy?
Malakas
Mr.
ang hangin
President?
dun.
Because-
Dinadaanan ng hangin dun.
Nature, Mr. President. Nature.
Galit sa atin, taga Negros, ha?
Mr.
Ako,
President.
taga Negros ako before Bukidnon. So, any other, Minority Floor Leader?
If I may continue, mga last three topics na lang siguro, Mr. President. Kasi,
Parang
but this
binagsak-
one I will pursue.
Mr. President, parang Secretary Lutilla didn't give you a good grade nung college.
And kalimutan ko na rin kung ano. But this topic was introduced by the Senate President himself, yung open access market.
Open access market.
Okay, open access market. Okay, what are the obstacles to achieving that? Is it law? Is it law or is it ERC regulations? What's wrong? How can we achieve that? Open access market.
Yeah, actually, Mr. President, we do have the ARCOA, the Retail Competition Open Access, although it's not yet at the household level as we want it to be. I remember when I visited Singapore, a condominium owner there can choose on where to buy electricity. No, so, for example, if you are someone who wants to buy from renewable energy, he can go to a renewable energy supplier and buy straight from there. If you want gas, you can buy straight from there. Right now, we're still at the 500 kilowatt level. The aspiration is to go all the way to the household level, but we need to address some technicalities first, no, because there'll be stranded contracts. But those are one of the things that we flagged during the budget hearing, and ERC is now studying on how to bring it all the way down to the household level. So us, consumers, we can choose. If we want to buy from wind energy, if we want to buy from solar energy, we have the freedom to do that.
Ang nangyari kasi, Mr. Minority Floor Leader, the problem kasi there is we don't have also WESM market. They only have a WESM in Luzon. We have no WESM in the Visayas or in Mindanao. So, and that's where the bulk of the renewable energy projects can be developed. If we had an open we have an access to all the grid. Let's say Mindanao. Maglagay tayo dun sa Davao Oriental ng wind energy, Your Honor, Mr. Minority Floor Leader. We can sell that power technically to Luzon. Problema na yun, wala eh.
Yung cable.
Wala, we're stuck. Everything is island bound.
With the permission of the Minority Floor Leader. Mr. Chairman, just a follow-up question on that. What would it take and how long would it take for us to be able to bring that option down to the consumer? Because I remember when I was in the US, it was a trip with a foundation that was into environment conservation. I just noticed that my family, a lot of them were on the side, kumbaga parang real estate. Nagbebenta din ng ganon. Going, so my cousin who was tagging along with me in my meetings, everybody she met, she would offer, do you want to buy this? You want to get this? Tapos syempre, pag unang pasok, mababa, di ba? But because I was there with the environmental group, sabi sa akin, at the end of the day, pare-pareho lang yan. Inuunahan lang ng something attractive in the beginning. But the point is, if you wanted to shift because of policies of a certain company that you appreciated more, like they had a better renewable mix, then you would want to do that. So yun lang, how long and what would it take for us to be able to go in that direction?
Yeah, Mr. President, it's good that that Senator Cayetano experienced that, but I also saw that in Singapore, no, and they're bundling. For example, if you buy from this generation company, they'll bundle it with, let's say, free gym membership. No, depending on your lifestyle. Depending on your lifestyle. So it's being done in many jurisdictions, and ERC is tasked to do that. And according to our chairperson, their goal is to pilot it in certain areas within a year's time. So hopefully in 2023 we'll see it in one area. Admittedly, there are some technical depending on your lifestyle. So they have to replace the meters. They have to review the stranded contracts. There are some technicalities, but it can be done, no? Because it's being done in other countries, and that's what we need for renewable because people are getting more conscious about green energy. And if I, yeah, Jeff, if consumers can choose straight, no, then that's a big boost for renewable generators. No? But right now they have other mechanisms, but the goal is to go household level.
Chairman, just to answer, I'm just seeking an answer to our point earlier with Senator Coco Pimentel. May we ask the Secretary in the ERC on that access nga, the open access and the interconnectivity between Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao. May timelines ba? Because sa panahon pa ni President Duterte, nagpapangako yung distribution utility natin. Or transmission utility.
Yeah. Well, Mr. President, good news is Western Mindanao will operate end of the year.
I heard that last year. Last year, it was malapit na. Summer. Tapos naging, tapos na election.
Yeah.
Tapos, so ano na talaga? End of the year? Next year? What is...
End of the year, kaya?
I've been hearing that for the last 5 years. Yung Western market in Mindanao.
Yeah, Mr. President, the commitment of IMAP. Are you with IMAP?
No, since you.
The commitment is by end of the year, Western Mindanao will be fully operational, and I am.
Hallelujah, hallelujah.
Yeah, and they will not wait for the interconnection anymore. So that's a good news. The Senate President is from Mindanao, so he's very
Yes.
passionate about that. The bad news is the interconnection between Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. That interconnection should have been completed by end of the year, but because of delays from NGCP, it became uncertain. No? So we have a new Energy Regulatory Commission chairperson, and she's already been flexing her muscles in making players accountable. It's accountability. No, you promise to finish it this year, you have to finish it
Dapat
this year.
mag-gym si Attorney Mona. Mag-gym para lumaki yung muscles niya.
Yeah, but
Kailangan pakita niya yung muscles niya.
Mr. President, she's already been talagang exerting a lot of
You have our
effort.
support, ma'am, because that's the only way to go. We have to interconnect Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao.
Yeah.
That's the best way.
So the department will come back to us on the definite timetable on when the entire country will be interconnected. Hopefully by next year. No?
Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you for the inputs. Alam mo, Mr. Secretary, we're spending 2 hours na on your department. Hindi naman dahil sa pinapahirapan ka. Actually, because we are having, or we might have, an energy crisis. Actually, this is really to highlight the importance of this department and the the agencies connected or attached to this department. So, andito po kami para tumulong. Pero ang tanong, Mr. Chairman, let's say, in-approve na natin yung mga budget nila, lahat. Billions itong pinag-usapan natin. Sa mata ng consumer, anong pa rin yung presyo ng kuryente? Bababa? Parehas? Tataas? So in effect, siguro, meron ba tayong medium term or near term, medium term plan on how really to, number one, prevent the escalation of energy, electricity costs, or even lead to the decrease in the per kilowatt cost of electricity?
Yeah.
Kasi yun, ang topic natin ngayon, budget. Approve na yan, pero ang crisis natin is yung reklamo eh. Reklamo sa baba eh. Reklamo ng ating mga kababayan sa mahal ng presyo ng electricity. Meron ako napanood sa news yung sa Batangas, di ba? Batangas, pinapakita pa nila yung resibo nila, times 3 ba, times 5. So, yun, budget, even if we approve, but anong epekto sa ating mga kababayan?
Well, Mr. President, not to come up with scapegoats, but definitely what happened in Europe affected us. We have to also bear in mind that we import half of our energy requirement, so we're susceptible to global price shocks. But in the short term, no, the Energy Regulatory Commission is already undertaking measures to make sure that the charges are reasonable and not overpriced. No? Three things that they're doing. Number one is they're undertaking the regulatory reset for utilities and the transmission line, and that will bring down electricity prices in the short run. They're also reviewing the power supply agreement, the PSAs, and this is a call from our Senate President. I remember in his first privilege speech that he called on the regulator to review the PSAs because there are some PSAs that are not attuned to the current price anymore. And then the operation of the WESM in Mindanao will also improve electricity prices in the short run. Of course, in the long run, the department is moving towards energy self-sufficiency, so we will not be susceptible to global price shocks. The recent policy on allowing foreign companies to own 100% of RE, no, will spur RE growth in our country, and that will improve our self-sufficiency in the medium to long run. So the goal here is to be self-sufficient, so we won't be susceptible to price shocks and to global headwinds. And hopefully, in the next 6 years, we'll see some improvement in our energy self-sufficiency.
So, in the matagal pa po, it's hindi siya near term, let's say it's a medium term
Yeah.
plan in the next few
I
years.
think
in the next few years could qualify to be a medium term plan. No?
I think the reset, the PSA review, and the WESM operation will see some encouraging signs within 12 months. No?
Okay. So, tignan pa natin sa next budget
I cannot
cycle.
say how much, Minority Leader, but I think we'll see
Siguro.
some encouraging signs.
Siguro, can we ask the ERC now to print the per kilowatt hour costs or costings as of this date para sa next year's budget, tignan natin, budget cycle, na print na natin, na fix na natin yung cost, tignan natin kung bumaba o tumaas.
We'll give you a benchmark on this day.
Yes. For our guidance next year. Kasi narinig ko marami tayong rini-review, pero yun na nga, but when will the reviews end and then when will the benefits be felt? Kasi sabi ni Mr. Chairman, making sure that the rates are not overpriced and that they're reasonable. Biglang naisip ko, what if they're reasonably high? So the plan is really to bring them down, di ba? Kasi yung income po ng ating kababayan eaten by inflation and then hindi tumataas. That's why there's a call now for a legislation sa a national minimum wage kasi yun na yan.
But Mr. Chairman,
na po ito
another positive move is the ERC already started coming up with the IRR for the Lifeline law that we extended and we reformed. No? Before, the Lifeline subsidies being given are given to condominiums, but with the new law that we enacted, it will now go straight to the poorest of the poor. No? So we have now a mechanism to locate where they are and to give subsidies if necessary. No? So this is a targeted system for electricity consumers.
So a lot depends on the ERC in the setup of our energy, administration. A lot depends on the ERC. So tama po tong committee report natin. Dinagdagan natin ang budget ng ERC.
Apo. So apo,
full support to the ERC, but if changes in the legal regime, in the laws are needed, we are always our offices are always open for the ERC and other practitioners in energy law can always submit to us some ideas kung paano. IPIRA, I think, is the pivotal law involved here, Mr. President. Ngayon, Mr. President, sayang, patapos na sana ako, but the chairman mentioned the about renewable energy. Is it the position of the Department of Energy that foreigners can own 100% renewable energy projects?
Pursuant to the DOJ opinion.
Yes, Mr. President, pursuant to the DOJ opinion, Mr. President.
The DOJ opinion, which is based on the constitutional provision. Saan ba yung constitutional provision? Article 12, Section 2, okay, which mentions the sources of potential energy.
Genetic.
Ito pa, Article 12, Section 2 of the 1987 Constitution. All lands of public domain, waters, minerals, coal, petroleum, and other mineral oils, all forces of potential energy, fisheries, forests or timber, wildlife, flora and fauna, and other natural resources are owned by the state. Diba? So, dito yata nakafocus yung DOJ opinion on all forces of potential energy. Because we're missing the next sentences here na yung kung saan yung reserved to Filipino citizens and Filipino corporations. But hydropower is renewable energy. Yes.
But if
Yes, when
you extract water, that's 60/40. But if after you have extracted and it's in a dam, and the generation is generated, then it's 100%.
Yes, Mr. President, hydro is hydro is renewable energy.
correct.
And the way legally, it was differentiated is if you extract water, then it falls under the 60/40 rule. No? But if the water has already been extracted, for example, it's in a dam or a pond, then then it's open to foreign investments.
The generation of
The
power.
generation of power through the use of the potential energy in the water in the dam. Yan pa.
Yes. Great.
Okay, but that's subject to this is just DOJ opinion, but definitely there may come a time when this will be contested in court kasi yung phraseology nga ng constitution natin. Waters, nandito rin yung waters, which is separated by a comma from the all forces of potential energy. So, okay, so I'm just pointing this out, Mr. President, that ako mismo, I'm not so sure of the 100% validity of the said DOJ opinion. There is also some other reasonable interpretation of the said constitutional provision, which that one requires full Filipino ownership of the exploitation of so-called waters, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the minority leader being a legal luminary and a bar top-notcher, I'm sure the lawyers in the department and the regulator and DOJ is closely listening and taking notes, and they'll be looking at your statements and opinions, Mr. President.
Okay, Mr. President, gusto ko pa sana magtanong sa PNOC-EC and PNOC-RC, pero ano ba yung i-collapse? Ano ba yung, what's the plan for these two subsidiaries of the PNOC, and what will happen to them? Is there a proposal to collapse them, PNOC to absorb them?
Yeah. Well, Mr. President, that's also part of my personal opinion that PNOC as a whole, including EC and RC, has really lost its track in terms of direction. And the secretary um, just mentioned to me that that's part of the review. And the direction of the department is to put it on track, meaning the direction is to achieve energy security, achieve energy self-sufficiency, explore more oil and gas so that we can have options in case Malampaya will,
Runs
in the
out,
case Malampaya runs out. So the department is in the process of putting direction to PNOC, Mr. President.
Sige, so thank you for that. And then sa ERC, siguro ano na lang siguro if they can just give me an explanation or an elaboration of this news item I just read. Kahapon ba yung kaninang umaga yung NGCP parang criticized ERC and DOE. You're controlled by the same business interest, mga ganun. So,
Well, Mr. President,
Just,
that comes with the territory, Mr. President.
sagutin na lang ito kasi binasa ko yung news report pero medyo baka malalim-lalim na issue to. So just maybe,
Yeah, but
yes, can they tell us what's the general dispute all about? Mr.
yeah, well,
President?
it comes with the territory, Mr. President. If you remember, Mr. President, you're also privy, and Senator Binay was also there, that that DOE issued a policy on contracting reserves, ancillary reserves. And to date, NGCP has not yet contracted those. No, and there's also method. There's also a process to contract that. One of which is through competitive selection process that has to get the approval of the DOE. In short, NGCP did follow that policy. No, and the regulator is tasked to enforce that policy. And since the regulator found out that NGCP is not following the policy, they penalized them. No? 5 million lang. It's actually not so much, 5 million pesos lang. But the message there is you have to follow policy and you have to follow the rules. And that's why I mentioned earlier that ERC has been really flexing their muscles and also holding the industry players to account. It's important because if they will not follow policy, there'll be chaos. And if there'll be chaos, us as consumers will be affected. No? And the ancillary services, the ancillary reserves are very important because that's a buffer that the system can requires and the system can take in case power generation goes down. No? So meron siyang reserba doon. But since it's absent, tayong delikado doon when generation goes down. No? So that's in essence, that was the backstory, Mr. President.
So, so thank you for that, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. So, we just spent 2 hours, interpolating on the budget of the energy sector or the energy family. Ang isipin niyo po, we spent those 2 hours because we want to help you achieve or accomplish your mission or your tasks. And in the case of energy, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, dito ko masasabi na the test of the pudding is in the eating. Ano ibig kong sabihin? Dapat makita ng kababayan natin na affordable ang presyo ng kuryente. Kung pwede nga mataas na bumaba. So, andito po kami, magtulungan po tayo rito. Pati ang minority, hindi nyo kalaban dito, hindi nyo critic dito. We will constructively cooperate so that we will achieve that goal to make it affordable. Yung affordable, very subjective. So, kailangan gamitin nating point of view is yung mga naghihirap na daily wage earner, unemployed, or ang tinatawag na
Marginalized.
yung line, ano sabi yung kanina? Lifeline raters, etc. So, tulungan po natin because once we help the poorest of the poor, not by accident or by coincidence or by result, natutulungan na rin natin even the middle class and all those above the poorest of the poor. So thank you. My time is over. I'm now yielding, Mr. President.
Thank you, Minority Leader, for those. And in fact, the DOE has a list of 10 pieces of legislation, all designed to protect the consumers, lower down electricity costs, and achieve energy security. And I think they'll be submitting to us those lists so we can study and hopefully support those pieces of legislation.
Thank you. I will proceed since the presiding officer is shaking hands with our other colleagues. Mr. Chairman, with your permission, can I
Yes.
just go ahead? I will just add 2 minutes to the 2 hours of our minority floor leader. I have full support, I have full trust, no, and the chairman has my full, both the chairman and
You get high grades from Secretary Flotilia.
tinatanong pa ba yun?
Yun. Yan.
Anyway, let me proceed, Mr. Chairman, no, for brevity. For the benefit of our energy team here, I chair the Committee on Sustainable Development. Mr. President, I acknowledge myself.
No, absolutely. You're more senior than me. You can acknowledge yourself anytime, ma'am, anytime.
No, we follow procedures, Mr. Thank you. With the permission of the gentleman, Mr. Secretary, I am sure you know that I chair the Committee on Sustainable Development, Innovations, and Futures Thinking. So I am your woman. If he's your man, I'm your woman. So SDG 7, syempre for props. For sure, alam nyo na yan. SDG 7 is affordable and clean energy, ensuring access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for all. Interestingly, when I looked at this in more detail, this is SDG 7, no? 7.1 states that by 2030, we ensure universal access to affordable, reliable, and modern energy services. So wala akong nakitang clean. But that is in 7.2 pala. By 2030, increase substantially the share of renewable energy in the global energy mix. So I suppose renewable, usually yan na nga yung clean, ano? But I just thought it was quite interesting that 7.1 is affordable, reliable, and modern. You would think when you say SDG, it's all about sustainability. It's all about renewable, no? Because for the 18 years that I've been a senator, I work very closely and I admire very much the advocates, no, for clean energy, for renewable energy. Mr. Chairman, you've met a lot of them. And if not for them, I mean, the advocates are really the people who push us in that direction. We may not always be able to give them everything that they want when they want, but a lot of times they're the ones who provide a light, no, in dark tunnels. So on that note, yun nga, I wanted to emphasize na affordable, reliable, and modern. So, saan yung clean? Saan yung ano? So, I remember, and this is where my question comes in, because I said 2 minutes, and I'm probably at 1 minute and 59 already. During the briefing, no, the very first hearing that we had, the secretary showed us the mix of energy. I remember that, and I think I took a picture. But I'd like this to be put on record here during the budget. Na ano yung current mix, and what is that mix that you want to achieve?
We want to achieve the targets of 35% by 2030.
Renewable.
Renewable, and then 2030, and then 50%. Yes.
So 35% by 2030.
Right.
Yeah. Right now, ang tayo?
Right.
Less than 20.
20, alam ko na 20.
29%.
And kasama na rin dyan, Mr. Chairman, yung question ko, coal, am I correct, is the cheapest? But I read it's really going up also, no? So
Yeah.
is it still the cheapest?
No more.
No more.
Right now, kasi the per metric ton cost of coal is about 400, coming from $30. So just imagine
So what's the cheapest now, Mr. Chairman?
Renewable.
Renewables.
Renewables. Oh, there, how interesting, no? And you know, I've always believed that parang a lot of times when it comes to policy, it's a matter of timing. Like,
Yeah.
wala tayong masyadong ginawa, but suddenly it is now the most affordable. So that's good news for everybody, no? So anyway, let me allow you, Mr.
Yeah.
Chairman, to report.
Just to answer the query of the gentle lady from Taguig, The current energy mix right now is 43% coal, 14% oil, 12% natural gas, and 29% RE. So the target of
29, was that 29?
29.
Okay.
And the target of the department is to reach 35% RE by 2030 and 50% RE by 2040. And
Sorry, the 35% by 2030
30.
and then
50% by
By-
2040. So
Ah,
that's the
okay.
target. And the ERC, the regulator, has already started doing this. In fact, I'm also privy to Chairperson Mona's research on how to achieve this. In fact,
Okay.
he's the one who designed this, no? So we raised the requirement for RPS. This is the mandatory purchase of utilities from RE from 1% to 2.5%.
From
So
1% to 2.5%.
So in short, if I'm a utility, I have to buy 2.5% from RE.
Now,
Uh,
that
So-
is very new. This
That's very new.
Okay.
Just came out a
Okay.
few months ago, no?
And is that going to increase further?
Yeah, that's they're studying that, no?
2.5, we get to 35%.
That's the if we keep to 2.5, we will reach that 35% and 50%, no? But they're also studying to
I think it was-
possibility to increase it if possible because it's a mix, so we need to
Yeah.
study it very carefully.
Okay. And this already takes into consideration that renewable is already the cheapest, or it might even fast track it.
No, di pa, no.
Though
This-
pa, so it may
Yeah,
even be fast
correct.
tracked. Okay.
That's that. You're absolutely correct. In fact, this study, when I saw this, 2019, 2020. But you're right, no, the circumstances have dramatically changed.
Sige.
So in fact, market forces will probably push RE up because of the high price of coal.
And I think it would be good to put that on record so that the public understands. And there are things that are within our control, there are things that are not. So if things stay the same, then what would the trajectory be? If it changes a little bit, what would it be? So that we can also explain this better to the advocates. Anyway, Mr. Chairman, I won't take any more time. I will be happily briefed and updated by the energy team on the requested legislation so we can assist the chairman. No longer the budget, but our former chairman also of the committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Pia. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. President? Yes, there being no other reservation for interpellation, I move that we close the period of interpellations and consider the budget on the Department of Energy, Office of the Secretary, National Electrification Administration, National Power Corporation, National Electrification National Power Corporation, Philippine National Oil Company, Energy Regulatory Commission be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr. President.
I'm happy to accept the motion of the majority floor leader with there being no objections from our colleagues. The budget of the Department of Energy and all its attached agencies, including the ERC, is hereby deemed submitted. Congratulations, gentlemen and ladies of the energy sector.
Move for a minute suspension, Mr.
Before we do that, Your Honor, I believe okay na daw yung problema sa Governance Commission for Government, Owned and Controlled Corporations. You think we can already, we
Mr.
consider that?
President.
We consider
That we consider the budget of
the Governance Commission?
can't find it here, Mr. President. Just give
The
me.
Governance Commission for Government, Owned and Controlled Corporations. Yun yun.
Yes, Mr. President.
Yes, there being no objection, motion's approved.
Yes, Mr. President, with the consent of the body and considering that there are no questions to this agency, as this agency which no colleagues of ours have registered to interpellate. and
Okay na
upon-
po yung problema nila ni
Yes,
Senator
Mr.
Villar.
President.
Okay, I
it
just
was
want to put
already
that on
been,
record.
coordinated, Mr. President. And so I move that the budget of
The Governance Commission for
Governance
Government-Owned and
Commission
Controlled
for-
Corporations.
Yes, Mr. President, be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the aforementioned GOCC is hereby, the budget is hereby deemed submitted.
So, President,
Session
I move for a
suspended
minute
for 1 minute.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture and with the consent of the body, I move that we consider the budget on Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development, the Office of the Secretary, Human Settlements Adjudication Commission, National Home Mortgage Finance Corporation, National Housing Authority, and Social Housing Finance Corporation. And recognize the distinguished sponsor, no other than our Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros, and to interpolate, no other than the Minority Leader of the Senate, Senator Coco Pimentel. I move that they be recognized, Mr. President.
Yes, first of all, there being no objection to the motion of the Majority Floor Leader, the budget of the Department of Housing, Human Settlements and Urban Development is in order. And welcome to the Senate, to our housing officials. Welcome to your Senate. And of course, we recognize our Deputy Minority Floor Leader for her opening statements, if she has any, after which we can recognize her Minority Floor Leader. So it's, yes.
Thank
Please,
you.
please proceed. Thank you.
Salamat kaayo, Mr. President. I would like to welcome the new members of the DSUD family, led by Secretary Jose Acuzar, and our DSUD undersecretaries and assistant secretaries, our Pag-ibig CEO Marilyn Acosta, NHA General Manager Joe Bentay, NHMFC President Renato Tobias, SHAFC President Federico Laksa, and Attorney Galicia of the Human Settlements Adjudication Commission. Mr. President, dear colleagues, the new appropriations of the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development approved by the House of Representatives in the GAB stands at 1,451,726,000. There was no change from the 2023 NEP. This can be broken down into 1,042,798,000 for the Office of the Secretary and 408,928,000 for the HSAC. Your subcommittee recommended that an additional 50 million pesos be given based on the agency's request to allow the DSUD to more effectively fulfill its mandate. The Senate recommended budget for the agency now stands at 1,451,726,000. The other key shelter agencies' budgets include 2 billion for the National Housing Authority and 500 million for the Social Housing Finance Corporation, or SHAFC. There are no changes from the GAB budget approved by the House of Representatives. In our previous committee hearing on this DSUD budget, we urged the agency to obligate all the funds that remain unobligated and disburse the funds that can be disbursed, to seek implementation partnerships with LGUs and the private sector so that underspending can become a thing of the past. And finally, to start the dialogue with DBM so that they will know, the DSUD and the KSAs will know how to methodically develop a portfolio of projects that will be immunized against underspending. Having said that, Mr. President, this representation is ready to answer questions, first of all, from my good minority leader on the 2023 budget of the DSUD and Key Shelter Agency. Salamat po, Mr. President.
So ano yung gina-finance sa background?
Thank you, Mr. President. With your permission and the chair's permission. So we are now tackling the budgets of the Office of the Secretary of the Department for Housing. Shortcut na lang po natin yung department name. Human Settlements Adjudication Commission, NHA, and then the Social Housing Finance Corporation. Are we missing one or any agency in the housing family na walang, I think yung National Home Mortgage Finance Corporation is.
Yes, Mr. Chair, and I mean, Mr. President
Did
and
we-
good Minority Leader,
did we-
thank you for noticing that.
Did we pass
In the 2023 NEP, it is 0 pesos for NHMFC.
And the committee report retains the amount.
Yes, Mr. President.
Well, can we know, or may we know why it's 0 in the NEP and then the committee does not recommend any change? 0. Bakit? Bakit? Sa NEP, 0. 0. So 0 sa NEP. Ito. Isa na lang ito. Ito na lang yung the entire housing family. Ito na.
Pero, lumaki po yung budget ng issue yung 540 million.
Oh.
Mr. President, the NHMFC informs us that they still have a balance for fiscal year 2022 at inabisuhan po sila ng DBM that they may still spend it until next year. I'm getting the exact amount of the balance, Mr. President.
May balance pa daw.
Okay. So, magkano pang hindi pa na-release? Full amount. Issue cost natagdagan ng 50 million wide. Sa COMREP, sir. 50 million.
Kailan? Nasaan eh?
Mr. President, apparently, the situation is even more maybe remarkable. The full amount appropriated of 1 billion pesos has for fiscal year 2022, as mandated by the GAA, the 1 billion has not yet even been released yet to the NHMFC.
Is the 1 billion for the NHMFC the entire budget of the agency for the year 2022?
That is correct, Mr. President.
Don't they need to pay employees?
Take out of, yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Housing loans from socialized housing.
So, ano pala sila?
Mr. President, for GAA items like the PS, the NHMFC takes it from their corporate operating budget. Ito pong 1 bilyong piso ay para kapag i-reimburse sila when they take up loans, Mr. President.
So, do we call this a subsidy?
In
Subsidy?
effect, it is a subsidy, Mr. President.
Okay, so not yet released. So in effect, do you need it? Or don't you need it?
They need it, Mr. President. And they need it and they will be able to use it until fiscal year 2023.
Okay, so our
Kaya hindi
corporate
po sila nag-request.
ano ma'am?
Kaya po hindi sila nag-request ng
Hindi na sila
additional
nag-request.
item for 2023 dahil inaasahan pa rin po nila at magagamit itong 1 bilyong piso.
So the COB of the NHMFC for 2023 amounts to, including I'm sure you included already the 1B, di ba? In your corporate operating budget, o hindi separate natin para mas maintindihan.
Hiwalay po
Sige
yung
sige
COB at saka itong 1
Yung
billion.
COB po ninyo,
Pero for fiscal year 2020, yes, right? Okay. Mr. President, the corporate operating budget of NHMFC for fiscal year 2023 amounts to 3,081,265,000 pesos.
ano nangyari? Okay. Okay, 3 billion, around 3 billion?
3 billion, Mr. President, 81,265,000.
Okay, thank you for that. How about for 2022, the year where you were expecting, di ba? This year, 2022, you were expecting a 1 billion peso subsidy which has not been released. So ano yung COB po natin?
The 1 billion pesos subsidy apart, the COB of NHMFC for this year, fiscal year 2022, is 7 billion 600.
7?
Okay. I stand corrected, Mr. President, including the 1 billion peso subsidy. The total COB for NHMFC this year, 2022, is 7,645,632,000 pesos.
Sige. But it's a matter of fact that the 1 billion has not been released.
That is
Okay,
right,
sa
Mr.
klaro yun.
President. Opo.
Okay, so ano pong naapektuhan? Kasi meron tayong corporate operating budget. Siyempre, we are naka ano na yun, 7.6 yung nakaplano for the calendar year. Ano po ang naapektuhan?
Naapunuhan po muna namin yan, saka namin kinukuha dun sa 1 million. So, ibig po sabihin kung maliit lang po yung mga loans na natin.
Okay ka lang, hindi ka na-injure. Kasi nag-rest ka na.
Ang kulang, 67% wala naman po masyadong sa aming budget sa operations. Beso sa loob. Opo, don't take on.
Mr. President, dahil maliliit pa lang yung loan takeout for this year, hindi pa na apektuhan yung 1 billion pesos. So intact pa rin po iyon, and the NHMFC has been advised by DBM na pwede pa rin po nilang gamitin yon pang-reimburse sa mga loans na iti-take out hanggang susunod na taong 2023.
So sa COB po ng NHMFC, meron silang loan portfolio. Ganun ba yun?
That is right,
And
Mr.
how much would that be, for example, out of 7.6 billion? We just want to understand how you plan your budget po.
The agency is getting the exact amount, Mr. President. It's larger than the 1 billion pesos.
Yun na. So kaya para makita natin. So, and they did not need it.
They don't
Because
need it yet. Pero naka-secure na sila ng advice from DBM na pwede pa nilang gamitin hanggang 2023 kasi may expectation ng NHMFC that they will need it until next year.
Kaya if you don't need an amount in your loan portfolio, this means that the expected borrowers number of borrowers did not materialize. Ganun po ba yan? Anong difference nito sa housing finance fund? Ito pautang ito sa check na check mo. Sinong borrower nito?
Kasi sabi ng BDM,
Pwede
pwede
naman
niyang
hanggang
gamitin
next
sa
year.
2023. So, hindi na po kami. Meron na po kami. Pwedeng
Okay. Mr. President, tulad ng sa mga proposed budgets ng iba't ibang departamento at ahensya, posibleng dahil din sa impact ng pandemic, pati po sa housing sector, at dahil secondary mortgage ang pinamumunuan or pinangangasiwaan ng NHMFC, hindi umabot talaga sa magnitude ng 1 billion pesos yung ipinasok ng mga originators. Pero yun na nga po, kaya humingi na sila at nakatanggap ng advice mula sa DBM na they will need and they may still use yung kalakihan na balanse mula dun sa 1 billion pesos hanggang sa susunod pang taon.
Anyway, what we have established is the fact that NHMFC is getting zero from the GAA for 2023 and they're not complaining. Okay. That is what
That is correct,
important.
Mr. President.
They will survive.
Opo.
Pero malaki po ang pagbaba, ano? So 7.6 corporate operating budget, 3 billion without the 1 billion, but if we include it becomes 4 billion for
Okay.
next year. Yan po ang ano nyo.
Yes,
Opo.
Mr. President.
So yung drop na yun, can that be explained ba? How could this particular corporation operate in one calendar year, 6.6 billion yung expected nila, expenditure, and they will survive it most likely with 6.6 billion. And then for next year, 4 billion is also enough for them. That's a difference of 2.6 billion. So anong difference yung
Pareho lang. Pero mukhang
grabe, parehas muna ninyo eh.
explanation na. Pero kasi yung accomplishment.
Tapos, since we will be operated during the pandemic, hindi naman po pwedeng magsarado. Mga alcohol, mga yung mga ano po namin, pati yung mga empleyado, so we had to provide po some sort of shuttle service for them. Tapos yung mga ganung pandemic response po. Kaya, and we were also allowed din po kasi by DBM to purchase vehicles po kasi for the shuttle service. So kaya po medyo yun po yung malaking items na mag-explain to bank bumaba.
And kung tanongin, pwede nyo ibigay po amount
Being-
of such items. Apo. Mr. President, during the past year or this current year rather, nagsagawa din po ng mga cost-cutting measures ang NHMFC. Gayon din dahil ito ay pangalawa o halos pangatlong taon na ng pandemic, they had to spend for some pandemic supplies. At isa na po doon, siguro isa sa mga mas malalaki, ay bumili din sila ng ilang mga sasakyan para sa shuttle service sa kanilang mga empleyado bilang bahagi din ng kanilang pandemic response. Dahil tama naman, hindi naman sila pwedeng magsara ng kanilang mga housing programs kahit pa may ganong health emergency na nag-obtain.
Sige po, thank you. Anyway, yun naman, basta na-establish na natin yung fact kanina.
Nga po.
So, nakita ko po itong slide during the presentation of the department. Actually, we're missing one member of the family, the housing family, which is the HDMF, the Pag-ibig Fund. No? So, the fact is the Pag-ibig Fund does not receive, also, is that correct, Mr. President, does not receive funding from the national budget.
That is correct, Mr. President,
okay.
but still our Pag-ibig CEO, Marilina Costa, is also present in order to help this representation entertain any questions from the colleagues.
But just like in the energy sector, where the PNOC does not receive a single centavo from the GAA, they present their corporate operating budget. Do we require the Pag-ibig to present their corporate operating budget?
Gobyerno to, di ba?
Pero Pag-ibig hindi. Opo. Iba, Mr. President, ang Pag-ibig kaugnay ng DSUD sa PNOC sa kaso ng DOE. Dahil in the case of PNOC, it is stated in the law that they are required to be approved by Congress. Iba po ang kaso dito sa Pag-ibig.
Okay, but kahit dun sa kahit sa DA may mga attached corporations, they ask for subsidy, which theoretically the subsidy can be zero, but still we look at their COB. So in the case of Pag-ibig, will there be an objection if we ask for a copy of the fiscal year 2023 corporate operating budget of
Wala
the
naman.
HD?
Wala naman pong objection, Mr. President, kung hingiin ito ng Minority Leader sa Pag-ibig.
For the for and on behalf of the Senate, para po na kasi we will treat you like how the other GOCCs are treated. Napasubmit din po sila eh. Just in case gusto lang po namin tignan.
Yes, Mr. President, hihingiin po natin iyon.
Ang problema, Mr. President, nung budget hearing po natin, na-remind ako ng staff ko, humingi din ako from Pag-ibig eh, ng mga details on the contributions of informal income earners or association, report on the Globe Asiatic scam, affected members. Itong NHA, hindi naman to sa kanila na, no? Hindi na. So yun. Ang information sa akin, wala pa rin submission. Kaya nga I'm worried about this latest commitment to submit eh.
I'm starting to hear, Mr. President, na ipinadala na, but with the information from the Minority Leader, I'm double-checking that. Kasi kahit po itong representation, naalala ko po nung budget hearing na iyon, malinaw na hiningi yun ng Minority Leader at malinaw ding sinabi ng Pag-ibig na ipadadala nila. So please just give me a second to double-check.
Kasi ma'am, after approval of everything, next year na ulit tayo magkikita. Di pa paano ngayon yun.
That's right, Mr. President.
Baka obsolete na yung information na gusto pa natin makuha.
Okay. Okay. All right. Salamat. Mr. President, I'm holding a copy of a letter from Pag-ibig Fund dated 9th November, addressed kina Honorable Aquilino Pimentel III and Honorable Risa Ontiveros, attaching first, the status of Pag-ibig Fund's marketing campaign to the informal sector and other earning groups o OEGs. Secondly, Group Land Acquisition and Development Program o GLAD program. Thirdly, developers with wholesale loans with Pag-ibig Fund. Fourthly, the Globe Asiatic Realty Holding Corporation incident. Fifth, updates on the GARCI, Globe Asiatic accounts in Pampanga as of 30th September 2022. And sixth, policy reforms to safeguard the fund from another GARCI incident. I could ask Mr. President Pag-ibig to send another copy to the good minority leader. I have here a received copy received by Mr. Angelo Bamba as of 10th November 2022. But as I said, Mr. President, I can get another copy for the good minority
Okay,
leader.
okay na po yun. But is it today, no? Today?
Yes, Mr.
Hindi ko
President,
naalaman
that is
date na yun
correct. Apo.
So thank you for the action of the HDMF. Ngayon, Mr. President, in the scheme of things sa housing sector natin, this is from the slide they presented. Sa financing side, we will have HDMF, NHMFC, tsaka SHFC. Ngayon, can we get the what's the at least yung Pag-ibig Fund, alam na natin yung layman's notion of what is its function. Pero can we have a layman's distinction on NHMFC and SHFC?
See.
Okay. Apo.
So, paano i-distinguish?
Si SHFC, Social Housing Finance Corporation, gets 500 million for the
That's right, Mr.
2023
President.
budget.
Apo.
Can we get ano ba yung service nila to the public? Sino po yung siniservisyohan nila? Ano po yung basic difference lang po, yung madaling matandaan kung para maklaro po sa ating mga kababayan.
Salamat. Yes, Mr. President. The Social Housing Finance Corporation or SHAFC focuses on the Community Mortgage Program o CMP. At ito in partnership sa mga originators, lalo na mga informal settler organizations. Samantala po, ang NHMFC ay gaya ng nabanggit po kanina ay nagfo-focus po sa secondary mortgage.
Secondary mortgage would be parang guarantee? Guarantee ba yan? Secondary mortgage? I mean, parang anong meaning ng secondary mortgage? Hindi naman practice dito.
Okay. Mr. President, by secondary mortgage, ibig sabihin, ang NHMFC ay nagfa-function para mag-replenish ng funds at para suportahan yung liquidity.
Whose funds are being reported?
It's a liquidity facility, Mr. President. Okay. Pwedeng sa kapwa key shelter agencies ng NHMFC or sa mga developers, taking from the mission of NHMFC, it is to sustain the liquidity and affordability in the housing market through the strengthening of secondary mortgage operation, upscaling of products and services, and stakeholders' satisfaction.
So, sa mas madaling salita po, ang na-encounter po ng publiko ay si SHFC,
Opo.
hindi si NHMFC.
Opo, Mr.
Tama po.
President. Mas madalas na makaengkwentro ng publiko o ng housing customers or clients, lalo na po sa socialized housing, ang SHAFC through programs like CMP.
CMP,
Opo.
yes. Okay, so ito pong mga budget po natin medyo reasonable naman sa si OSEC 1.09 billion, Housing Settlements Adjudication Commission 408 million. Alam naman natin yung function nun. Ito yung mga disputes ng mga homeowners amongst themselves or against them amongst themselves, and then the buyers of residential lots versus developers, mga ganun po, ano? Or
Opo,
even
Mr. President.
even condominium na units.
Opo, Mr.
And
President.
then the
We could-
NHA 2 billion. Oh, katakataka nga ang pagka-reasonable nito, kaya nga ang tanong ko siguro nga bakit ganun nga ka-reasonable yung pagiging NHA give. And then Social Housing Finance Corporation 500 million. Sa slide naman po ng department, production of the housing units NHA.
Yes. But Mr. President, before we move to
yes.
that slide, Minority Leader, salamat sa pagpansin na reasonable o pwede po nating sabing masyadong reasonable. Opo, ang proposed budget for 2023 dahil in this context, ang synonym po ng reasonable ay napakaliit actually, Mr. President. Dahil ang 2023 NEP po na 3.9 billion pesos ay 48% lower kesa po sa 2022 housing sector budget na ngayong taon ay 7.6 billion
3.9.
pesos. At ito pong 3.9 billion 2023 NEP, 4% lang po siya ng kabuoang 2023 proposed budget at 1/30th ng actually proposed budget ng DSUD at key shelter agencies na 95 billion 980 million, Mr. President.
Yung committee report po natin increases the OSEC budget by 50 million.
Yes, Mr.
Para saan po yun? Para lang po malaman po natin.
Yung napaka-reasonable o mga maliit ding augmentation po na iyon ay para lang makapurchase ng dagdag na sasakyan ang OSEC para mabigyan literally ng mobility ang mga personnel nila sa iba't ibang key shelter agencies sa kanilang mga programa.
And this department is a new department, relatively new
It's
department.
relatively
How-
new, yes.
How old is this department?
Mr. President, this department is only 3 years old,
3 years
Mr.
old.
President, dating to 2019. And ito pong yung dinagdag po na 50 million pesos ay kalahati lang sa aktual na 100 million pesos sanang dagdag na ni-request nila. So
Na
napaka-reasonable din
Sige po.
lamang po.
Kaya nga po ako mapapatanong ngayon because sa slide, ang production ng ating housing units ay assigned sa NHA. Yun ang sabi ng ating slide. Policy making regulation would be the department, financing would be HDMF, NHMFC, SHFC, adjudication of the disputes is HSAC, and then production is NHA. Ngayon, alam niyo po, Mr. President, sinubukan kong aralin yung budget ng NHA, nahilo ako eh. Hindi ko talaga naintindihan paano. The goal is to reduce the housing backlog currently pegged at 6 million units, more or less, lagyan na natin dyan, and produce housing units at the rate of 1 million housing units a year
Opo.
for the
6
next 6 years.
Opo.
So kung 2 billion ang hinihingi divided by 1 million, kano po yun? 2,000?
Opo, Mr.
Kaya nga,
President.
so
At dahil
that means may budget na hindi nakikita sa GAA.
Opo.
Ano po yun? Magkano din po yun? At pati ba kung isama na natin yun sa 2 billion na nasa GAA, kaya bang matugunan yung yung stated goal na 1 million housing units a year?
Yun nga po, Mr. President, yung innovative and audacious vision ng ating bagong secretary ng DSUD na isang modest fraction o percentage lamang ng kabuang nakikita nilang kakailanganin para humabol po tayo, isara natin yung housing backlog of 6 million units. So para sa 6 na milyon ding pinakamahihirap na pamilyang Pilipino at the rate of 1 million housing units per year for the next 6 years. Maliit lamang po yung hinihingi sana nila sa pamamagitan ng GAA to constitute a rental subsidy, or sorry, interest subsidy, Mr. President. Pero yung mas malalaking portion na gustong immobilize para dito sa bold and audacious plan ay mas po nakikita nila, targetin po nila mula sa partnerships nila sa private sector at gayon din isang bahagi sa ating mga local government units.
Hindi, Mr. President, but the mere fact na the stated goal is to produce 1 million housing units.
Opo, per year.
The production unit is NHA. NHA is given 2 billion. Okay, for the year 2023, that means NHA's real budget is more than 2 billion. So how much is it? How much funds can NHA access during fiscal year, calendar year 2023? Outside of the 2 billion from the GAA.
Okay. So binibigyang diin po ng DSUD Secretary na oo nga, sa loob ng Key Shelter Agency sa ilalim ng DSUD, ang NHA ang in charge ng production ng mga housing units. Pero dito sa kanilang vision ng isang bagong 4-piece, Mr. President, pambansang pabahay para sa Pilipino program, ay talagang nakikita nilang kapartner nila maging sa production ng mga housing units, yung mga developers at yung mga local government units.
So sa bagong planong ito, na bagong 4-piece,
Nga po.
ilan po ang naka-assign kay NHA na i-produce niya sa 1 milyon na plano? Kasi siyempre,
So ilan?
3 million to 60.
Over the next
Yeah, because
years.
that's the number of close probably.
Mr. President, ang target na iaatang ng NHA sa kanyang balikat ay 1.3 million housing units in the next 6 years. Opo. So kung hahati-hatiin po natin yun, that's about 200,000 plus housing units per year.
sige po. So at least klaro na. So sa 1 million natin na target a year, 200,000 responsibility ngayon yun ng NHA,
Opo.
800,000 sa private developers.
And LGUs, Mr.
And
President,
LGUs,
na parehong
Okay.
tinitignan na partners ng NHA o ng DSUD sa programang ito.
So kung 200,000 per year ang sa assigned, nakatoka sa NHA, is that 2 billion subsidy sufficient for that? Ano bang tawag natin sa housing units produced by the NHA? Socialized or economic, low cost? Ano pong proper term, Mr. President? Ano bang tawag? Socialized? Ang tawag? Economic? Tatlo yan eh. Alam ko tatlo. May low cost.
Mr. President, ang tingin ng DSUD ay magiging kapartner ng NHA, yung mga private developers din, or yung private sector rather, yung private sector, Mr. President. Sa ganong klaseng partnership, parang developer na rin ang NHA in partnership sa mga private sector partners niya.
Bago itong bagong 4-piece, si NHA constructs units, housing units on its own. Tama?
That is right, Mr. President.
Are we changing the entire plan? The NHA will no longer be constructing housing units on its own. It's always in partnership with private developers. Ganun na ba ngayon?
At least, Mr. President, sa bagong planong ito, bagong programang ito, in the next 6 years, na balak talagang habulin at isara yung housing backlog, NHA will no longer be alone sa production ng mga housing units na ito.
Di ba maghalo ang pera ngayon ng 2B sa 2B from national government to NHA? I-mix niya ngayon sa pera ng private developer? Ganun po ba?
Pero maghahalo ba daw yung tubig sa funds from NHA?
Parang
Hindi maghahalo. Okay. Hindi po maghahalo yung pondong 2 billion na iyon for this year, Mr. President. Patuloy pong magpo-produce ang NHA ng housing units sa socialized housing, opo. And then in partnership with private sector and LGU, they will produce even more housing units.
So pagka-socialized housing unit, NHA, by itself,
NHA pa rin po, opo.
Under the law, ano po yung may costing, alam ko yung may cost ng housing unit, under socialized housing, under the law po, ano po yung ceiling amount po nito?
Sa ngayon po, ang ceiling ng NHA para sa construction ng socialized housing ay 580,000 pesos per unit.
Sige. Okay. So, tama po ba yun na I only use the amount of 2 billion divided by 580,000? That is the expected number of socialized housing units that NHA can produce or will produce in 2023?
And that is correct, Mr. President.
So the funds available to NHA is just really the 2 billion? Wala pong parang balance of government funds in the custody of the NHA?
3,000. May 5 billion, may 5 billion funding from other.
Cash ba yan? Hawak pa nila?
Kaya Mr. President, dun sa bagong 4-piece program or plan, hindi NHA lamang ang aasahan every year for the next 6 years. Talagang at ngayon pa lang ay may mga groundwork na ginagawa na ng NHA within DSUD, may mga groundbreaking na nangyayari, may mga pagpipirma, pagdadraft ng MOU, may mga initial engagement para sa pamamagitan po ng partnerships nila with the private sector and LGUs, in effect, ma-multiply yung production ng housing units na kasama ang NHA.
Basta ako, Mr. President, of course, I'm fully supportive of my deputy minority leader who's defending the budget, the reasonable budget requests of the agencies in the housing sector. Yun lang, dapat siguro ipaliwanag lang po itong bagong 4-piece. Ang tawag ni Chairwoman is the new 4-piece. Paliwanag lang natin how this will really work. Kasi kung maintindihan po naman ng legislators yan, full support kami dyan. If it will reduce 1 million of the 6 million housing backlogs a year. So, I think nag-ano nga kayo, si Secretary, nag-inaugurate na yata kayo ng mega housing unit dun sa Marikina. Malapit nga sa bahay namin yun sa Marikina eh. Yun lang ako, nabasa ko sa news report, the part of the plans would be building structures at 20 floors high, mga ganun. So I hope we subject this to brainstorming, pati yung dapat may contrarian dyan eh, na yung mga worst case scenario, i-discuss din po ninyo.
In fact, Mr. President, in addition po dun sa binanggit niyong nabalitaan yung ang groundbreaking sa Marikina, additionally sa NCR o Luzon in general, meron na rin po silang groundbreaking sa Quezon City at sa Bataan Province. Sa Visayas po, meron na po sila sa Bacolod, sa Iloilo at sa Rojas City, at sa Mindanao meron na rin po sa Iligan City.
So kung naka-groundbreaking na po, Mr. President, aminin nito, secured na ba yung funding for all of those structures na ground break natin?
Ayon po sa DSUD, Mr. President, almost secured na po yung funding na kailangan para sa mga ito.
Okay. And the funding goes beyond the amounts in the GAA.
That
Yun
is
na
right,
yung
Mr.
klaro.
President.
Yes. Mr. President.
If I may interject, Mr. President, I fully support the current initiatives of the incumbent DSUD secretary. We all know that in dire need of funds, even with that situation, he's been trying to be financially creative, talking to several banking institutions. And I think, Mr. President, there was even a communication coming from President Marcos himself that idle government lands should now be utilized as part of the housing program. So we have to fully support all of this. There are pending bills concerning the rental subsidy program. The current secretary is in favor of in-house settlement, resettlement programs inside. So this would equate to more housing programs within the NCR region. And in a brief conversation with the secretary, I even intimated that San Jose del Monte should be considered as part of the on-site resettlement area, being within the fringes of Metro Manila. It's a bedroom community of Metro Manila. So alam po natin na kahit maliit yung budget, Secretary Acusar will be able to deliver and dilute that 6.5 million housing backlog within the period of 6 years. Just an interjection, Mr. President.
Maraming salamat, Mr. President, sa good gentleman from Cavite, pati sa kanilang pagbanggit nung rental housing na mode na advocacy rin po nitong representation since the previous DSUD administration, at masaya po ako na ito ay china-champion din ng ating DSUD secretary ngayon. Pati po yung pagbibigay halaga nila sa prinsipyo ng on-site in-city relocation na china-champion din ng ating DSUD secretary, maging sa usapin ng mga public lands dito sa NCR. Additionally, Mr. President, para sa mga punto na nire-raise ng Minority Leader kanina, yung interest subsidy po na binanggit ko na sana ay masasagot ng GAA, ay pero hinahanap pa po talaga ang source kasi 36 billion pesos sana ang kakailanganin. At ito sana kung magawan sana ng paraan ng Kongreso ay para tumaas din po yung kumpiyansa ng partner agencies in the private sector. Dahil yung interest subsidy po na iyon, in fact, would constitute yung counterpart ng gobyerno sa bold and audacious program na ito.
Sige. So just one final point, Mr. President. Konkretong example na. Pasukin na natin yun para makita natin kung paano mag-work yung plano at kailan mararamdaman yung benepisyo. So yung mega housing project po natin sa Nangka, Marikina, which I can easily check. Lalakarin ko lang yun. Maabutan ko yun eh. Okay, nag-groundbreaking na po. Ano pong plano doon? Ilang structures? How tall? How many stories? Paano finance? Kasi hindi galing sa GAA yun. Sino po ang naging financier noon? And then, kailan po yung PETSA na meron na talagang mag-move in para to benefit from the units, condominium units that we are constructing?
Schedule niya kay
Apparently, Mr. President, yung pong nag-groundbreak sa LGU Marikina sa Nangka ay thank you project na tinatawag ng developer. And within 2 weeks ay magsisimula na yung
Within 2 weeks,
thank you. Thank you, project.
yung foundation, Mr. President.
So what does it mean, Mr. President? Ano yung thank you project?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Huh?
Para
Thank-
take 2 na mishear ko yung salita. Turnkey.
Turnkey.
Turnkey project, Mr.
Kimbe.
President.
Naalarma nga rin ako doon.
Parang yung na-mishear natin, Mr. President, yung salitang mayorya noon.
Baka Bisaya yung nagkikwento sa'yo, kaya naging thank you.
At Ilonggo pa ako, Mr. President. Pasensya po. Turnkey project po yon ng developer, yung sa Nangka, Marikina.
Kina-clarify ko po yung even yung correct term na, turnkey.
Turnkey,
Pero
opo.
that means that kompleto sa kabayaran. Okay, kompleto. Sino magbabayad po?
Project ng gobyerno to.
Ang mga beneficiaries po, Mr. President, ibebenta nila sa bangko. So dito na pumapasok yung audacity ng bringing the private sector in sa bilang partner dito. And then yung bangko po ang magbabayad sa developer.
So merong nag-risk or nag-advance ng amount to finish this structure. So private po
Totoo
yun,
po,
private
Mr.
company. Okay, so
Private
ano na yun,
entity, Mr. President.
dealing with the department na yun, trusting the department na po yun. Okay.
That's
Yung
right,
lu-
Mr. President.
Yung lupa po doon sa ating Nangka, Marikina housing project, Sino po may-ari or dinonate po ba ito?
Pagmamayari nga po ng LGU Marikina City, Mr. President.
Did the LGU need to donate it to the department or it stays with the LGU?
It stays with the LGU Marikina City, Mr. President, bilang bahagi ng kanilang land banking program.
Okay. Is the private developer protected in any way, just in case plans do not go, anong tawag ko doon, as planned?
They are protected or it is protected, Mr. President, sa bisa ng MOA na pinirmahan nila with DSUD. And ngayon pa lang sa mga LGUs na meron din ganong MOA or MOU sa DSUD, may 12 na po kabuuan sa NCR at Luzon at may 4 na po sa Visayas.
Basta the protection is there in the
The
MOA.
protection is in the MOA, Mr.
Pwede
President.
yung may kahingi po ng copy ng MOA para lang
Definitely, Mr.
for
President.
the Senate's record.
Yes, sir. I-furnish
So
po ng
meaning
DSUD.
to say, ito na lang po, ano? Tapos na yung project. Let's imagine tapos na yung project. Who awards, who determines the beneficiaries?
LGU din po, Mr. President,
LGU
mag-identify sa kanila.
By lottery?
Selection by lottery ba?
By lottery or determined na po sila ngayon palang petsa?
Yung LGU na po ang in charge sa identification ng beneficiaries, Mr. President, pati yung paraan ng pagtukoy sa
So
kanila.
totally delegated na po yan sa LGU. Okay.
Sila rin po kasi ang magme-maintain ng building moving forward, Mr. President. I mean, yung LGU. So, totally nasa kamay po nila yung pag-identify ng beneficiaries.
So, yung pagbabayad po sa developer ay kanya-kanyang negotiation na po yun ng ultimate beneficiary? Kasi naghanap tayo ng, di ba, sa bangko lalapit sila, kanya-kanya? Basta intindihin nyo na lang. Ha?
Bibigay sa bangko.
Ano lang sila? Anong tawag doon? Yung gitna, parang sa korporasyon, sinama sa anong tawag? May ganun. Hindi aggregate. Di ba? Yun ang
Kaya papayag yung bangko. Bibigay yun ba? Kaya nagigit pa. Pag kita mo lang,
Sa developer.
hindi nagbayad mga business sa bangko.
Sa bangko.
Bibili ko din ako.
Sabi nga niya naman ito.
Kasi meron ka kang nakatali. Kaya sa
Okay. Sa huli, Mr. President, ang DSUD ang magbaback up ng lahat. Kasi ideally, kung paano aandar itong bagong 4-piece program sa pabahay, kunyari meron ng 100 beneficiaries sa isang 100-unit na housing building or structure, yan ay kunyari in the magnitude of 1 million pesos ang halaga sa bawat unit, yung kabuang worth 100 million na iyon ay in effect, ibebenta sa bangko. Then yung bangko ang magbabayad sa developer. If ever, for any reason, hindi babayaran ng bangko sa developer, ang DSUD ang magbaback up niyan kasi meron nga pong rental subsidy. Kaya ganun kahalaga sana yung counterpart ng gobyerno sa pamamagitan ng GAA through the rental subsidy. I'm sorry, Mr. President. Lagi kong nagkakamali sa terminong yun. Interest subsidy, Mr. President.
Okay, so that's an important cog in the machine or a part of the plan.
Yes, Mr. President.
We have already initiated the execution of the plan kahit wala pa po, hindi pa po natin siya nakikita o naaamoy. So, and then the secretary tells us na meron na pong developer as far as that Marikina is concerned.
Yes, sir.
Tataya
Opo.
na talagang ano niya.
Opo. At may mga groundbreaking nga po na napipinto na. Bukod sa mga groundbreaking na ito na palapit ay may mga mas marami pang area na may MOU na ang DSUD at higit pa dun sa mga LGUs na nag-execute na ng MOU with DSUD ay may dagdag pang mga LGUs na may initial engagement ang DSUD para makumbinse din sila mag-buy-in sa programang ito. Sa NCR at Luzon, may 7 pang LGU na may initial engagement ang DSUD. Sa Visayas, may 6 pa. Sa Mindanao, may 10 pa, Mr. President.
So what is the, ito na lang po, last point. What is the expectation of the department that in the 2024 budget, may bulk amount po tayo ron na 36 billion na ilalagay as our interest subsidy? Is that the expectation of the department?
Apparently, that is the expectation, Mr. President. Dahil ngayon pa lang, pinag-uusapan pa lang natin yung pag-finalize ng budget nila na may napaka-modest na counterpart for the interest subsidy, ay meron na po silang mga proactive steps na kinukuha with various LGUs. Nagsimula na po silang kumausap sa mga government financial institutions at kakausap din sila sa mga bangko sa private sector. And hopefully, Mr. President, ito po ay pag-asa din po nitong representation. There will be proof of concept within this following fiscal year 2023 para mas malakas pang mai-argue for a less reasonable, a bigger budget for the DSUD para sa ganitong bagong 4-piece program sa pabahay para sa taong 2024 naman.
Well, at any rate, Mr. President, I just want the housing sector the housing family to know that lahat naman kami fully supportive of your plan to reduce the housing backlog. Siguro nga, you're the right man for the job. You're bold, you are imaginative. Kung conservative na tao ilagay mo dyan, siguro nga ang housing backlog hindi bababa, tataas pa, no? But even if we are really thinking outside of the box, we are being courageous, bold, daring, innovative, pero let us at the same time be careful kasi yung mga expectations, yung hopes po ng ating mga kababayan, ayaw naman natin na we ultimately sold them a piece of the blue sky. Ayan naman gusto nila is talaga, a roof above their heads. Yun naman ang objective natin dito eh. So, siguro, please understand me if I'm taking the conservative approach para lang mayroon ding tumatapak sa preno. Kundi baka naman tayo ma-overspeeding din eh. So ganun na po yung role natin dito sa ating gobyerno. But if that's the program of the Marcos administration, we will see it in the proposal for the 2024 budget. Kasi titingnan po natin sa NEP. If the NEP really already includes that missing cog, that missing piece of the plan, then that means the president has you have the president's full support, no? So ganun po. Sa ngayon kasi parang hindi reflected sa NEP yung 36 billion interest subsidy na. So makikita po natin yun sa 2024.
Partly din, Mr. President, kasi nung umupo na si Secretary sa DSUD, medyo nasa advanced stage na yung budget making process. So medyo naghahabol din sila. Kaya rin, at salamat sa Minority Leader, Mr. President, sa pag-appreciate nila sa boldness ng Secretary. In a way, taking a calculated risk, pero hoping na mapatunayan yung soundness ng ganitong klasing plano so that mas maagap din silang makahingi ng higit na suporta sa atin next year. And just to correct myself, Mr. President, earlier may binanggit nga po akong for interest subsidy, 36 billion ang kailangan. But here, just to revise that, Mr. President, for 2023, 10 to 15 billion pesos din lang sana ang kailangan. So even more reasonable, even smaller, but I'm happy, Mr. President, to share the good Minority Leader's hope also with his wise words, no, na the DSUD can make its case even stronger para po sa susunod na budget debates na.
So ngayon lang po natin nalaman yung 10 to 15 na in-adjust pala. Kasi nung committee hearing natin, 36 pa rin yung pinag-usapan natin, 36 billion. Hindi tuloy na-accommodate ng committee. 50 million lang po yung na-accommodate kasi 36 billion. Sayang kung nasabi sana, but it's still a big amount na syempre hindi rin makommit ng committee yon. 10 to 15 billion. But does that mean that we adjusted also downwards the 1 million housing units that targeted?
Mukhang hindi po, Mr. President. Ganun pa rin po yung target. Dun sa tanong ninyo,
Bakit
Hindi, 30, ano ba yung interest subsidy in terms of just as a 10 to 15 billion. Magagawa yun. Hindi nila ginawa. And
So kaya po in-adjust down ng DSUD, Mr. President, itong item, na-realize nila na papasok lang yung pangangailangan para sa item nito kapag na-construct na po yung mga housing units na yun. Saka magkikick in yung... At kapag ito important kapag tinake out na po sa bangko, just to set that whole bagong 4-piece sa pabahay program in motion.
pagka tinake out na, and then since
po.
almost all of them will be turnkey basis, fully constructed.
Almost all po, Mr. President. Opo.
Is that the plan? Turnkey? Yeah, that's also a part of the plan. For the plan to work. Turnkey, lahat.
Yun po, yung turnkey po na mode or ay bahagi po ng plano, Mr. President.
So, before I end, siguro, Mr. President, mag-appeal ako sa NHA to explain to us better yung budget nila. Hindi ko talaga po maintindihan. Kahit ilang beses ko. Not now. I mean, but they're requesting for 2 billion. Yun na nga. So, disappointed naman ako doon kung 2 billion divided by 580,000 and that's the number of it. So talagang that means zero balance si NHA. That's the entire funding of the NHA. 2 billion lang. What they get from the GAA.
Dahil kung i-divide po natin, Mr. President, that's just a little over 3,000 housing units for the next year.
That's correct.
But this representation, Mr. President, will request the NHA to submit in writing to the minority leader.
Because
further explanation.
I've read a briefing na iba-ibang mga figures to kaya hindi ko nga ma-reconcile eh. Ang claim doon that the NHA has access to a big amount. So ayusin na lang po natin. Siguro if the NHA can find the time to explain to me and my staff or to any senator who's interested to understand better the NHA and its budget.
Yes, Mr. President, I will request the NHA to set that meeting with the minority leader and other interested colleagues para po malinaw yung mga malalabo pa na usapin.
So I reiterate our pledge of support for in your quest, Mr. Secretary, to pababayin yung 6 million housing backlog kasi 6.5 na according to Senator Tolentino, mas updated to because he's directly in touch with the PSA. He knows the statistics, the relevant statistics. Senator GB knows that. He has direct line to the PSA. He can ask them ano yung housing backlog, 6.5 million units. So, at saka ano po yun, part of giving dignity, human dignity is a roof above your head. Diba? It immediately gives you dignity kaysa sa you're insecure about where you live or you don't have a permanent address. So iba po yun. So we are fully supportive of you. Pero understand our role, sir, Secretary. Just understand our role. Thank you very much. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President.
Maraming salamat, Minority Leader,
Thank you very
Mr.
much.
President.
Minority Floor Leader?
Tama ba ako, pare?
Maybe just one concern while we're waiting for the Majority Floor Leader. Who is the NHA National Housing? Is he the one beside you, ma'am?
Yes, Mr. President, President Joe Bentay.
Yep, Madam Chair, we just like to request sana because we have the and everybody knows our airport project in Bukidnon that we've started 6 years ago in this chamber. Meron po kaming konting naiiwan na lang na housing backlog sa mga na-relocate natin sa ating airstrip. I think 20 homes na lang, no? Can my staff, David Son Torres, visit your staff para they can just work it out?
Yes, Mr. President.
Thank you, ma'am. Madam
GM
Chair.
Tay is setting it up now for his staff to meet with Sir David Torres to
Thank you.
resolve this.
Kasi ayaw natin na matanggal sila na wala silang relocation site. That's very important to me. But they've already built several homes. I'd just like to announce. We funded several homes there and they did it very, very well. May covered court. Ganda. Very good community. I think Sir David should, Sir, si Chairman of the NHA should visit that area as well one day. So thank you. That's my only concern.
Salamat kaayo, Mr. President.
My staff is on his way there to see the NHA group. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, this juncture may move that we recognize the father, Mr. President, of the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development, our seatmate brother, Senator and Deputy Majority Leader, Senator J.V. Ejercito, for his manifestation instead of asking questions, Mr. President.
As per his kuya, the nickname is Goody. The Goody.
The good
Goody
one of the
JV
Senate.
Ejercito. Yes, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Parang parang cartoon.
Goody.
Anyway, because of the numerous departments still that have to be heard today, of course, just like to make a manifestation that being the principal sponsor of the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development here in the Senate, there is nothing more important or fulfilling than for us, to see that this should will be successful in the coming years. No? There is a tall order, 6 million ang backlog natin, no? If I'm not mistaken. And at the time that we were writing or drafting this measure, it was only 2 million at that time. Ang bilis, exponential. No? So we really have to think out of the box, and I'm hoping that through Secretary Acosar, yun yung inyong mga ideas, no? Very aggressive, very I think it's out of the box. Baka ito na nga yung maging sagot. And ang dilemma nito, Mr. President, Senrisa, you know this, that every year the housing program receives one of the lowest, no, sa budget natin. And we're hoping that next year's budget under the new administration, since housing will be one of the priority programs of the administration, that we can hopefully increase. Kasi 6 million eh. If you would divide the 2 billion by today's standards, yung pong cost natin, as you said, 3,000, that will hindi po natin mababawasan. In fact, that will again multiply, no? Kung hindi natin madadagdagan. So hopefully, I think ang ano lang dito, the key here will be financing, no? What you're thinking with the help of the private sector, and also collection. Being from the LGU before and being in our experience, napakahirap kasi mangolekta. Minsan yung mentality ng tao kasi, pag gobyerno, ayaw ng bayaran. Pero pag yung sa mga landlord, sa mga informal settler communities, they pay. No? But I think the success of the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development lies in the financing, in the funding side, and collection. Sa akin po, ang target natin, the success of the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development, our aim, dapat wala nang tawaging squatter sa sariling bayan. That will be our ultimate aim. Pero, ganun pa man, wala rin dapat libre because we have to collect so that we can build more houses. Diba? Kahit konti, kahit 500 pesos a month, 800 pesos a month, we have to be able to collect so that we can use that fund to be able to build more houses. So, yung revolving fund, I think that will be the key. Yun lang hopefully yung in-city, near-city housing. I think that will be the key because through the years, we have seen yung vicious cycle na itatapon sa malayo, no? Walang malayo sa kabiasnan, malayo sa educational facilities. So, ang nangyayari, iwanan din, mag-squat muli. So, that has to end. We have to think of township development. Kaya nga human settlements and urban development, the Department of Housing lang. It should be complete with access to healthcare, to education, to transport hubs, and livelihood. So that's all, Mr. President. Be rest assured that we're hoping that we can get more funding and more budget next year. In 2024, we can improve so that we will be able to address the tall order. Talagang tall order, 6 million backlog eh. No? But hopefully, with the President's support, starting with the declaration that idle lands will now be used for housing. Malaking bagay po yun, Madam Chair, no? Because in our experience in San Juan, as long as the LGU would provide the land, the NHA or the department can build eh. Kumbaga parang joint venture. Ang mabigat kasi portion yung land, yun yung mahal eh. So I think it can be done. Has been done in Valenzuela, in San Juan, in other um, cities. So hopefully magawa rin sa mga urban areas. So be rest assured that you will have our support. But of course, as the principal sponsor of this measure, of course we have to perform our oversight function to make sure that the department will go on in the proper direction. So that's all, Mr. President. Thank you, our Deputy Minority Leader, for taking the cudgels of defending the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development. Thank you.
Thank you to our
Maraming
distinguished
salamat.
colleague.
Maraming salamat, Mr. President. Good gentleman from San Juan. Maraming salamat sa ama ng DSUD sa kanilang pagpapaalala ng mga prinsipyo ng housing and urban development at yung mga components na kakailanganin talaga para magtagumpay itong audacious na 4Ps para sa pabahay program. Yung isa pang paraan, Mr. President, na pwedeng ipahayag yung paalala ng good gentleman from San Juan ay na yung layunin natin ay lahat ng minimum wage earners magkakabahay na. So, and this representation will continue to count on the support aside from of the minority leader of the good gentleman from San Juan moving forward sa pag-champion nga po ng pagcha-champion ng DSUD, no, sa interes ng ating mga participants at partners sa housing. So maraming salamat po, Mr. President.
Thank you very much to the father of the housing department, JV Goody Ejercito, and to our chairperson. Yes, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I make the proper motion, I would just like to put on record that this representation from the very first day we tackled the bill creating this Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development, we have been very supportive, not only because we believe the need and the importance of this department, and we also supported the initiatives of our seatmate, Senator J.V. Ejercito. I would just like to put on record that this representation commend the administration for appointing a secretary who is also considered as an expert in this particular issue. And that's no other than Secretary Jerry Acuzar. And we are supportive of his initiatives, his vision. I've talked to him thoroughly today, the whole day, Mr. President. And we're looking forward to his confirmation as well in the Commission on Appointments. Mr. President, there being no other reservation.
Before we act on it, was the problem, Mr. Secretary, Madam Chair, the problem of Senator Revilla resolved? Have they spoken on the floor? I just want to make it clear.
I wanted to put on record, Mr. President, that I was there in my presence, Mr. President, when the good secretary and our distinguished colleague, Senator Bong Revilla, spoke to each other and about certain issues and areas of concern, Mr. President. And the good secretary committed that he will work on it and he will do it, Mr. President.
And
Mr.
therefore satisfied already Senator Bong Revilla's request instead of deferring?
Yes,
Bruce
Mr.
Ora?
President.
Satisfied?
Yes, Mr. President. I was given the go signal of our dear colleague, Senator Revilla, to proceed and even make this motion, Mr. President.
Mr. President,
Yes,
may
Madam
I
Chair.
also add my note of deep appreciation to the majority leader for, yes, Mr. President, for assisting this representation in assuring our colleague, Sen. Bong Revilla, that indeed the NHA will be responding in a concrete and positive way to the very valid issues that he has raised. So I would just want to thank the majority leader and also to add my own reassurance to the good gentleman from Cavite that the NHA will be resolving the matters with him. Salamat po, Mr. President.
And we'd like to thank also the good secretary because he offered any senator here who wants to join to try his casa, ano yun? Las
Casas
Casas.
de Acuzar.
Even if you're single, like Ma'am Pia, Sir Senator, sino single dito? Oo. Pwede daw, maski na single, kasi sa kwarto may kasama kayo, hindi mo lang alam. may kumakalabit sa inyo, hindi nyo alam. Okay. So, joke lang yun, Secretary. I want to visit the place with my family one day. I congratulate you for such heritage conservation. It's really a sight to see. So,
And it's indeed commendable, Mr. President. So
Yes.
again, Mr. President, if may move for the previous question, considering that no other reservation for interpellation, I move that we close the period of interpellations and consider the budget of the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development, Office of the Secretary, Human Settlements Adjudication Commission, National Home Mortgage Finance Corporation, National Housing Authority, Social Housing Finance Corporation be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr. President.
there being no objection to the motion of the majority floor leader to approve the budget of the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development and the aforementioned agencies mentioned by our majority floor leader, their budget is now deemed submitted. Congratulations.
Salamat po, Mr. President.
So session suspended for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr.
Question resumed.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, I now move that we consider the budget of the following agencies: Subic Bay Metropolitan Authority, Office of the Presidential Advisor on Peace, Reconciliation, and Unity, Southern Philippine Development Authority, Film Development Council of the Philippines, National Commission for Culture and the Arts, Development Academy of the Philippines. I so move, Mr. President.
The motion is to take up these measures, these agencies. There being no objection, motion is approved.
Yes, Mr. President, with the consent of the body and considering that there are no questions to these agencies, as these are the agencies which no colleague of ours have registered to interpellate, and upon consultation with the minority leader and the outcome of our all members caucus, may I move, Mr. President, that we recognize the
Heads of agencies.
the heads of the different agencies before we make the proper motion, Mr. President. We have with us the head of Subic Bay Metropolitan Authority, the Office of the Presidential Advisor on Peace, Reconciliation, and Unity, Southern Philippine Development Authority,
Jerry Salap.
Film Development Council of the Philippines, National Commission for Culture and the Arts, and the Development Academy of the Philippines. So, Mr. President, I now move that these budgets be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr.
So
President.
for the record, no one had listed to interpolate these measures. Is that correct, Majority Leader?
Yes, Mr. President.
They have been pressured to withdraw. Okay. That's a false claim.
It is a joke, Mr. President.
False claim.
Yeah,
Yeah, but for the record,
Let
like,
it
for
be placed on
example,
record that the presiding officer is laughing.
yeah, no, it's a
Yeah,
joke.
it is a joke.
Actually, many of these naman are
Shut down.
quite important agencies with small budgets. I think we should even help augment the budgets, for example, on OPAP. General Galvez is doing a very good job when it comes to the peace process. As a matter of fact, we're seeing each other on Tuesday for our intergovernmental parliamentary forum with the Bangsamoro. And of course, Subic Bay Metropolitan Authority, Southern Philippines Development
Subic
Authority.
Bay Metropolitan Authority is being headed now by the former Mayor Paulino, Mr. President, who is here with us.
Yes. Oo nga, nandito siya. I know, may utang yan sa akin. May utang yan sa akin.
May utang daw kayo, Mayor Paulino.
Hindi perang utang, baka sabi ng tao pera. But SPDA, I'd like to make a special recognition of my dear classmate,
Our
From,
deputy, my speaker, Mr. President, when we
Deputy
were in
Speaker.
Congress.
yes, Jerry Salabudin. And he's a how do you say, legendary member of our Congress.
Also a fashionista, Mr. President.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
You can see him, Mr. President.
And
And of course,
FDC.
Tirso Cruz III is here with us, the head of Film Development Council of the Philippines.
Idol. Idol yan. Idol. Sir,
Yeah.
thank you for joining us here. Welcome to your Senate, gentlemen and ladies. So, there being no objection to the motion of the Majority Floor Leader, the budget of Subic Bay Metropolitan Authority, the Office of the Presidential Advisor on the Peace, Reconciliation, and Unity, as well as Southern Philippines Development Authority, Film Development Council of the Philippines, apat ba, lima? Itong anim. National Commission for Culture and Arts, and the DAP, the Development Academy of the Philippines.
Mr.
is-
President, before we bang the gavel, Mr. President, there is just one concern from the
sure.
Senate Minority Leader.
I will withdraw first my
Can we just delete from the list the SPDA?
SPDA. Okay.
We would want to propound questions on the
Mali
budget.
yata yung pag-recognize ko kay Salopudina, legendary. Just kidding. Okay,
The
so let
Minority
me
Leader is
repeat.
not objecting with the
Yeah,
legend,
let me repeat. Subic Bay Metropolitan Authority, Office of the Presidential Advisor on the Peace, Reconciliation, and Unity, Film Development Council of the Philippines, National Commission for Culture and Arts, and Development Academy of the Philippines is hereby deemed submitted. Congratulations. May we ask for a 1 minute?
Yes, Mr. President.
Suspend for 1 minute.
Mr. President, this juncture, move that we recognize our dear Senate President Pro Temp.
For a
May
manifestation.
may I ask for a minute suspension.
Session suspended.
And move for the previous question, I move that we recognize our Senate President Pro Tempore, no other than Senator Lauren Ligarda.
So
Thank you very
distinguished
much.
colleague, Senate President Pro Tempore Lauren Legarde is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know that it is customary that we hear the budget of every agency of government, no matter how big or small. I would like to know whether the Climate Change Commission, which is scheduled today, is present. There are supposed to be 3 commissioners. I know that they are supposedly attending the COP, Conference of Parties conference in Egypt. May I know if the vice chair is present? I know that he is in the hall.
Mr.
But
President,
if they are not complete,
perhaps we can ask the Vice Chairperson defending
sponsor.
the budget, the sponsor,
Sponsor.
Senator Amy Marcos is here. May we know if Senator for the
To the best of my knowledge, Mr. President, Majority Leader, Senate President Pro Tempore, Yusek Borge is in the waiting room, but all the commissioners are absent.
okay. Mr. President, we are in the midst of a climate crisis. Paeng just happened, and the World Risk Index report tells us that the Philippines is the most vulnerable nation in the world.
Yeah.
The World Bank, East Asia regional head had said nothing new. He said that first, climate change is here and now. Obviously, you've been saying that for 2 decades. And second, that climate change adaptation should be done. Hello, since 2007, we passed the climate change law and we've been mainstreaming climate change adaptation and that mitigation must be done. Thank you to the World Bank for saying that, saying something we already know for the past 20 years and we've already been doing. It is not, while it is important that multilateral agencies and financial institutions tell us what we must do, we must know what the agencies of government are doing to make us climate resilient and averse to risk. And therefore, I humbly request, Mr. President, that first the Climate Change Commission give us a report on their overseas trip and every trip before this COP and thereafter. I believe that they must tell us the updates on COP. And I would also like to know how they have mainstream climate change adaptation in government processes, in local governments, how they've coordinated with agencies of government. With our budget of what's the total budget? 4 trillion? 5 trillion budget. How have we climate tagged, geotagged our budget? So these are questions I would like to know. And again, without making it difficult for the life of our esteemed birthday celebrant, Vice Chair, defending the Commission on Climate Change, these are some policy questions I need to know. When I wrote the climate change law in 2007, and it was passed in 2009, there have been many commissioners and many heads of agencies. But with all these changes, there should be institutional knowledge, and we must know in the past 12 years that the law has been enacted into law, what has the commission done, however small their budget is. And so it must be a whole of government approach, a whole of nation approach, a whole of society approach, all these jargon. But we want to know what they're doing. How can we know what they're doing when they're in Egypt? And it is an official trip, I understand, yes. We will wait for them to return home. And we will request them to report to the various committees, not just to the Vice Chair of Climate Change. It affects agriculture, it affects health, it affects infrastructure, it affects education. So we need to know all this. I will therefore reserve my questions for the commission when they return home next week, and with the concurrence of the Vice Chair of Finance for the commission, may I respectfully request that the deliberations on the budget of the Commission on Climate Change be deferred.
To weigh in on this issue, we also request all heads of agencies. I've been Majority Floor Leader for 4.5 years in the last 17th and 18th Congress. And we discussed this with our Majority Floor Leader now, that we only see them once a year. And they only visit us once a year. I think it is respectful enough for them to at least make sure that the heads of agencies are here, at least members of the commission. So I agree with Senator Legarda. I support her
Yes, boss.
position on that, Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, if the,
Yes, thank you very much, Senate President Pro Tempore. I think we all have grounds for the requested deferral, and as Vice Chair for the concerned agency, I accede to that request and agree that there should be a deferral of the Climate Change Commission budget. Thank you.
Thank you very
Mr.
much to
President.
our sponsor. Thank you.
Mr. President, before we act on the motion, I would just like to state for the record that if you look at the President's budget message, Mr. President, on page 6, it's very important that the President himself reminded all of us of the importance of climate change expenditure tagging. And it says here in page 6, sustainability, and I quote, towards green governance, 453 billion of the proposed national budget has been tagged for climate change expenditures of implementing units such as projects for sustainable energy and environmental stability. And I just would like to second the motion, Mr. President, considering the importance of this particular agency of the government on and what we are expecting from them, Mr. President. So to hear that the commissioners are not even around at this point in time, all three of them, is
One is here.
three. I was told three. One is present.
One is present.
Only a single one is present.
Only a single one is
Yusek Borge
present.
is here.
Is
The rest are not here.
When are they coming back?
They're coming back on the 18th, to the best of my
They're not
knowledge.
negotiators. I know that very well.
Yes.
The two commissioners must come home. Can you please ask them to come home? Yes,
Just
because
a reminder, our sessions are only until the 16th.
16th.
yes.
I was about to
Yes.
say that, Mr. President.
They're
So-
not even necessary. I know them very well, and I'm not to be in contrabida. I'll use a colloquial term. They are not negotiators.
Yes.
They are on-site events. They need to come home this weekend. If Secretary Borge, if the Vice Chair is here, why are Rachel and Albert there? What are they doing? They're not negotiating.
So again, Mr. President, I joined the motion of our Senate President Pro Tempore.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was saying that maybe next week we will wait, then we will approve. Now that I see that you are here, so what difference will it make if the two others are here complete? You came home, Mr. Vice Chair, from COP. If you could come home, why could the others not come home?
Let me
They are
reiterate our
not
position.
negotiators. I am certain they are not negotiators.
Let me reiterate our position. This is a once-a-year budget deliberation. If the heads of my personal position, and I hope it's shared by my colleagues, if the head of agency is not here, sorry na lang. Sorry na lang, you have to come back before the end of the budget. And if he does not come home, he or she does not come home at the end of the budget, delikado yung budget nila. Baka mas lasan pa yung
And
budget
because of
nila.
that, may I request Vice Chair Borge, Commissioner Borge, to give me a private message after this. I would like to know what are their appointments between now and the 18th. What's that? 10 days? No, 8 days? One more week? That is so life-changing. Will it bring down the greenhouse gas emissions to 1.5%? Are they fighting for loss and damage? Maybe yes. And maybe you should explain to us. The Vice Chair mentioned of the committee that for the first time, loss and damage is being mentioned in COP. I told her that we've been advocating that for 20 years.
That's
And
right.
industrialized nations would never hear of it. But first time now it's being talked about. Okay, how was the Philippines pushed for the inclusion of loss and damage? What is being done by the Climate Change Commission? I want to know, what are you doing, not just for the 80 provinces, but you should be seated there in every plenary debate so that climate resilience is mainstreamed in every aspect of governance in this country, no matter how small an institution you are. Because when I envisioned the creation of your commission 15 years ago, it was really for policy, just as a policy maker, so that you mainstream climate change adaptation, mitigation, and disaster risk reduction and resilience in every agency of government, not to be traveling ambassadors. But yes, it is important as well for you to attend. And I've joined you in some, but I don't like traveling too much because of many things. But anyway, so while it is important for you to attend all these conference of parties, we have the technical people and the negotiators. Okay? I would therefore ask that they return earlier than the 18th because the Vice Chair, Senator Marcos, had mentioned that they're returning on the 18th yet.
I think the COP27 ends on the 18th.
Yes, but they can come back much earlier because, as I said, they are not our negotiators.
Yes, I'm in full agreement. After all, the survival of their agency depends on their presence.
Yes. And I recall, Mr. President, if I may, we created this agency by law in 2007, passed in 2009. It's a very, very small budget. Nabuhay lang yung mga yan. Ninigyan ko sila ng budget eh. Ngayon, biyahe na ng biyahe kasi ninigyan ko ng budget. So pwede natin tanggalin na naman yung budget na yan para magtrabaho sila at ang kanilang asikasuhin ang mga magsasakat, mga mangingisda at ang mga katutubo na kailangan natin tulungan lalo na sa panahon ng paeng. Mahalaga ang mag-negotiate, pero hindi naman negotiators. At tignan nyo yung, hindi lang po dalawa yan, tignan nyo ang listahan ng mga nasa nag-abroad. Marami po. 20 yata o 30. Tignan natin. Pero iba-ibang ahensya ng gobyerno. Hindi ko sinasabing wag tayo magbiyahe. Mahalaga po yan. Importante lang. Magawa ng report, patingin. Gusto namin matuto sa inyo. Lahat ng inyong mga negotiation, lahat ng inyong natutunan, lahat ng nakilala ninyo, lahat ng mahalagang bagay na hindi pa namin alam. Baka sabihin na naman nyo, parang yung sinabi ng World Bank, the Philippines needs to adapt and to mitigate. 20 years ago po, nakatayo na ako dito, sinasabi ko na po yun eh. Hindi na po kailangan hini-headline yun dahil ito na mga po ang alam natin eh. So, ibang bagay naman. At turuan natin. Natutuwa ako na nag-agree sa akin si Senator Cayetano. Siya. Oo. Yun. Oo. Ano?
Well, the manifestation of our dear colleague, the Senate President Pro Tempore, is well taken. And so therefore, the budget is deferred.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will not apologize for my intervention. What you saw is just passion. I'm not angry. I love this commission. We created it by law. I even created a standing committee which you eventually abolished, but never mind. So, but I love this commission. I just want you to work.
No, naman, not abolished, ma'am. We merged it,
Subsumed.
merged it with
Merged. Okay, I correct myself that you subsumed in, you merged.
we
Yes.
merged it, we merged
So
it.
we will see
Right
the
sizing.
Climate Change Commission with a full report on the Conference of Parties in Egypt, and they will come home before the end, as the Vice Chair has said, of the 18th, because before the 16th on the last day. Yes. And remember, they have the People's Survival Fund. We amended this law to create the PSF. Zero budget yan dati. Pinondohan ko na naman ng 1 bilyon yan nung panahong yun. Ano na nangyari sa 1 bilyong piso na dapat napupunta sa mga POs at LGUs for climate adaptation projects? Pinapadalian pa natin ba ang access nito? Nakakatulong ba sila? Ano? At sino ang mga model LGUs na naturuan na ng ating magaling na komisyon para maging resilient? Because you're supposed to save lives and avert loss of livelihoods. Kung tayo paupo-upo sa mga komperensya, ay hindi po tayo makakatulong sa mga namamatay sa panahon ng paing. At kailangan kayo, kasama nyo ang and Dream C. Marriage yan eh, DRR and CCAM. Kung di pa rin kayo nag-uusap, ang tagal ko na sinabi, panahon pa nung unang Secretary Sering, sinasabi ko na yan, ang DRR at CCAM magkakasama. Kung hindi, yung paeng na higit na almost 200 na namatay ay mangyayari na mangyayari. Sasabihin nyo, wala kayong pera, hindi kayo mag-attend ng budget hearing, paano kayo magkakapera?
Okay. Let's breathe. Okay.
Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. Majority Floor Leader. Maybe I make a suggestion. On the issue on this agency, this Climate Change Commission, maybe we can suspend our rules when they come back and make them present to us
I
directly.
was about to make that
Yes.
suggestion, Mr. President.
They will have
because
the
I cannot wait
honor.
to see and hear our
Their presentation.
legend, the Senate expert, Mr. President,
Yeah.
the only one, the one and the only,
Yeah.
Senator Lauren Legarda, to ask these questions, Mr. President, because I have seen with my own eyes, hear with my own ears during our parliamentary visits all over the world, especially in Europe, Mr. President, how our dear colleague, our Senate President pro tempore, would
He's our champion.
talk about
Yeah.
these things
And
and
change
what we have accomplished here in this country, what
Absolutely.
laws we have passed. And so I can just commiserate, Mr. President, of how she is feeling right now. And I would just like to put on record that I have been a fan of our dear colleague in this particular issue. I know na marami pa akong matututunan at kakaining bigas para sa issue na ito. But again, I share the sentiments of our dear colleague, our Senate President pro tempore. Just
No,
for the
I
record.
totally agree. 1,000%. So we'll defer the budget, and if our lady Senate President pro tempore wishes, when we come back, we can suspend the rules and have them present,
Yes.
and then you can ask the question directly.
And let them include, Mr. President, we committed a 75% NDC, nationally determined contribution. And of that 75%, 72.59 is conditional. Conditional on what? We want to understand, laymanize it. And the percentage that is unconditional, what is it? Now, is the budget we are passing of 5 trillion pesos attuned to the NDC? Because if you just did your computations and in isolation of the DA, of the DOTR, of the DOE, of DPWH, then our submission will not match what we're doing in this country. So we submit something to the UN and we do not budget it or align our budgetary allocations with our nationally determined contribution. Naglolokohan lang tayo dito. Now, why do I take it so seriously? Because in our meeting in the French Parliament, in our meeting in the EU, with the Senate President and our colleagues, we were pounding on them to improve their nationally determined contributions as industrialized nations, because the way it is submitted now, we will breach the 1.5 degrees Celsius, which is already causing us storms like Paeng. It will reach 4%. We're all gone. Not just biodiversity will be gone, humankind will be gone. And so our NDC, even if we're only a 1/3 of 1% emitter in the world, is important. And we should pressure developed nations to do the same. And yun ang mga impormasyon na gusto kong malaman mula sa Climate Change Commission.
Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Mr. President.
And just to add this is my final statement. Secretary Ben Jokno, Secretary Balisacan, were all here. They're supposed to be part of the delegation of the President to the ASEAN to help sell the country. But they said yesterday they missed the trip to be part of the budget deliberations. So just to put it on proper perspective, and that is the primus inter pares, yung Department of Foreign Affairs. Department of Finance. That is the most senior member of the
negotiating,
cabinet.
Mr.
And
President.
they're always the ones negotiating for us. So they were here to attend their budget deliberations, just to put it in proper perspective. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, before we move forward, I have been hearing a lot of our colleagues' intention to ask questions, Mr. President, once we do that as we tackle the budget.
shall await
of,
and we
yes,
shall
Mr.
await
President.
their-
I hope that they
Senator-
would study
Very well.
diligently,
Diligently.
Mr. President, when they
Yeah.
come here.
Mr. President, on the part of the minority, no objection to the motion or to the plan.
Thank you, Mr.
We
President.
thank you.
Yes, Mr. President, at this juncture and with the consent of the body, this representation would again move that the budget of the Southern Philippine Development Authority be considered, Mr. President, and that upon, again, Mr. President, upon asking our dear colleagues, no member wishes to interpolate or ask questions, and so with the consultation of this representation to all of our colleagues, I am moving now, Mr. President, that the budget of the Southern Philippine Development Authority be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr.
So
President.
our distinguished minority floor leader has already waived,
Acceded, Mr. President, and waived, Mr. President.
being a fellow Mindanaoan, yung
Yes,
SPDA.
and with
Is
the
the gentleman
concurrence.
still here? Is the gentleman still here?
Yes, Mr. President. Our former Deputy Speaker, Jerry Salapudin, is still here.
Yeah.
And this is with the consent of the sponsor of the measure, Vice Chairman Senator Bato de la Rosa. So
Very
move,
good.
Mr. President.
Very
So moved.
good. There being no objection, the budget of the Southern Philippines Development Authority is hereby deemed submitted. Congratulations, gentlemen.
Yes, Mr. President, at this juncture, I now move that we consider the budget on Philippine Postal Corporation, Commission on Filipinos Overseas, and Philippine Space Agency, and recognize the distinguished sponsor, the Vice Chair, the gentleman from Cavite, Senator Francis Tolentino, to sponsor the same, and to interpolate, I move that we recognize our minority leader, the gentleman from Cagayan de Oro, Senator Coco Pimentel. I so move, Mr. President.
Yes, and just a reminder before I act on that motion, may I ask the sponsors pala, our secretariat has been asking if you can mention the amounts during your opening statements so that on record, the amounts of the agencies will be placed on record. So yes, the motion is approved. There being no objection. Senator, distinguished gentleman from Cavite, the great province of Cavite, Senator Francis Tolentino is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Relative to the request of the
DGB.
Philippine
GB.
Postal Corporation, Mr. President, traditionally they have been receiving
We will have.
since 2012 the average amount as reimbursement for franking privileges varying from 301 million pesos to 515 to 156 million pesos per year as reimbursement, Mr. President, for franking privileges of the executive branch, the legislative branch, the judiciary, and others, Mr. President. But for this year, just 15 million subsidy, 15 million pesos was provided and zero amount coming from the NEP, Mr. President. I'm willing to receive
Thank
questions
you.
from the
Thank you. Yes,
minority
with the
leader.
permission.
Yes,
of
the minority leader is recognized.
Okay, so I think, thank you for making this clarificatory opening statement. So, zero sa NEP ang PhilPost, the Senate Committee, kasi sa GAB, zero din po sila. Tama po, Mr. Chairman?
Zero, correct,
Apa.
Your Honor.
So, it's the Senate Committee which is giving the 15 million peso subsidy.
Yes.
So, may we know what for what purpose would the 15 million be?
15 million.
Yes. So the PhilPost will now be receiving this amount from
Yes,
from the GAA,
yes,
from the
correct.
national government, and it will use this amount for what, Mr. President?
Mr. President, yearly and traditionally, even if PhilPost then was receiving the amounts I mentioned a while ago, there was already an additional subsidy coming from Congress. And it will be used, Mr. President, to pay for various expenditures relative to their personnel, among others, even even Mr. President, their operations in the far-flung provinces, Mr. President. So, dati na po itong ginagawa, pero ngayon lang po sila na-zero, Mr. President. Reimbursement po ito, Mr. President, nung ina-avail na franking privileges na binanggit ko kanina,
Opo.
Office of the President, Vice President, COMELEC, Land Registration, Solicitor General, Ombudsman, PNP, etc., including Congress.
Did we hear the PhilPost budget at the committee level?
Hindi po hinir yun, Mr.
Kasi
President.
zero nga.
Kasi nga, zero.
Opo.
Wala nga sa
Pero,
for the first
okay,
time.
but since this is a GOCC, tama po ba ako sa characterization ko? This is a GOCC?
Yes.
Okay, so it must have a corporate operating budget, which the Senate expects to be also filed with the Senate or with the committee. So do we have an idea on the 2023 corporate operating budget of PhilPost? Magkano po ito? And this is the one we are subsidizing, di ba? Diyan pupunta yung 15 million. Apa.
We're trying to get it, Mr. President. Because this assignment was given to me just last night.
Hindi pa siya. Di ba niya? Ito sa committee. Kasi ginagita na dito. 2020.
Sa DOST kasi siya.
Hindi to siya ito PhilPost.
Kailangan i-approve.
Mr. President, corporate operating budget proposal for 2023 is for MOOE is 2.526 million. 2.526 million is 2 billion 526 million 609.763. And they expect to have a net revenue of 5.2 billion, Mr. President. So the total figures right now in front of me would be 5.795 billion, Mr. President.
The total corporate operating budget of PhilPost is
5.795
billion. And to this amount, we will add our 15 million subsidy. Tama po ba yan?
Ganun na nga po.
Apo.
Pero yung hinihiling po nila, 500 plus or 544 million 836 to cover the franking privileges expenditures of the various government agencies. Reimbursement po yun, Mr. President.
Reimbursement, okay. But so if the different national government agencies have payables due to PhilPost because of the use of the postal system, there's something. Does this mean, Mr. President, that there's something wrong with our budgeting process because we are not giving the national government agencies the funds to now pay PhilPost?
I would surmise, Mr. President, that tradition was maintained. Kasi nung araw po, konti lang naman yung nag-avail ng franking privileges. Pero ang dami po natin kinreate na husgado, ang dami pong mga judicial notices na lumalabas, at maging yung mga hindi dati, traditionally not availing of the franking privileges, are now utilizing this, such as, for instance, the Office of the Solicitor General, including Your Honor, your favorite Philippine Statistics Authority.
Yes, our favorite, sir.
Yeah, they are using this privilege.
Pero the franking privilege is must be provided by law. Tama? So that means hindi rin kasalanan ng mga agencies, so meron din silang franking privilege talaga in the law. So this representation, Mr. President, is open to any suggestion from the chairman on how to reimburse the PhilPost. Ang request pala nila, at least naintindihan na po natin, 544 million to reimburse them. 15 million ang naibigay ng Senate Committee. Sa House, totally zero. Hindi sila in-accommodate. So, we're open to any ideas, Mr. President, how to help the agency. Do they need this help when they have a 5.79 operating budget, and if I heard correctly, hindi pala to net profit, no? Net revenue, which is not net profit. But is there a net profit?
No, Mr. President, from the figures I have here, they will be operating at a loss. The present deficit, they will have a deficit of 26,266,000.
Yun naman pala, opo.
Mr. President.
Okay, so we are open to any ideas, Mr. President. Ganun pala yung situation ng PhilPost ngayon. So, we will be open-minded, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr.
What's
President,
the best way to approach this?
I would look at it as a per agency approach. So the big bulk of the reimbursement would be given to the judicial branch. So perhaps the Supreme Court can, through the court administrator, can think of other creative means of whether this will be included in their budget for next year. And the same is true with the executive branch, 108 million sa kanila. Sa atin po, ang pinakamaliit, both houses, 7,204,000 lang. Lower house and the Senate. So, dapat po siguro to, without contravening existing laws on franking privileges, kanya-kanyang ahensya na po magbayad. Sa kanya-kanyang budget na po yun. But for this year, Mr. President, I would think that during the period of amendments, and perhaps to serve as a transition or bridge, the chairman of the Finance Committee himself can tap the program or perhaps other sources for this. Yun lamang po, Mr. President.
The former Speaker of the House is explaining why hindi pa bayad. Pero ang tanong ko sa ganito, kunyari ma-approve yung 15 million na subsidy, sa books ba nila, deemed paid na po ba yung atin, Mr. Chairman? Deemed paid na ba yung 7 million amount due from the Congress of the Philippines? Ganun po ba yun? Kasi baka naman by next year, you will retain the collectibles or receivables na kiniklaim nyo. You will not attribute the 15 million to any of the agencies na may utang.
Yes. Magsa-subsidy kami ng 50, kaya na.
So dapat next year, na si Congress. Binayaran na, doble pa nga binayad natin. 7 million yung due sa
Mr. President, from the head of the PhilPost, yung kakulangan po, yung reimbursement na nire-require sa Congress, both houses, ay 1.3% lang po yon. So kung magbabayad tayo kung i-consider yung 15 million subsidy, talagang bayad na po yon. But ang problema nila yung sa judiciary.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Kunyari nga, let's just say na approve na yan, naging 15 million sa GAA. Sa next cycle, budget cycle, nandun pa ba yung unpaid ng Congress or ma-erase ba yon? Kung na-erase yun, may balancing 8 million. Kanino naman i-attribute yun para mabawasan din yung receivables?
Yan eh. Yearly billing. So, binabayaran, sir.
Ganun na lang.
Pero sobra ng
Pero wala kang matutulong na for next year.
ngayon. Tama po. So, saan ipapasok ngayon yung 8 million? Sa libro? Pwede namin i-apply sa advance or doon sa ibang others na pwede namin over.
Mr. President, from the explanation given to me, the reimbursement of the 15 million subsidy can cover the reimbursement, the need for 7.2 million, and the 8 million balance can be considered as an advance in their books.
Yes, attributed to the Congress of the Philippines.
Yes.
So, ganun. So, tama. So, if that is the approach, then yun na nga, we have to provide for the amounts in the budgets of the agencies
Concerned.
which have payables to the PhilPost. And
Yes.
will we do it in this budget cycle? I think that is the request because deficit po sila kung hindi.
I think Your Honor is more knowledgeable on this.
Hindi, ako kasi we will not object kung may mahanapan natin ng solusyon. Yung chairman natin, chairperson natin on the Committee on Accounts, nakikinig din kasi solved na siya. Okay na, paid na yung Senate expected franking expenses natin for next year.
But the big bulk would be
For 2 years.
judiciary.
2023.
And it will affect the judicial notices. I see your colleague from the minority is nodding because she previously handled this. So
Sige.
she is
Anong
likewise
idea mo
knowledgeable.
dito? Anong idea natin dito? Para matulong. Ang problema kasi sir sa judiciary, di ba, if we increase the budget of the judiciary, hindi na natin madi-decrease. So baka doon. So siguro magkano ba yung
For the judiciary, it's 429,208,000, and perhaps
the bulk of the
Yes,
544
yes.
pala?
perhaps the judiciary fund, JDF can,
Sige.
if we talk to the Chief Justice, can perhaps
Sige.
answer this or a portion of this.
Ang solusyon natin dito kasi tatagal tayo rito. Wala akong maisip na solusyon. Pagod na.
Yes, Senator Risa is recognized.
44 lang yan.
Salamat, Mr. President and Mr. Chair and Minority Leader. Briefly lang, I apologize to the Chair. Kanina pa po nila itinanong din itong puntong ito sa akin. I've just been having difficulty getting a recollection about this from my the legis, my staffer who worked with me last year on this. Pero I recall that the LBRMO who worked with me on this last year, I think is also present on the floor near the chair. Baka pwede po nilang i-refresh yung ating memory kung paano ba natin hinandle itong issue last year. Baka maging instructive din for us this year. Salamat, Mr. Chair. Salamat, Mr. President.
Meron pa.
Iba na nga, ulit-ulit, magbabayad na lang, ilalines ba? Ito na ba? So, para maiba na nga yung sistema. Oo.
Mr. President, LBRMO clarified that this has been the usual tradition. Reimbursement po ito. So, charge sa national government. Binabayaran muna ng PhilPost. So, dahil po doon, it resulted in the diminution of the funds of PhilPost hanggat hindi na-reimburse. So, the minority leader asked for some solutions. Ang sinabi ko kanina, di singilin na lang ng direkta yung mga agencies, franking privileges pa rin yun. But you pay. You pay. Kailangan magbayad eh. Otherwise, paano magdadala ng sulat yung kartero kung walang gasolina, kung walang mga kagamitan para mag-deliver ng sulat? So, Mr. President, ano talaga to reimbursement? Unless we amend the law na bawasan na yung franking privileges, nagre-reimburse tayo.
Dapat yung changes to the law manggaling na sa PhilPost because sila yung may experience of the implementation of the law. If this will not be sustainable in the long run, mag-change tayo ng policy. Bakit natin in-expand ang privileges? Dapat nga yan, na-limit lang sa pinaka-indispensable communication eh. Nakita ko yung listahan, sir. Medyo mahaba-haba na po yung may mga franking privileges eh.
I totally agree, Your Honor.
So, pero yun, amending the law yun. Pero ang problema nga ngayon is subsidy which acts as a reimbursement. So,
We're referring to Republic Act 7354. Kung yan ang babagay. So,
Sige po,
we can get some proposals from PhilPost para masustain kayo. Kasi nung una ito, hindi naman kayo GOCC.
Galing kami sa Bureau.
Bureau kayo dati. So,
now it's a GOCC now. Yes, treated GOCC or treated like a GOCC. So, Mr. President, okay, last question na lang para maintindihan natin. Itong 544 is an accumulation over the years or just for one fiscal year?
just for 1 year, Your Honor.
Okay, kung 1 year lang sinisingil nyo, ibig sabihin nun, the year previous to this year, nabayaran kayo. Paano nagawa? Yun ang tanong ni Senator Risa eh. Ano yung formula na ginawa natin before? Gawin natin ulit.
Mr. President, I stand corrected. Every 2 years po yung pangungulekta. So, 2021 pa po ito.
Okay. Okay, so kahit baguhin natin.
Nati-delay ng 2 years. Hindi, ulitin ko po. Nagbabayad po dati kasi part nung NEP. So, nagre-reimburse ang national government. Part ng GAA yun. Ngayon lang na-zero sila.
Okay, so klaro that the reimbursement to PhilPost is done through its GAA subsidy directly to PhilPost. So that's the solution pala, hindi pala na dinidistribute sa lahat ng ahensya na may franking privilege. Is that correct or not?
Correct. Correct. Except for this year, they receive a letter from DBM that their request cannot be considered due to the very tight resource outlook for fiscal year 2023. But just the same, Mr. President, dapat siguro maayos na to, maging sustainable sila, maging korporasyon sila, humanap sila ng ibang pamamaraan para, kasi marami na rin kalaban yung mga private, di ba? Mga LBC, kung ano-ano. So, they have to find, and we should help them kasi ang PhilPost talaga namang nasa kasaysayan na po yan eh. Tuwing meron tayong achievement, gagawa ng stamp, di ba?
So at least klaro sir, the practice is, the PhilPost, although PhilPost has revenues, that means meron kayong income, di ba? You produce yourself and which you can use under the law, can use it kasi corporation nga kayo. The way to reimburse you for the franking privileges is through the GAA directly as a form of subsidy to the corporation. So, Mr. Chairman, now we're open to any solution. Yun naman po ang solution eh.
So we have to amend the law, and then for this fiscal year, I think we leave it up to the chairman of the Committee on Finance.
Yeah,
on how
dagdagan,
to
ganun pala eh.
approach this through the amendments, etc.
Hindi nga, net loss sila, 26 million net loss. So, siguro Mr. Chairman, if the corporate operating budget is submitted, yung mga marunong magbasa niya mga ganyan, refer natin, patulong tayo. Basta on record na without any, even with the 15 million subsidy, they anticipate a 26 million peso loss for fiscal year 2023. Tama po ba yan? To summarize lang everything?
518, I was told. So, correct, Your Honor, we need to get hold of their cash flow statements as well as other financial projections, Mr. President.
Sige, Mr. President, para in writing na kasi na-analyze na. So, basta matulungan natin, PhilPost ito, critical postal system, and then I think it's an admitted doctrine of governance that this is played by the government. The postal service is a governmental service. So, hindi natin dapat ito pabayaan. So we're open to solutions. Siguro po magaya lang ng ibang ahensya yung ERC na nag-waive ng kanyang confidential and intelligence funds. Meron pang 9 billion doon, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President. So, for the record, ano po talaga ang hinihingi ng PhilPost to survive
544 million.
Yun talaga ang hinihingi nila.
836,823 pesos.
Sige po. By law eh. Kailangan mo i-amend na law. Tagal ng amendment ng law. Di, okay, ito na lang po question natin. If, raised by Senator Binay, sige, yun, ayaw mo? Sige, Senator Binay will raise it herself.
Mr. President, siguro just a clarification. In effect, if they do not honor the franking privilege, will PhilPost be violating the law?
Correct, Your Honor. Meron pong Executive Order 207, tungkol po ito sa judiciary. Meron naman pong yung franking privilege ng Office of the Ombudsman, Republic Act 6770, yung Land Registration Authority, at mahalaga po ito sa COMELEC. Meron din pong franking privilege by virtue of Republic Act number 180. Samot-saring special laws po ito na lalo next year may barangay elections. Sa mga ngailangan talaga. Pero ang pinaka-bulk po nito ay yung judiciary. Kasi araw-araw may dinideliver siguro ang judicial notices, Your Honor.
Pero Mr. President, kung walang pondo, hindi rin makaka-perform yung PhilPost kasi hindi rin nila mababayaran yung mga empleyado nila. Tama po ba?
Correct. I was informed, Your Honor.
So, kumbaga, the scenario for next year, kahit gusto nyo gawin yung trabaho nyo, i-honor yung franking privilege, but the mere fact that you have no funds to do it, so technically, parang you're not in violation of the privilege, Mr. President.
It would appear, Mr. President, because their hands were tied. They have no funds. Pero may kita naman po sila dun sa mga nagbabayad ng selyo, ng mga stamps, to subsidize some of their expenses. Dati po may bangko pa nga sila.
Basta, Mr. President, yung Congress, lalo na yung Senate,
Bayad na.
bayad na ho tayo. Kaya tuloy lang yung franking privilege natin. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Binay.
But we cannot afford to suspend or disrupt the franking privileges of the judiciary.
Yes.
The justice system ang nakataya diyan. So talagang hanapan po natin to ng solusyon.
And if it affects the franking privileges, it will affect likewise their entire operations, which will violate some of our treaty obligations. We have international postal treaties. Kasi pag nagpadala po ng galing naman sa abroad, darating dito sa post office natin, kailangan din natin i-deliver yon. Hindi pwedeng sabihin na hindi natin pwedeng i-deliver yon. Yung mga via airmail.
Tama. So if the Senate sees the urgency and importance of the problem, can we ask the executive how come they do not see this?
I cannot answer.
Ayun na nga eh.
I have no knowledge, Mr. President.
That's a problem, Mr. President. Shall we refer
was just given this job 24 hours ago.
the issue to our expert, the chairman of
The chairman
the Committee
himself.
on Finance?
Yes,
Kasi
yes, Mr. President. More than willing
we will
to
be
present this to-
supportive of kasi
Senator
kita namin
Angara.
yung importance. Pero daanan din po natin, sir, yung corporate operating budget nila.
Yes.
Kasi para makita rin natin.
I would ask them to submit their cash flow statements, Mr. President.
So yan po yung importance actually kahit na kunyari wala kayong tinatanggap sa GAA but you are a government owned or controlled corporation, submit pa rin dapat ng operating budget kasi ganun talaga. You'll never know anong year ka nangangailangan, hihingi ka ng subsidy. So mabuti na po yung naintindihan namin yung budgeting process po ninyo, tsaka yung revenue flow, cash in, cash out.
So, Mr. President, for the record, I'm being handed a copy of the document that very thick document, which we will furnish the good minority leader today, Mr. President. We will have this photocopy and provide the office of the minority leader. Kasama rin yan.
Okay, with that clarification, lahat naman those who cared to listen and to understand the situation, I think na-enlighten tayo with the urgency and importance of the request of the PhilPost. So, just to summarize, i-minus ko ba yung 15 sa 544 o na yun na yun. I-minus ko po yung 15. So, ilan po yun? 529? 529. 529. Sige, 529 is the balance we're looking for. 529 million. Subsidy, but is treated like a reimbursement. It's treated like a reimbursement. Thank you. Ano? Meron ka pang tanong? Past 2 years. Sige, the final question. If it is granted, if the entire amount is granted, it pays for the years, 2022 and 2023? Kasi sabi nyo, 2 years ang reimbursement eh. What does it pay? What years are covered? Yan, Nancy, tinanong ko. What years are covered? Tinatanong ko. Yung point mo. Kaya, which of the 2 years? Para maintindihan natin.
So ano mababayaran?
Okay.
2021, Your Honor. I was informed.
2021 and this year. And 2022. Ganun ba?
2021 lang po.
O akala ko every 2 years ang hingi natin ng reimbursement. Naguguluhan na ako.
There is unanimity here in the whispering. There is a delay of 2 years. So, nabibigay yon delayed ng 2 years. So, yung 2021, babayaran ng 2023.
Okay. Okay. So, for one fiscal or calendar year ang reimbursement. So, 1 year lang po yun, total. Okay, so, if the 2023 budget, if there is a subsidy for PhilPost meant to reimburse franking privileges expenses, that will be those incurred in 2021. Okay, klaro. Sige. Okay. Wala nga, So, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, this representation understands the situation. So,
The gravity of the
we're
situation.
open to help aid. The minority is open to helping PhilPost. Pero we cannot do anything without initiative from the majority. Di ba? And
Yes,
that is a given, Mr. President.
We're
Thank
looking
you.
for the majority leader.
Ay, may sunod-sunod pala tayo. Sorry.
Majority Leader.
Close mo muna. Kami ta close first. Okay.
PhilPost, tuloy-tuloy ba tayo sa tatlo?
Oo eh. That's what we talk about. So important. Yeah, Mr. President, at this juncture, may I move that we, because no other reservation for interpellation is with this, in this rostrum, Mr. President, I move that we close the period of interpellations and debates and consider the budget on Philippine Postal Corporation be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. So move, Mr. President.
Ano yung CFO?
There's a motion by the Majority Leader to close the period of interpellation and consider submitted the budget of the Philippine Postal Corporation
PhilPost, yeah.
Yes, Mr. President. Subject to
as approved.
subject to whatever the chairman of the Committee on Finance would undertake after this.
It has been a productive interpellation, Mr. President. We now understand the situation of PhilPost. So no objection, Mr. President.
Yeah. Move for the previous question, Mr. President.
Any more objection? There being none, the budget, the motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Operations is a OP.
Any other? Minority Leader, wala?
Oh, ano to? CFO, yes. Ikaw muna.
Mr. President, as we tackle the budget of the Commission on Filipinos Overseas, may I be recognized, Mr. President, to just ask a few questions, Mr. President?
The Majority Leader is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this is just a very general and questions that I'd like to pose in the Commission on Filipinos Overseas. I used to defend this particular agency, Mr. President, but for the record, Mr. President, may we know the budget for this year in the General Appropriations Bill, Mr. President, if the distinguished sponsor would care to.
The budget for this year, the Senate version is 181,017,000.
181 million. That is the Senate version.
Yes.
The GAB for 2023 is 151. So there's an increase of 29.44 million. Am I correct, distinguished colleague? Your Honor?
Correct, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. President, distinguished sponsor, looking at the services being rendered by the Commission on Filipinos Overseas, may we know how different are your services and clientele from other agencies? I ask this question because I remember, for example, the differentiation of your pre-departure orientation seminars from the pre-departure orientation seminar being conducted by, during that time, I think it is a POEA. Now it's the Department of Migrant Workers. May we know the difference, Mr. President, distinguished colleague, and perhaps what are the common topics if we talk about this particular issue?
Mr. President, Your Honor, the clients of CFO are permanent residents and immigrant overseas, including spouses and partners of foreign nationals. Ito po yung talagang titigil na dun sa ibang bansa. Kaya po ang functions ng CFO ay hindi lang po yung to promote the interest and welfare of Filipino immigrants, but to encourage assistance to Philippine development initiatives. Pag umalis ka sa Pilipinas, i-promote mo rin yung Filipino culture, promote mo rin yung Filipino heritage, even while abroad, Mr. President.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President, for explaining this particular matter. I think it's very clear. There's no overlapping, if that's the case, Mr. President. Is that correct, Your Honor?
Wala po, Mr. President,
Yeah.
kasi yung DMW naman.
Yes, it's just for
temporary
migrant
lang.
workers, and so we're talking about Filipinos overseas, no? Mr. President, what about the Balink Bayan program of the Commission on Filipinos Overseas and the overseas and the DTI's Foreign Trade Service Corps program? Because if you look at these two identical programs, I hope it is not, but looking at it, both link overseas Filipinos, overseas Filipino investors with potential trade and investment ventures in the Philippines. Am I correct to say that, Mr. President?
I'm not so familiar with the DTI program, but the Balink Bayan Link is a one-stop portal that offers overseas Filipinos an integrated platform that taps into their knowledge. Halimbawa, nandun na po sila sa ibang bansa, magaling sila sa culinary, expertise, meron silang skills na makatulong naman para po sa kaunlaran ng ating bansa. So, I think what has happened is that they have partnered with 32 LGUs and 8 overseas Filipino associations. So they will also receive an allocation for 2023. But I have to admit, I am not so familiar with the DTI program. It might overlap. It might converge in some areas, but I think the purpose would really to contribute to the development of our country, even if you're posted or residing overseas.
Yes, Mr. President, I am very much aware and support the idea, the noble intention of the program. It's just that I'm a little concerned of the different programs of the different agencies of the government na halos pare-pareho, Mr. President. And I will raise this when the time comes when we deliberate on the budget of DTI. But also, Mr. President, don't you think even the posts, the embassies, for instance, of the Department of Foreign Affairs, perhaps we are somehow expecting them to do the same? Because I just remember when we were in France last break, Mr. President, when we were in that particular mission trip, that's what we actually normally ask from the embassy, from the consulate, and the other representatives of Philippine government in that post. Would you agree, Mr. President, that somehow there's a need to really look into this? Dahil baka pare-pareho na po, Mr. President. At in fact, Mr. President, if you recall this representation before the passage of the Department of Migrant Workers, binabanggit nating maigi yan, yung full cycle reintegration na isama natin ang mga Filipinos overseas because some of them have decided to stay there for good at sila ay, for example, nagtuturo na sa isang Ivy League school na pwede silang itap ng pamahalaan natin na dito rin magturo sa Pilipinas. And the Department of Foreign Affairs actually stated that they have some sort of a program that promotes itong ganitong initiative, Mr. President. So, yun lang po yung isang concern natin na kung gagawin din yun ng DFA, gagawin din ng CFO, gagawin din ng DTI. So, tingin ko importante na meron silang pag-uusap at hindi nagkakaroon ng overlapping, Mr. President.
I totally agree, Your Honor, na kahit merong convergence, different menu. Kagaya po nung nabanggit sa akin kanina, yung balikbayan will cater to IT programs while the DTI would cater to direct foreign investments. Ganun din po yung nabanggit ko sa interjection ko kanina sa nuclear energy. Merong initiative ang DOST, merong initiative ang yung ahensya, yung DOE kanina, Mr. President.
Yeah, tama po, Mr. President. I totally agree. I just hope na someone can tell us the difference, no? Kasi even us, and I would have to admit, I have no idea kung papaano naman yung sa DTI sa Foreign Trade Service Corps. So, importante talaga na merong nangangalaga dito, nakikita natin, kasi baka may overlapping. But let me move forward, Mr. President, because I promised our dear colleagues who will be defending the budget of defense, and we will tackle later on the Department of Migrant Workers budget, that I'll be very brief. Another issue, Mr. President, is during last year's budget deliberation, as I earlier mentioned, this representation defended the budget of Commission on Filipinos Overseas. And I remember one of the most, if not the most contentious issue that was raised during that time is the disclosure of the Commission on Filipinos Overseas to collect fees, Mr. President, of 400 pesos from its registrants without any legal basis, Mr. President. So I wonder, Mr. President, if they're continuously doing this or they stopped collecting fees, Mr. President. Is that correct, Your Honor?
Your Honor, ang information binigay sa akin ay hindi na po sila nangongolekta. Stop, STOP.
Yes, because perhaps it is because of Senator Tolentino, who also raised this issue together with Senator Drilon. I remember Senator Sani Angara, and that led the last Congress to put a provision in the 2022 GAA, Mr. President, regarding this issue. My next question is, do you collect fees for your seminars, Mr. President?
Mr. President, they do not collect fees, Mr. President.
So nothing, no collection at all, Mr. President. So you basically just rely on the General Appropriations Act.
Only documentary stamp tax.
Documentary stamp.
30 pesos.
Okay, Mr. President. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that, Mr. President. Mr. President, last issue that I'd like to raise is the the records, Mr. President, the database that this representation has been raising for quite some time now. Uh, because we're kind of confused every time we're being asked how many OFWs, how many overseas Filipinos. So for the record, Mr. President, how many overseas Filipinos, excluding overseas Filipino workers, do we have as of perhaps the latest this year? How many, Mr. President?
Mr. President, my records would show that there are around 4.8 million Filipino immigrants abroad, but it can be higher. Some probably would not be accounted for. Some were not recorded by CFO. So yung record po rito ay 4.8 million permanent migrants.
Thank you, Mr. President. And where did you get your record, Mr. President? Is it over the Commission on Filipinos Overseas Record? Is that correct, Your Honor? I wanted to find out where you get the data, Mr. President.
There is, it's based on the CFO stock estimate.
Okay,
on
so
overseas.
that's an estimate, and
Yes.
that is from CFO. Is it only from the immigrants that register to your database, Mr. President? Where you get this, Mr. President? Is that correct?
Yes,
Or-
Your Honor. More specifically from the top 10 countries.
Yes, they registered, Mr. President. So those who did not register will definitely not be part or will not reflect in this particular.
You're correct, Your Honor.
Yes. So my next question is, how often do you update your list, Mr. President? Do you coordinate, for instance, with the Department of Foreign Affairs in ensuring that your database of overseas Filipinos is accurate? You know, Mr. President, I asked this question because I will again refer to our personal experience when we went to France during the break, Mr. President. When we were in France, the DMW gave us the record, Mr. President, that there are about 879 OFWs. Tapos, yung CFO, tinanong po namin, Mr. President, sabi, there are 3,419 Filipino immigrants in France from 81 to 2020. So, roughly, mga 4,000 lang yung mga Filipinos doon. And then, the Department of Foreign Affairs, sinabihan po kami. Sabi, as of 2019, there are 24,809 Filipinos. At nung nagmi-meeting na kami, Mr. President, yung ambassador po natin sa France, sinabi ho sa amin, 25,677 Filipinos. So, alam nyo, Ginoong Pangulo, even during the time when we were discussing Bayanihan 1, Bayanihan 2, during that time, in the period na tayo ay nagdi-discuss ng mga efforts natin to help our country and people during the COVID pandemic, pati ho yung mga OFWs natin, pati ho yung mga Pilipino na umuuwi, nare-repatriate, naka-stuck, stranded, Mr. President. Iba-iba rin po yung data. In fact, Mr. President, I wonder, itong sa Migrant Workers Act, RA 8042, Mr. President, 1995 pa po ito. 27 years old law. Until now, Mr. President, and I will repeat it again, 27 years old law. Until now, no database. Ang ating mga opisina, mandate po ito ng batas na ito na mag-create ng shared information system. But unfortunately, this has not been happening despite the fact that we have been calling the different agencies of the government. May I know the status, Mr. President, with regard to the CFOs on the part of Commission on Filipinos Overseas, Mr. President?
Mr. President, Your Honor, I commiserate with you in that search for actual database. Matagal ko nang sinasabi, if we have that exact database, baka nag-champion tayo sa FIBA basketball. Kasi kukunin ko yung mga 10 years old, 11 years old, bibigyan na ng Philippine passport yon para kasama na sa FIBA. Ganon din sa soccer. So, ang recording po ng CFO are those Filipino immigrants whose point of departure is in the Philippines. Pag pinanganak ka sa Hong Kong, tapos lumipad ka papuntang Vancouver, ay hindi ka kasali sa listahan kasi hindi ka naman nagsimula sa Pilipinas. And there seems to be a tussle between the DFA and the CFO kung sino talaga yung hawak ng database. So napakahirap po niyan, Mr. President, how to record all of this. And I agree with you.
I hope we can do something about this, Mr. President, and that's why I am raising this particular issue, and to the point that I'm getting pissed off, Mr. President, because this has been around for quite some time. 27 years old, 3 taon na lang, 3 dekada na rin na napasa yung batas, and yet hindi po ito ginagawa. I just hope, Mr. President, that in this year's budget deliberation, and I will raise this on the budget of DOLE, DMW, DICT, and other government
DFA.
offices.
DFA.
DFA, most especially, Mr. President. Because until now, even the members of this chamber, every time we go abroad, every time we look for data, and these are basic figures that we are looking for, Mr. President. I hope that our secretaries and heads of agencies would do their part, Mr. President, in ensuring that we'll be able to get this, because these are very important figures that we are talking about. So again, Mr. President, I will no longer belabor the issues that I have raised. I thank the gentleman from Cavite, the sponsor of the measure, for answering this representation's questions. And I hope and do believe, Mr. President, there's so much room for improvement that we can do in serving our countrymen, not only the migrant workers, but also Filipinos overseas. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo. Thank you, dear colleague.
Maraming
Thank you
salamat
to our
po.
Majority Floor Leader. Are there anyone else?
Ikaw,
Line up?
CFO. Okay. Mr. President, next to interpolate is the distinguished minority leader. I move that he be recognized. I mean, Senator Coco Pimentel be recognized.
Distinguished
Thank
Minority
you.
Floor Leader is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Most of my prepared questions have been asked and already answered. Pero isa na lang po siguro out of, so that I will be guided, no? We have created the DMW, diba? And of the CFO and the DMW are or might be closely related. So has the CFO as an office been affected by the creation of the DMW? Has it made its workload lighter because of the creation of the DMW? Yun lang po, just to guide me in the future legislative proposals and discussion.
The answer, Mr. President, Your Honor, is no. As each agency has very specific clients and mandate. Mr. President, yung pong CFO, ang kliyente nila ay permanent residents and immigrant overseas, including spouses and other partners of foreign nationals.
Tama.
Yung DMW naman po, ito yung overseas Filipino workers who stay abroad, is temporary, and is contingent upon their work contract. So, hindi po nag-overlap. It
So,
might overlap, pero maliwanag po yung mandato nila.
Kaya nga, so there should be no expectation na maapektado ang budget ni CFO dahil lang sa meron ng DMW. Kasi totally, anong tawag mo doon?
Different.
Independent from each other, yung, especially on the clientele, no? On their constituents. Sige po, kasi I also filed a bill to create the Department for OFWs. And then, at one point, nagkaroon siya ng version na sinama si Filipino communities overseas.
Yes, correct.
Medyo bumalik tapos tayo sa original intent. The original intent of also the bill I filed to create the Department for OFW. So, yes, I totally see I understand the answer given by the chairman. So, thank you for that. I think that should be all for the CFO, Mr. President. Ano ba?
President, no member wishes to interpolate and ask questions on the budget of the Commission on Filipinos Overseas. Therefore, Mr. President, I move that the budget of the Commission on Filipinos Overseas be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion of the Majority Floor Leader, the budget of the Commission on Overseas, Filipino Overseas Commission on deemed submitted. Congratulations. The next item on the agenda.
It's the Philippine Space Agency, Mr.
Oh,
President.
the Space Agency.
It's still being considered, Mr. President, and
Okay.
move that we recognize our minority leader, Senator Coco Pimentel.
Is Ma'am Nancy Binay not interested to listen to the
The
Philippine
Senate
Space
the
Agency?
Senate appointed
The husband, yes.
Okay,
The
so
first astronaut of the Philippines.
thank you, Mr. President.
Yes,
But
minority floor leaders recognized.
may we get just the basic facts? What is the NEP of the PSA? What is now the committee report for the PSA, Mr. President?
So the NEP for 2023 is 747,658,000. The Senate version now is 947,658,000, or an increase of 200 million, Mr. President, Your Honor.
Siguro, sir, the first question would be why did the Senate committee increase the budget by 200 million?
Mr. President, the original request is for a bigger amount, Mr. President, but the 200 million increase provided for by the committee is for the expansion of PhilSAS. Nalilito na rin ako minsan dito, Mr. President, kung PhilSA ito, PSA din.
Ano ba tama, sir?
PhilSA.
PhilSA, I'm sorry.
Kasi yung PSA, yung ano yun yung Philippine
Sorry.
Statistics
PhilSA, okay.
Authority. So PhilSA. It will cover the development of a smart watershed and monitoring system. It will cover the development of a space industry roadmap, a communication campaign, the development of space, food, and agriculture, the establishment of a space analog missions laboratory, the development of a communications payload, the deployment of an amateur radio kit as a STEM learning material, and the counterpart funding for the Pan-Asia Partnership for Geospatial Air Pollution Information and Pandora Asia Network, Philippines, as well as the international cooperation and ratification of space treaties, and the continuing support for scholars. Medyo, Mr. President, this might sound a bit ambitious, pero ito talaga po yung space program eh. Hindi po murang magpalipad hindi po ito saranggola, Mr. President. Ito po ay space objects that can be communicated through a system based in the Philippines while the spacecraft is in orbit. So we're now talking of MULA, M-U-L-A, as well as Diwata 3, Mr. President.
Yes, we have had successful Diwata programs, no, in the past. Pero lahat mo no nabanggit natin will be are not accommodated in the original 747 million budget for PhilSA. Dagdag po ba na programa yan, or the programs are expanded because of the additional 200 M?
They asked for a bigger amount, Mr. President. The original request was 56,180,000 as an additional budget to cover the items I mentioned a while ago, and there are different items here now in my list, including the design, fabrication, and testing of Diwata 3 satellite components, and the launching of a development and launch of a cube satellite with local industry partners. So from 356,180,000, as they asked for, the committee deemed it necessary that perhaps 200 would accommodate without diminishing the value of whatever programs in space they intend to do this year, Mr. President. And these are very intricate scientific gadgets with empirical data needed. Kung kanina po ang pinag-usapan natin, Pilpos, ito po yung nakaraan, heritage. Ito pong PILSA, ito naman yung future. Ito yung hindi natin
Digital.
nakikita pa.
Digital po, digital. Who is the head of our PhilSA, Mr. Chairman?
Joel Marciano, I suppose he's an engineer.
Siya ba yung
Aeronautic engineer?
Joel Marciano? Siya ba meeting natin? No?
Electronics engineer. Joel. There's another Joel here in the
So
house.
we wish him all the
Better
best.
Joel.
We wish
Is
him
he
all the
here?
best.
Is the head here?
Is the head of the PhilSA here? Okay. And
He's
That's you,
present
sir.
here. Can you stand up? Can you stand
kind
up?
of to be recognized.
Space engineer.
Sige sir,
Another Joel is also a rocket scientist because in Bukawi they have several rockets
Rockets.
being fired. No offense, no offense. That was meant to support our fireworks industry.
yeah. So we are here to support, of course, the cause of science in our country. So space agency is definitely heavy in scientific content and knowledge. And actually, it's the last frontier, siguro, Mr. Chairman. Actually, the question is which body regulates space or the use of space? Nagko-contest na sila mauna ron sa taas kasi wala yata international regulation dyan
There is, Mr. President.
There is, and there is that the treaty where we are not yet party to, Mr. Chairman?
I think, Mr. President, we are a member of that United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs Committee, and on the peaceful use of outer space. So we're part of that community. I suppose we signed a treaty concerning that.
But if I remember correctly, nag-online conference kami. I do not know if it's with Mr. Marciano or the previous head siguro, a couple of years ago. There was a treaty mentioned na hindi pa tayo party to. Hindi pa, mukhang, I don't recall us, acting on that treaty. Because we can only concur, di ba, in the ratification of the, what is that treaty?
You're correct, Mr. President. There is a liability treaty liability convention. If you will recall, Mr. President, today's newspapers would show that apparently there were some debris from outer space found near the shores of Mindoro. So ito po yung sasagot doon sa mga pag may makabahagi na tayo ng treating yon. Kanino galing itong foreign object na to? Ito ba'y racket ng isang bansa? Dapat sila yung magbayad kung minasaktan. So hindi pa tayo miyembro nun.
Yun po yung treaty.
We have signed it but not yet ratified. So kung yung diwata naman natin ay babagsak, ay baka liable ho tayo.
Signed but not yet ratified by the executive branch and then sent, so therefore not yet sent to the Senate for requesting our concurrence. That's the situation. So can we not claim, can a party to the treaty, we are party to the treaty which has not yet concurred in the ratification, not claim compensation or damages to, let's assume a party to the treaty, in case, yung debris and other falling objects from space cause damage in our territorial jurisdiction, Mr. President?
I am not so familiar with the treaty, but since it has not yet been ratified officially, our treaty obligation, as well as the obligation of other nations, states towards us, would not yet be in play. So if you're referring to that Mindoro incident, I think whether that debris came from China or North Korea, I don't think we can claim any liability.
Is the head of the agency aware of the treaty? I'm sure kasi your agency brought it to my attention Yung contents mo, tama po ba yan? You have to be a treaty party fully concurred in order to avail of rights, benefits in the treaty?
I was informed,
That
Mr.
po?
President, that we cannot claim any benefit because we're not yet a full
Full, yeah. Okay.
signatory, not yet ratified. But through other means, we can claim compensation. For instance, if there were fishermen near the area whose boats were or bangkas were damaged, we can claim probably through backdoor diplomatic channel, etc.
Not based on the treaty.
Yes.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chairman. Basta ako, if I remember correctly, nung online conference namin mga years ago, ang budget ng PhilSA, I think was even less than 100 million if I'm not mistaken. So, okay na po tayo ngayon. I mean, for 2023, you can potentially receive 947. But for 2022, magkano po ang budget po ng PhilSA?
2020. You're referring
Yeah.
to 2024?
Yes, this year.
This year, 2022, it's 179
179?
million.
Only?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So,
It's a big increase.
179, yes, for 2022, and you can potentially receive 947 given the Senate committee amendments for fiscal year 2023. So that shows, I'll give credit where credit is due, support of the Marcos administration for the space program as well as of Congress, especially the Senate committee, the Senate through its committee. So,
Correct, Your Honor. And we just hope
Okay.
that they will utilize this
Yeah.
to advance not just knowledge, but to benefit Filipinos, even the agricultural sector, and even our climate change mitigation, innovations, etc., etc. Kasi sila po
Sige.
yun nasa taas.
Apa. Siguro po, Mr. Chairman, request na lang natin sa PhilSA, give us periodic reports and then make your achievements known through the media so that we can be proud of PhilSA, our young constituents may find inspiration or might find inspiration in your achievements and become scientists themselves. And who knows, the first Filipino astronaut. To be fair, also cosmonaut.
Correct, Mr. President. I envy you. I would like to be in that position asking questions. I also have a lot of questions, but we will require them to submit quarterly reports
Yan na nga.
to the Congress, including the Office of the Minority Leader, especially, Mr. President, when it comes to national security issues. Sana po may picture tayo ng West Philippine Sea, may picture po tayo ng weather update, may picture po. Kasi sabi nila, yung satellite daw po natin, makakarating din ng California. Tama po ba yun? Makaka-signal sila, makakuha ng litrat, makakapunta ng Ukraine, Mr. President. So, sana may report na ganon. Baka, kasi they plan to establish a shop in Clark. They will put up a facility in Clark, so doon sila magmo-monitor, palagay ko po. Sana ako po yung nagtatanong, hindi ko lang pwedeng tanongin yung sarili ko, Mr. President.
But Mr. President, you know, the chairman and I are good friends, so pwede namang bigyan mo ako ng note dyan. Tatanong ko rin, Mr. Chairman. we are we are very good friends, Mr. Chairman. So ito po, last question na lang po. Under the law, RA 11363, the Director General is tasked to advise the President on the promulgation of executive and administrative orders and formulation of regulatory and legislative proposals on matters pertaining to space science and technology applications development. Has the Director General or the agency performed this role or function under the law?
Mr. President, I was informed that they have been briefing the President as well as the Philippine Space Council. There is a Philippine Space Council, and one of the members should be a member of the Senate SNT Committee, Science and Technology. So that would be Senator Alan Cayetano, who should be a member of that Space Council. So they meet here. They meet regularly.
When you say here on Earth,
Yes, on Earth.
Okay.
Their land base. I was going to that.
Yes,
Miguel,
yes.
Their land base. They utilize gravity, Mr. President, while meeting. They have bet 5 times.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. So at least nabigyan natin yung history, di ba? Pati yung budget history nyo. So siguro no complaints na yan. And then trivia na lang siguro, Mr. President. I think this is the law where we required the confirmation by the Commission on Appointments of the appointment of the Director General, which we cannot really enforce or implement kasi beyond beyond the constitutional requirements. So in the future, for lawmaking guidance, we avoid drafting these provisions na ganito.
Mr. President, I was informed that he was ready and willing to be confirmed, but he was sent home
Yes.
because he's not part of the
I was then
roster of nominees to be confirmed pursuant to the Constitution.
I was then the chairman of the CA, and that was the position we took. No need, even though. So we made the mistake in legal drafting or in lawmaking. Mali yung provision natin na yun.
So he fell out of the galaxy,
Yeah.
Mr. President.
So at any rate, wala na pong problema doon po for the confusion ano ang tawag doon? Made by that legal provision. Walang problema sa sweldo, sa appointments, sa salary grade, wala pong problema.
If I may ask Your Honor, that was the position of the former head of the Commission on Appointments. Will that still stand today?
Yes.
So he can now,
I believe that was the approved stand of the commission at that time. We will sustain it.
yeah, you heard it
Yeah,
from
we'll sustain it.
the CA chair.
So nothing, wala namang problema. We're just asking the Director General, no problem with your appointment, with your stay in government. Wala pa.
So he can rest in space.
Rest in space. Basta wag lang rest in peace. Rest in space, brother.
But well, we will ask the Director General in the future if space is peaceful. Tanungin na lang natin. Sige, when the first Filipino goes to space. So, Mr. President,
Thank you.
So
But
we
I'd
are-
like to also ask, if I may,
thank you very much for the patience of our chairman.
Thank you, Your
to our majority leader. May I just ask simple question, the day-to-day activities of the Philippine Space Center? Do we do research, development, or R&D for possible satellites in the future? Do we look outwards? Do we have like an astrological or astronomical group there that looks into the stars for comets? And I'm not sure. May we ask the sponsor just the simple day-to-day responsibilities of the Philippine Space Agency?
Mr. President, I was informed that the focus right now is to look at planet Earth. So their focus right now,
Looking within, not looking
Within.
outwards.
yes, then
So more satellite imagery.
Yes. So while you were out, Mr. President, mention was made of our satellite
Yung Diwata.
hovering over Ukraine, over California.
Do they have high definition pictures of that? Could the good space agency provide us at least with a briefing? But I'm very interested. No? This is very interesting.
I was informed, Mr. President, that they were able to secure a 5-meter resolution by Diwata to over Ukraine, Mr. President.
Maybe one day, through the efforts of our subcommittee chairperson, we can ask them to present to us these pictures para naman alam natin kung saan pumupunta yung 900 million pesos a year na budget sa kanila.
There is, Mr. President, I was informed that they have their website, Our Place in Space, being
Okay.
managed by the Philippine Space Agency, and all of the compilations are there. Pictures over West Philippine Sea, pictures over Ukraine,
Oh.
and what have you.
But Mr. Chairperson, to the DG, baka we can also focus on the Philippines, lalo na sa agriculture sector. If you do a satellite mapping of the country, particularly areas that are vulnerable to climate change, because you pay for that. That's a service right now that farmers pay for. Baka naman, the Philippine Space Agency, if we fund it, bigay nila sa mga farmers natin libre na ito nangyayari. Nagkaka-scouring dito, nagkakaroon ng desertification. Maganda din yan para at least, di ba, magamit ng ating mga magsasaka. May I don't know, geohazard mapping of the space, areas that are possible geohazard areas. Maybe they can, to make it more responsive to the needs of the Philippine farmers, the Philippine NDRRMC individuals, para sa ganun, maging ano sila, relevant in terms of the needs of our Filipino brothers and sisters.
Mr. President, I got a commitment from the Director General, but by next week, they will provide us, all senators, with a copy of their compilations.
Very nice.
Over Ukraine, over
West Philippine Sea.
Philippine Sea,
Oo.
over calamity-stricken areas, Paeng, Carding,
Very
etc.,
good.
etc.
Very good.
The promise is next week, Mr. President.
My last question, I don't know, it may sound funny, but are you also the agency to go to if there are sightings of UFO, unidentified flying objects? Or is that the NICA or the Armed Forces or the Air Force? Meron ba silang alam na mga recorded UFO sightings sa ating bansa? Kasi yung NASA, linabas na nila eh. Yung NASA, nag-declassify na ng UFO records eh. Inisip ko, baka pwede sila din repository ng mga unidentified flying object phenomenons.
Yes, Mr. President, I understand your concern. There is even a U.S. Senate Select Committee on
Yes.
extraterrestrial beings.
Yes.
But I was informed by the DG that they will try to endeavor. Pero wala pa daw reported sa atin na UFO ngayon. Siguro natatakot sa bagyo.
Natatakot sa atin. Okay. That was it. It's a very interesting agency. I think I'm a total fan of research and development, science and technology. So tama lang po yan. And I thank them for their service. We thank them for their service. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, there being no other reservation for interpellation, I move that we close the period of interpellations and debates and consider the budget of the Philippine Space Agency be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion of the majority floor leader, the budget of the Philippine Space Agency is hereby submitted. Congratulations to our cosmonauts, and members of the agency.
I
Thank
think
you,
the
Mr.
bud-
President. Thank you, Mr. President.
I think the body already decided that we will give Mr. Pepito.
He volunteered. The husband of
Volunteered.
Nancy.
Actually,
Senator
the
Nancy.
senator herself volunteered her husband. Mr. President.
Okay.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you for the
Move for a minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
I now move that we consider the budget of the Commission on the Filipino Language. So move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, motion is approved.
President, I move that we recognize the distinguished sponsor of the said budget, no other than the distinguished lady from the city of Taguig and Pateros, Senator Pia Cayetano.
Our distinguished colleague from the city of Taguig and municipality of Pateros is recognized. Senator Pia Cayetano.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Salamat, Ginoong Maruya. Ginoong Mayorya. Si Chairman Casanova.
Gandang gabi po. Opo, yung father ko po.
Tingnan mo si
This one? Okay. Mr. President, I will just put this on record. We are ready to sponsor the budget of the Commission on the Filipino Language in the amount of 80,643,000 pesos in new appropriations, Your Honor. Handa po tayo sa mga katanungan. Ang atin pong pinunong minorya ay may tanong po sa pagkakaalam po.
Mr. President, Ginoong Pangulo,
Yes, yes.
pwede pa akong...
Our minority floor leader is recognized. Yes, sir.
Salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo.
Civil service.
Ito po ang pagkaintindi ko sa budget ng ating Komisyon ng Wikang Pilipino. Naging 80 million ito dahil sa dinagdagan po ng ating committee, subcommittee ng Senado. At ang original na budget po nito ay sa NEP ay 70 million. So mga 10 million po ang nadagdag.
Totoo, tama po yan. Sa suporta ng ating pong chairman ng komitiya.
So kung pwede nating malaman kung ano pong dahilan at bakit po natin dinagdagan ng 10 million, 10 milyong piso ang ano bang budget sa ang budget po ng komisyon.
Ang dinagdagan po natin, ang mga item na yon ay ang Aklatang Balmaceda, tapos po yung Filipino Sign Language, at pati po ang KWF publication. Total po niyan is roughly 10 million.
Ano po yung publication po?
Ang natatandaan ko dyan,
KW.
may mga dictionary yan. May kasamang like, if I remember right, yung Cebuano, Filipino, I think English,
Okay, sorry.
dictionary, and then may iba pa ho.
Sige po. Apo.
I can furnish His Honor a copy.
Sige po, meron lang po ako na-mishear ko lang po. So, balik na po tayo ron sa issue na naging tanyag ang komisyon. May oras ng panahon na lalong nakilala ang komisyon, pero dahil po ito hindi dahil sa isang mga achievement, kundi dahil sa isang kontrobersiya. Ito po yung, di ba meron silang deklarasyon o resolusyon na binansagan ang ibang mga ano bang publication?
Limang libro po.
Mga libro o lathala na subversibo. Ano po bang nangyari dito at saka kailangan mapasukan ito ng KWF o dapat sa mga ganitong usapin hands off na po tayo?
History muna o yung sagot sa tanong nyo, ano hong gusto nyo?
Yung ugat po ng pangyayari at bakit umabot pa sila sa mga sa headline, no?
Oo. Nung Augusto Siyam, nitong taon na ito, nag-issue ang komisyon ng Memorandum Number 2022-0663. Ang importante atang banggitin ko, 5 lang ang komisyon na napumirma. 5 out of 8. So may majority, kaya ito'y considered na valid, no, issuance nila. At dito po sa memorandum na ito, may order, syempre English yung binabasa ko, kaya nagta-translate ako sa Tagalog habang nagbabasa. May order na itigil ang publikasyon, tama ba?
Ano bang publication?
Itigil ang publikasyon ng mga libro na subversibo at political daw ang nilalaman. At pati daw yung kahit na daw yung creative works meron daw subliminal, di ko na kaya yun subliminal ideology na naghihikayat na at ginang-risa insight, nag-uudyok, okay. Nag-uudyok ng rebellion laban sa gobyerno at mga kaisintulad na mga publikasyon. So, binanggit dito yung 5 libro. Pero, halos so yan ho ang na-headlines, Pero, mahigit kumulang 1 buwan, siguro mga 5-6 na linggo, 3 dun sa mga pumirma na commissioner, binawi nila yung kanilang pirma. O di wala na ho silang mayorya. So invalid na ho ang memorandum na iyon. So balik na tayo sa all is good, all is peaceful in the land of the commission. Dahil
Sige po.
pinawi na ho.
Ang komisyon ay pinamumunuan po ng anong posisyon po ng namumuno dito? Chairman po ba ang tawag na?
Chairperson.
Sa katauhan ni Ginoong
Chairman Casanova po.
Chairman Casanova is here with us. Okay. So ang komposisyon ba ng komisyon ay nagbago magmula nung panahon itong kontrobersiyang ito o parehas din?
Hindi. Tsaka, for the record po, hindi ho siya kasama dun sa 5. Oo. Tapos sila pa rin naman, binawi yung 3, so balik. So, ayun.
So, ang ibig bang sabihin nito ay cleared na po yung mga 5 publication o 5 libro na binansagang subversibo noong Memo 2022 bawi na. So wala na po, parang nawalang bisa po yung parang hindi nangyari yung memo na yon.
Parang ganon.
So siguro paalala lang ito sa KWF bakit pa po tayo pumasok sa dramang yun? Ano ba nangyari?
Oo nga. Oo, pero anong basa nyo? Anong basa nyo? Ba't
Meron po.
ako lang sasabihan nyo. Ako naman sasagot
Yung 5.
Okay. So, Mr. Ginoong Mayorya, tama ba? Ginoong Mayorya, Mr. Senate President. Ano? Hindi, I'm addressing the Senate President pa rin naman, di ba? Bakit ho nagkaganon? Siyempre, wala hong personal knowledge. Kalaman, ang chairman, ang pangulo, dahil di naman ho siya kasama dun sa mga pumirma nung memorandum na yon. Pero sa pananaw niya, namumulitika, tama ho ba yun?
Tama po, naintindihan po natin yan.
Napopolitika ho yung trabaho nila, no, dun sa nangyaring yon.
So iwasan na lang po natin yung pagpasok natin sa mga usaping politika. Kasi ano po ang pangunahing mandato ng komisyon? Para kung pwede pong masabi yung pangunahing mandato para matandaan po natin.
Ang komisyon sa wikang Pilipino ay nilikha upang magsagawa, mag-ugnay, at magtaguyod ng mga pananaliksik para sa pagpapaunlad, pagpapalaganap at preserbasyon ng Pilipino at ng iba pang wika ng Pilipinas.
Okay.
So ang puntos nga ng ating Ginoong Minorya, wala naman dyan ang kanilang, walang mandato dyan na sila ay maghusga kung ang publikasyon na yon, ang nilalaman, subversibo o kung ano paman. Ano ho?
Tama po. So, ano lang tayo? English, pinapatranslate ko pa po. Yung
You are hereby put on notice na hindi nyo dapat gawin yon.
Tutok lang tayo sa mandato natin. Balik lang tayo ng balik sa mandato natin. Balik tayo sa batas na gumawa sa atin. Basahin natin paulit-ulit, parang Biblia po natin yun. Doon lang tayo tututok. Advice lang po yun.
So, kailangan pakinggan ho ito ng wala dito yung ibang commissioner, pero sinasabi ko kay chairman na dapat pakinggan to ng lahat ng commissioner, no? Para lahat sila, alam nila.
Walo po kayo lahat-lahat, Mr. Chairman. Walo lahat-lahat. Chairman plus 7 commissioners. Ganun po ba yan? Ganun pa ba yun?
Ako sasagutin mo. Hindi, ako lang sasabihan yun.
Yun po ay walo. Simulan natin.
Pero the point is, the mere technology.
At mayroong 5 part-time.
Sabihin mo, may ganun ba yun? Wala namang ganun. Part-time. Nasa batas ba yun? Nasa batas ba yun? 11 ang talagang nasa batas, pero sa ngayon 8 pa. So, ibig sabihin, bakante ang 3 posisyon.
Malaking ano pala ito, malaking commission.
So,
Sige po, so sana hindi namin bigyan ng kahulugan na ang walang commissioner na kasama mo. So ang aking kasing interpretasyon na baka hati-hati pa rin tayo o ano to, watak-watak pa rin po ba? Hindi pa ba isang buong grupo po ang komisyon?
ano ba? Matagal nang ganun yun.
May mga dinner ba tayo?
Kasi
Hindi ba, Brian? Sana?
Bakit? Ang katotohanan watak-watak sila.
Okay, so reality at least tinapat tayo. Tinapat tayo ng chairman. At least alam natin. So at any rate, hindi naman maapekto.
Basta sundan nila yung mandato nila, 'di ba? Kahit hindi sila magkakaibigan, 'di ba?
Hindi naman maapektuhan yung 80 million po na budget na pinopose na. Pero maapektuhan niya kung parati kayong nasa headline ng balita na ganyan away-away lang at hindi nakafocus sa trabaho. So ang request po ng ating Senate President pro tempore ay kung pwede pong yung 5 kontrobersyal na publication ay pwede po bang bigyan ng kopya ang Senate Library para po kung dun sa mga interesado maintindihan yung kontrobersiya, first hand. Tingnan yung publication, hanapin dun yung sabing nakatagong ideolohiya. Kung makita ba natin.
Opo, no? Ako nasasagot ng opo para
opo.
sa kanya. Pero, interesado nga ako. Meron akong summary dito, pero tatagal pa.
Hindi na po.
Pasakit natin.
Sa Senate Library daw.
Summarize ko yan over the weekend.
Sige. So yun na lang po, Mr. President.
Okay.
Siguro, if the Senate will back me up, I mean, advice to the Commission through the Chairman, try to unite in the focus on the mandate of the law creating the Commission. Yun lang. I think you can unite behind that, di ba? The focus.
Opo daw.
Kung may personal differences,
Isang tabi na lang yun.
let it be. Hindi naman namin kayo pipilit, but on the focus lang. Opo. Sige po. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you to our distinguished colleague. Yes, Senator Bato de la Rosa is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, good sponsor. Madam Sponsor. Gusto ko pa lang po malaman kung ano na nangyari sa mga libro that were complained of by the security people that were described by them as subversive. Sana ba yung mga libro na yun ngayon?
Itong pinag-uusapan natin.
Yes, yung pinag-usapan nyo ngayon ng mga libro.
Hindi sir, dahil nga po nagkaroon ng resolution na binabawi yung memorandum na dineclare na subversive yung mga librong yun at itigil ang publication, balik na sila sa normal, which is they are being published, they are being distributed, available po siya. Hindi na, baliwala na ho yung memorandum na tinuring silang subversibo.
Ngayon, kung binawi ng mga
security, just to be clear bale yung 5 miyembro ng komisyon nitong komisyon ng wika, sila ho ang nagsabing itigil ang publication niyan. Binawi ngayon, so wala na ho.
yun nga, but that has come to the attention of the security sector, particularly the armed forces and the police. At ako'y binigyan ng kopya
Okay.
ng mga libro na yan.
Kaya kayo
At nabasa ko, talaga, ako being isang ama, I can tell you right straight na pag nabasa yan ng anak ko, magiging subversibo yung anak ko pag nabasa yung libro na yan. Parkahan tayo dito. Tayo'y hirap na para kalabanin itong problema natin sa insurgency, and yet, meron tayong ahensya ng gobyerno na sumusuporta sa pag-radicalize ng utak ng ating mga kabataan na para lumaban sa ating gobyerno. That's very counterproductive. Good sponsor.
Sagutin
Yes,
ko
yes
po.
po.
Apo. Ako po, dati pa ako humahanga sa inyong pagmamahal at passion sa ating bansa, no?
Yes po.
Atutuwa ako na binanggit nyo yan kasi ang nangyari po dito, yung memorandum na kung saan ni-withdraw nung tatlo yung kanilang pirma, sinabi po nila doon, tulad po ng sinabi ng ating minority floor leader, na ang mandato nila ng commission, hindi yung silang huhusga kung ano yung laman nun. Kung mayroon dong tanong, no, dun sa nature ng content, kung subversive, katulad po ng sinasabi nyo,
Opo.
ang dapat magbigay ng desisyon dyan ay ang korte. Yan ang
Korte.
sinabi sa memorandum po. Kasi wala sa batas yung mandato nila na magdesisyon nun kung subversive ang isang libro o hindi.
Madam Sponsor, it should be prudent on our part as officials of this government na tingnan natin yung ano pinagpiprinta natin ng mga libro. Bakit kailangan pa tayong aabot sa korte kung tayo mismo, binabantayan natin yan, tayong gumagastos ng pera ng gobyerno para i-print yan. Tapos, makita natin na subversive ang laman. Bakit natin pabayaan pa? Kailangan pang pupunta tayo ng korte para magsabi na ihinto niyo yung printing na yan. You are evading your responsibility for the future of these students na makabasa ng mga libro na yan. Iniiwasan niyo yung responsibilidad ninyo.
Mr. President, naiintindihan ko sinasabi niyo. Meron akong anak na 12 taon. Concerned ako kung ano yung mga nababasa niyang materyales. So,
Yes po.
naiintindihan ko yung puntos niyo. Pero para yung ating trabaho, gumawa ng batas, no? So, itong batas na to, di ko masyado maalala. 1991, so wala pa yatang senador sa atin dito noon, ano? Senator Lauren are beautiful, young, but officially the most senior in terms of ranking, was not even. Doon nga ako papunta. 1998, kabatch po siya ng aking ama. Wala pa. At ikaw ang baby noon. Baby ka nga noon eh. Okay, anyway, allow me to continue. Itong batas, an act creating the Commission on the Filipino Language, sa Section 4, kung saan nga yung mandato na sinamarize ko for the minority floor leader, clearly states that itong commission na ito, ang kanyang trabaho is to undertake, coordinate, and promote research for the development, propagation, preservation of Filipino and other Philippine languages. So, yung mandato niya is on the side of language. Wala tayong binigay, hindi tayo personally, pero yung Congress as an institution, walang binigay na power dito sa commission na siyasatin yung content in terms of subversiveness or love of country, love of God. Wala nga akong ganun eh. Ngayon, kung ang decision of the body, because we are consensual body, baguhin natin to, this will be referred to the committee of, I think, Senator Amy. Culture, kayo ba, sa inyo ba? Sa ating Senate President Pro Temp. Sa inyo, kayo ba chairman ng Committee on Culture and Arts? Okay, so yun. But with the present law, hindi ho yun mandato nila. Yun lang ang kailangan kong ipaliwanag.
Pero sila ang nagpaprinta, di ba? Kanilang kuha yun na Madam Sponsor. Sila ang nagpaprinta, pera ng gobyerno ang ginastusan para pagpaprinta. Alam mo, alam ko, ang sagot na naman yan ng mga taga-academician is academic freedom. Yan ang palagi, the most abused term by the left, yung academic freedom. Actually, Madam Sponsor, these people are using academic freedom to destroy the real essence of academic freedom. Bakit nila tuturuan yung ating mga kabataan na para maging subversive through these books? Alam mo, sabihin natin, bigyan natin sila ng academic freedom, mag-decide. Pero it is incumbent on our part as second parents of these children na magbasa ng libro na yan na bantayan naman natin na hindi mapariwara yung mga anak natin. Huwag natin bigyan ng mga reading materials na mga subversibo na makadevelop sa kanila ng ugali na nagagalit sa gobyerno. Kung basahin niyo yung libro na yon, ako binasa ko yung ibang portion ng libro, talagang ang bata na magbabasa doon, magkakaroon ng hatred towards the government dahil pinapakita doon na abusado ang gobyerno. 5 libro yun. Pinakita sa akin ng Armed Forces of the Philippines. Kaya, I don't know bakit ganito ng takbo ng gobyerno natin. Hindi tayo nagkakaisa towards nation building. Lahat tayo naintindihan ko, si Madam Loren is on the left of the spectrum. Asa ka pala? Sa gitna?
Perhaps our
Oh,
Senate President Pro Tem would like to take the podium so we can also hear the answer.
Pero wala akong problema. Ma-left ka o ma-right, wala akong problema. Center, walang problema. Ang akin lang dyan is hindi natin bibigyan ng mga subversive documents yung mga bata dahil talagang that's very counterproductive. Ayaw kong, alam mo, siguro, ako'y nasasaktan lang dahil nga, I've been through ang dami ko ng gira na dinaanan against the NPA. Ngayon, senador na ako, meron pa rin nakakalusot ng mga programa ng ating gobyerno na nakikita ko na sumusuporta doon sa pag-develop ng hatred ng mga bata towards our government. Later on, makita mo na itong mga bata nito, nandun na sa bundok, kasama sa NPA, nagmamarcha, nakipaglaban sa ating kasundaluhan. Kaya kawawa ang mga bata. Kawawa ang mga bata. Teachers, sabihin ninyo, academic freedom, pero responsibilidad po nyo yan. Dahil ang mga bata, yung bata pa, they are very raw yung kanilang pag-iisip. Kung ano yung introduce sa kanila ng school, akala na yun ang tama. At yan ang kanilang, ma-develop yung kanilang pag-iisip na gano'n. That's plain brainwashing, plain and simple. Kaya I hope, magkaisa tayo. Kaisa tayo towards nation building, hindi yung magkawatak-watak tayo. Kawawa naman tong ating bansa pag ganun na lang. Pati na sa gobyerno, ginagamit ang pundo ng gobyerno para sirain ang gobyerno. Ano bang klaseng programa yan? Tayo dapat, it is incumbent on our part dito sa Senado, napigilan yan, yung mga bagay na yan, dahil hindi tayo papayag na maging rebelde yung mga anak natin, aakyat sa bundok dahil sa brainwashing na nangyari doon sa eskwelahan through these books, through these reading materials. So dapat alerto tayo dito. Yun lang sa akin pasensya na for my outburst of emotion dahil ayaw ko talaga mangyari yan. Kung makita ko yung mga libro na yan, I don't know. Talagang nakita ko na nabasa ko na. Inis na isa ko nabasa ko Nakikita ko talagang subversive.
Your Honor, my dear colleagues, just a clarification if I'll be allowed to interject by my colleague from Davao, my distinguished colleague from Davao. The books that are being mentioned here, kasi hindi ko masyadong naintindihan itong pangyayari. Yung mga libro na tinatawag nilang subversive, ito ba ay pinondohan ng ating gobyerno?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. Mr. President, our Senate President Pro Tem was talking to me, so I missed your question.
Okay. Ito bang mga librong ito, yung 5 libro, pinondohan ba ito ng ating gobyerno at ating buwis? Para saan po gagamitin yun?
Publication po nila yan. Pagkagawa nyo yan,
Bigay ng libre sa mga government agencies at saka yung iba na konting porsyento ay ibenta sa pinakamababang halaga pambawi na
sorry, pambawi saan? Sandali.
gastos.
So, pinamimigay, tapos pinapadala books sa mga libraries. Okay. Mr. President, so ito nga Komisyon ng Wika, sila ho ang nagpa-publish nito and then ipinamimigay daw nila sa mga iba-ibang government agencies. And then ang iba, binibenta ng maliit lang daw na tubo para pang din ang gastos nila.
Just for the record, ibig sabihin ito, mga libro, ay binayaran namin lahat.
Oo,
dito.
gastos nga ng gobyerno.
Gastos ng
Katulad nga po
gobyerno.
ng ng binabanggit ng ating
O, ergo, may karapatan din ang senador, katulad ni Senator Bato de la Rosa,
po. May
to
karapatan siyang
question,
magtanong, of course
yeah,
po.
to use our funds for that kind of materials. So, I commensurate with the good gentleman from Davao. Kasi, kung private yan, wala talagang, kung private publication yan,
Yun nga ho yung freedom na
walang problema.
binabanggit.
That's a freedom of speech, freedom of expression that we are all entitled to under our Constitution. And but this is a different case. I think this is government funds. So, yeah, tama po. Now, naintindihan ko yung punto ni Senator Bato de la Rosa. Alam mo naman si Senator de la Rosa, ilang beses na binaril at inambush yan dahil sa kanyang kapakanan bilang sundalo ng ating bayan, bilang isang membro ng kung sa atin tagabantay ng kalinaw sa Bisaya, yung tagabantay po ng ating kapayapaan. So I understand now. I understand.
Opo.
Thank you, thank you.
Ako naman naintindihan ko to talaga ang sentimiento ng ating kasamahan. Kaya I hope His Honor accepts my recognizes na naintindihan ko talaga yung passion nyo dyan. Kasi consistent talaga kayo dyan. Naintindihan ko po yan. Parang huli rin yan yung debate ko sa health na on the one hand, labas ka na labas ng pera para ganitong gawin. On the other hand, may iba kang ginagawa. So, if I may suggest, if it would please the gentleman from Davao, siguro pagkatapos ng budget, kung gusto nyong magkaroon ng resolution and filed in the proper committee to look into this. Kasi dito ngayon sa ating hearing, sa ating budget hearing, ang limitasyon ko is tingnan yung mandato ng commission at sinabi ko nga na yung mandato lang nila is taguyod yung Filipino language, yung bilang ho isang language. Yung naman sinasabi nyo, may puntos kayo, merong sasang-ayon sa inyo, merong hindi. Pero ang puntos, ang mandato ng komisyon, itaguyod lang yung lengguwahe ng Pilipino sa pamamagitan ng mga kwento. So yun na nga ang tanong, anong klaseng kwento? Kaya naintindihan ko po yung puntos nyo, naintindihan ko po yan.
Anyway, Mr. President, Madam Sponsor, for the record, gusto ko lang malaman ng chairman ng Commission ng Wikang Pilipino that whoever is responsible for the production or the printing of these books, wala pa akong personal. Wala pa akong personal na issue against kung sino man. In fact, for the record, sabihin ko sa inyo, I even helped the present chairman of the Commission of Wikang Pilipino to become the chairman during the term of President Duterte. Ako'y nag-endorso sa kanya, ako nag-recommend sa kanya na maging chairman. Ay dito lang kami nagkakaiba ng paningin ngayon dito sa libro na naging subversibo. Yun ang ayaw ko. Kaya no personal issues against us. He's still my friend. I recommended him to become the chairman. Yeah, but ito lang sana, matingnan nyo ito sa libro dahil kawawa ang kabataan na ma-radicalize dahil sa libro na ito. Very clear. Hindi po ako bubu magbasa ng libro. Kaya sabihin niyo kahit anong palusot ninyo sa libro na yon, talagang sasabihin ko sa inyo na subversibo yung mga libro na yon. Kahit anong palusot sabihin ninyo. Yun lang. Thank you, sponsor, Mr. President.
Mr. President, Senator Binay wants to be recognized.
Yes, distinguished colleague from Makati, Senator Nancy Binay.
Siguro, Mr. President, just for the record, can we get, Tagalog pala dapat, sino ho ba, sino ho ba yung mga nagsulat ng mga libro na
meron ho ako.
tinatalakay ngayon?
Gusto nyo bang banggitin ko ang titulo at ang pangalan ng libro at nung sumulat, no? So, Teatro Political 2, sinulat ni Malu Jacob, Kalatas, Mga Kwentong Bayan at Kwentong Buhay ni Romel Rodriguez, Tawid Diwa sa Pananagisag ni Bienvenido Lumbera, Ang Bayan, Ang Manunulat at Ang Magasing sa Gisag sa imahinatibong yugto ng Batas Militar 1979 to 1975 to 1979 by Dexter Cayanes. May hadlang ang umaga ni Don Pagasura at mga palabas sa labas ng sentro ni Ruel Aguila.
Okay. And siguro, just for the record, Mr. President, si Ginoong Lumbera ay isang national artist. Yun lang po, Mr. President.
Opo, opo.
Mr. President, may
Yes,
I,
yes. The gentleman from Davao is recognized.
would like to move that my statement a while ago stating that our colleague, Senator Lauren Ligarda is the left of center, be stricken out from records, Mr. President.
Yes,
And
sir.
I
So-
apologize to my colleague.
Yes.
I just wanted to make that example.
For the
that,
record, please strike
dito
it
sa
off.
Senado, whether sa kaliwa ka o sa kanan, walang problema yan basta nagkakaisa tayo pagdating sa yun nga, kaya I apologize. And I would like to stricken I would like to
Strike.
make that record to make the statement be stricken out of the record of this Senate. Mr.
So
President.
noted and so recorded.
Mr.
I love my colleague. I love my colleague.
Minority Leader,
I don't want
be recognized.
to
Mr.
hurt her.
Yes, Minority Floor Leader. With
Mr.
the
Pres-
permission of Senator Batos, yes, the floor.
Kanina po humingi tayo ng kopya ng mga aklat. Ngayon sana hindi mag-object si Senator Bato kasi tulad niya nabasa niya eh. So pagkakataon din natin mabasa 'yon kung may kopya tayo. Okay, that's why yan ang dahilan bakit tayo humingi. So okay lang po ba yun? Kasi may sinabi kasi si Senator Bato kanina kung makita niyo yung mga aklat na yun hindi niya sinabi kung anong gagawin niya. Pero humingi po tayo ng kopya. Is it okay?
May na ho tayo.
Kay Senator Bato? Yes, opo. Okay na.
Bibigyan tayo ng
Para
kopya.
po, katulad po ni Senator Bato, magkakaroon tayo ng pagkakataong mabasa.
Tapos siguro,
limang
Minority
aklat na
Floor
yun.
Leader.
Okay lang, sir.
Minority Floor Leader, baka pwede din natin i-request kay Senator Bato na i-highlight yung areas na concern. Diba? Kasi mahabang libo yun.
Managan po tayo. Ang hinihingi ho ba natin tigisa tayong lahat o share? Ano ho ba? Minority, o sige.
I would like to also get avail of the books if they have because I'd like to see what these...
Po, tingnan natin.
I'm interested, Madam Chairperson,
Sayang naman, kung di naman
Madam Pia. My office
President,
also...
sorry. Maingay po ang ating Senate President Pro Tem. Di ko
Okay. May we ask also a copy for my office?
magagandang tanong.
Oh.
Ano po
Maybe
yun?
also ask for my office because I want to see and highlight the areas that are being discussed. So what is the status of the books, Madam Chairperson? What is the status?
Out, Mr. President, it has been, kasi the memorandum was to halt the publication. Binawi nga yung memorandum na yon by a resolution na binawi yung signatures, therefore tuloy.
No, when you say tuloy, one batch lang yan or it's out every year? Gumagawa ba tayo ng, binibigyan ba natin sila ng pondo para gawin itong taon-taon? Kasi pwedeng silipin ni Senator De La Rosa yun.
Gawa na. Gawa na po yan.
So isang ano lang yan, isang batch.
Normal, hindi na
Pag
inuulit.
naubos at may demand, pwedeng
So normally ho, isang batch lang yan and then sa kanila tinitingnan kung mataas ho ang demand, saka sila umuulit.
Okay.
The
Minority
Leader,
Floor Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros is recognized.
Salamat, Mr. President. In the interest of time, good chair, maikling manifestation lang. Whether bilang resulta ng kung anumang dynamics ang nagbunsod nitong episode na ito sa KWF na hindi nyo naman kailangan isalaysay sa amin dito sa Senado or bunga din ng aming pagkakaiba-iba ng mga ideya, kami pong mga kasapi ng Senado tungkol sa isyong ito, I hope na patuloy na i-exercise ng malaya at ganap ng komisyon ang inyong mandato.
Kayo kinakausap.
Yes, sir. Salamat, Madam Chair. Opo.
Inaasahan nyo na.
Inaasahan ko po na patuloy niyong or higit ninyong i-exercise ang mandato ng komisyon. Ano man ang naging internal dynamics or ano man ang maaring maging impresyon ninyo sa aming pagkakaiba-iba ng mga ideya sa usaping ito. For one, Mr. President, Madam Chair, hindi ko pa rin po nabasa yung 5 aklat. Salamat sa chair ngayong gabi sinabi nyo sa amin ang mga pamagat. At salamat sa good gentlewoman from Makati. Tinukoy niya, palagay ko isang mahalagang detalye na yung isa sa mga may akda ay National Artist for Literature. Ang akin po talaga, kasi napag-uusapan ng iba't ibang kalayaan. May kalayaan sa enterprise para maglathala ng mga aklat gamit ang salapi ng pribadong sektor. At yung nabanggit din, isang nabanggit kanina, yung academic freedom. And alam po natin ang wika, na yun po yung teritoryo ng komisyon, at yung life of the mind natin, dun yung isang larangan kung saan pinakamalaya at dapat manatiling malaya tayo bilang mamamayan. Na-appreciate ko na itinanong itong isyung ito, itong insidenteng ito ng mga kasama dahil syempre sa panahon ngayon napaka-sensitive yung mga issue kung babanggitin ang red tagging or maalala yung book burning ng mga Nazi noon or maalala ang mga yugto nung nakaraang mga kasaysayan na may mga aklat na binan. Para po sa akin, higit na mabuti sa lahat ng ating mga kabataan, maging yung mga kabataan natin halimbawa na passionate sa military service at tulad ng late husband ko ay naging kadete sa Philippine Military Academy, hanggang sa mga anak natin kung sila man ay apathetic sa politika at ideolohiya, hanggang sa mga kabataan na aktivista. At marami pong aktivista na active non-violent, hindi po nag-aarmas. Tingin ko po, sorry sabi ko maikli lang po ito. Just for the record, Madam Chair, Mr. President, higit pong maigi kung wala pong binaban na mga aklat at patuloy magpakasigasig tayo mga magulang, ang mga guro, lahat ng mga responsableng adults maging sa ating pamahalaan na ilaban at ipanalo ang mga superior na ideya. Hindi sa pamamagitan ng pagbaban o ano paman, pero sa paggabay at paghubog ng critical na pag-iisip. At dyan, sa usaping iyan ay patuloy po naming lahat dito sa Senado aasahan ang pagganap ng tungkulin ng KWF. Salamat, Madam Chair. Salamat, Mr. President.
Salamat po.
Sino Pangulo, wala na hong gusto magtanong at naisa po natin. Pasensya na po, ang ating pong Senate President Pro Tempore ay nais pong magtanong.
Maraming salamat. Isa po yan sa mga paborito kong ahensya ng gobyerno, bagamat maliit na ahensya, na dati ko rin chinair nung dating panahon at ang ginugugol ko po ay minsan maraming oras mula umaga hanggang hapon para po pakinggan ang kanilang mandato, ang kanilang mga proyekto. Simple lang po ang aking tanong, maaring hindi kontrobersyal at hindi po ikagagalit ni Senator General Bato de la Rosa. Matutuwa po kayo sa aking tanong. Ilan po ang ating languages na tinatawag wika sa ating bansa? Kasi may nabasa po ako, ayon po sa inyong website, 133, more or less. Meron naman iba nagsabi, 180. So, ilan ba talaga ho ang ating tinalagang wika sa Pilipinas? Ano ang matatawag natin na language? Ano po ang dialect? At sa mga tinalagang wika, ano dun ang major languages? At sa lahat ng wika, ilan po dyan ang base sa ethno-linguistic groups of our country? Ano po dyan ang wala na, namatay na? Or kaya isa o dalawang tao na lang o isang barangay sa isang remote island ang nagsasalita niyan? At ano ang ginagawa ng Komisyon ng Wikang Filipino para mapanatili ang ating mga wika? Ayan. Senator Bato, hindi po controversial itong aking tinatanong. Ito po'y para sa edukasyon nating lahat. Salamat.
Sa commission po, meron silang 130 lengguwahe.
One-
Pero ngayong taong ito, nadagdagan ng 3 dahil sa kanilang
133.
pananaliksik. So 133 na. Pero iba din ho ang findings ng UP at ng
Summer Institute of Linguistics.
Summer Institute of Linguistics.
SIL.
Sila ho yung may 180.
180.
Pero sabi niya, iba daw yung kanilang pananaliksik, iba din yung sa kanila.
Meron ba ho kayong isang magandang kompletong database report tungkol sa 133 or even the 180 ng lahat po ng mapping, cultural mapping, language mapping, kung saan po nagsimula ang bawat lengguwahe or wika sa Pilipinas? Anong tao ang nagsasalita niyan? Ito pa ho, anong estado sinasalita pa? Meron ba silang written form or audio form? Buhay pa ba ang mga tao nagsasalita? At meron ba tayong kasaysayan ng wikang yan?
Okay. Meron po tayong atlas ng wika.
Ginawa natin yun.
Oo. So,
Ang ganda-ganda.
so nandun ho yun.
Hindi kompleto yun.
Hindi pa-
Part 1 lang yun.
Baka
Yung
gusto niyo
ating-
pondohan para
Yung ating ginawa po ng Atlas ng Wika, yan ba ho ay meron 133 na wika? Parang hindi. Yun po yung ating ginawa. Kasama po nung dating head ng KWF na si National Artist Almario. Di ba po? Hindi pa po 133 ang laman nun. Hindi po yata. Nakasaloob ba doon yung 133 na wika natin?
Ako po ang sagot.
Hindi po kompleto yata.
Yung nadagdagan lang ngayong taon ito dahil sa
Kaya nga, pero dun sa
The 130 are there?
Nakasulat doon.
pagkatayan.
Ayun. Yun daw ho ang pinagbatayan nila, yung atlas.
Yung Atlas, nakalagay ba ho doon?
Hindi na ho up to date. Hindi tama
Hindi
ho kayo.
updated.
Hindi siya up to date.
Okay.
So, pero yung mga latest nila na research, balak nga nilang magkaroon ng revised and updated edition.
Okay, hihilingin ko po sa inyo, sa ating bibigay na budget ngayon, magkahihingi ng dagdag, ay sapat na yan sa inyong pagsasaliksik para yung 133 na wika sa Pilipinas ay saan ang galing, anong estado, buhay ba, sinasalita pa ba o sa verbal form or sa written form, at ano ang ating mga pruweba na merong lengguwaheng ganyan. Bakit tayo walang Museum of Languages? Speaking English, I would like to see, just like we have the Hibla Textile Gallery, I would like to see a Museum of Philippine Languages. Imagine 133 vitrines, maybe in pottery, maybe engraved in iron or silver, maybe on a textile, maybe on wood. Di ba napakaganda? At nakalagay dyan kung saan nagsimula ang Kinaraya. Saan ba nagsimula ang Kinaraya? Anong isla ng Panay nagsimula yan? Anong tawag mo sa unang taong nagsalita niyan? Yan ba ay kinakwento pa, ginagamit? Oo. Paano nag-evolve yung language na yan? Di ba maganda po? Maganda mag-cultural mapping ng lahat po ng 133 languages. At kung meron pong nagsasalita pa, di ba magandang i-record natin ang bawat languages sa mga pinaka-eksperto na magagalingan dila at pananalita para maganda ang kanilang recording, right? Even not just the audio, but audio-visual. Would that not be good? And you can upload it on a website of the KWF that is definitely not subversive. That is definitely educational. That will really bring pride of country, nationalism, and all our overseas Filipinos will enjoy listening to the 130 languages. We can even have a Philippine studies program that we're doing with the FA in different universities abroad and teach or history of Philippine languages. Chair Casanova can give lectures on Philippine languages. Di ba napakaganda niyan? Huwag kayo hihingi ng karagdagang budget dahil yun ang mandato nyo. So yun po sana ang inyong gagawin sa inyong darating na budget. Kaya ba ho yan gawin sa inyong budget na binibigay ngayon ng Kongreso?
Pero yung gusto niya yung nasa website nyo, na nandun
Sa website. Even yung
mga audio. Gusto niya audio.
Documentation lang yan eh.
Yung audio.
documentation, pero
Ang dali-dali yan.
idadagdag po nila. Meron na silang website, meron na silang ibang, may laman naman po yon, pero yung nire-request po ninyo na audio, dadagdag po daw nila.
Okay. May I suggest, Madam Chair, Mr. President, to have poetry reading in various languages. Sabi mo na sa 8 languages, in the 8 major languages, right? 8 of the 133. So we can have poetry reading in Filipino, in Ilocano, in Hiligaynon, in Bisaya. Di ba ang ganda?
Okay. Dinagdag pa ho niya doon sa sinabi nyo, pwede ho magpa-contest ng mga poetry writing
Ang
sa
ganda
iba-ibang
niyan.
wika.
Ang ating mga kabataan, maybe through DepEd or even through CSOs and NGOs sa grassroots, sa barangayan na pagalingan ng mga salita ng ating mga languages. Nakakatuwa, matanda ka man o bata. Yan, pa-contest ng KWF nationwide. Tapos yung pinakamagaling sa bawat rehiyon ay bibigyan natin ng premyo. Maski personal na namin, wag ng amendment ng chair sa budget ng mga mananalo sa premyo, sa mga talastasan, sa mga poetry. Oh, di ba maganda?
Opo,
Nakakornihan
maganda po
yata
yun.
kayo sa... Maganda. Oo. Diba? So, pa-contest tayo sa region. So, if I may, documentation with adequate research, and then audio-visual, and then uploading it online for all Filipinos overseas to see as well, and then pa-contest ng 8 major languages, or whatever languages in that region, then they can do similar essay reading, poetry reading, just to bring it to national attention. Pwede niyong gawin yan sa Intramuros, sa National Museum.
Naglabas naman daw po sila ng mga infographics tungkol sa iba-ibang wika natin.
Another suggestion, which I think was being done, we have language markers in some parts of the country where the language originated. You can converge with Secretary Frasco, with the DOT, or even your regional directors of DOT, so they can be walking tours where the languages originated. And then you can train our high school, college students, our teachers to be guides, history guides on how the language started. On this site, the first kinaraya was spoken by Mr. Blank, Blank, Blank on this year. Naglakad siya dito, tapos nagkakwento na kayo nang nangyari sa lugar na yon. Diba tama? So we can have language tours. We can have language tours, o language tours based in, sige na, oo, alam ko.
Opo.
Inirendahan na.
Narinig niya ho lahat ng magaganda niyong mga ideya at gagawin po niya na makipag-coordinate sa Secretary of
Within their
Tourism.
budget.
Sa
Within
budget
their budget,
niyo.
because you have a reasonable budget. And that's their mandate.
Haba pa tayo, kaya hindi ko nababanggitin. Opo.
Okay na. Yes, I'm being stopped. I'm being gagged. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, okay na.
Maraming salamat, Mr. President, Madam Chair, sa inyong pagpapaunlak sa aking mga katanungan. Ganyan lang ang aking interes sa pagpahalaga ng ating wika. 133 na pala ngayon, pero sabi ng SIL, 180. Ano man ang numero nila, mahalaga sila dahil sila ang nagbibigay ng buod kung sino tayo, ating pagkatao, ating kultura. Kaya dapat panatiliin natin at huwag nating papabayaang mamatay ang maski anong wika. Maraming salamat.
Salamat po. Salamat po, Madam Senate President Pro Tem, sa inyong mga ihinayag. Wala na ho yata magtatanong.
Our minority floor leader.
Our minority leader, wishes to be recognized.
Last, just a manifestation in connection with our discussion, kasi it has not been stated officially, but bulong-bulong lang namin. What we know is that since the 1990s, the anti-subversion law has already been repealed. So maybe the commission as a legal officer to double check our opinion, our research. No? So, ganun po yun. So, just be guided, no? Just be guided by this fact also. So, yun lang po yun. Basta it's a statement of fact that the anti-subversion law has long been repealed. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, Mr. President, just a short reaction. What I was appealing is not based on legal grounds. What I was pointing out was based on moral grounds. It is our moral obligation, being people of this government, to help in nation building. Yun lang sa akin. So I'm not saying that printing of those books is illegal. No. But for me, from my point of view, it's immoral for us, people from the government, to be using government money that would result to uh, children hating their own government because of the indoctrination, the brainwashing that they will get through reading these subversive reading materials. That's my point, Mr. President. No legal issue, only moral issue. Sana tayo, we are all adults, we have all families, we are na may binabantayan tayong mga anak na hindi mapariwara, hindi pupunta, hindi aakyat sa bundok, makipaglaban sa ating mga sundalo. Kasi kawawa ang ating mga kabataan. That's all, Mr. President. Thank you.
Kaya, Your Honor, Senator De La Rosa, pag-promote ko lang ng Pilipinas, binabas ako ng mga, kaya let's promote the Philippines. Rather than fight the Philippines, let us promote the Philippines. Tama po yun?
You did not say you want people to deodorize the Philippines, Mr. President.
I did not say sanitize the news. I said let's promote the Philippines
You
for
did not say
tourism, for investments.
You did not say sanitize or deodorize.
Censor. I did not say
Censor,
censor.
no. You just ask them to help.
Yes.
Helping
Amen.
in any way, in any manner, Mr.
Amen.
President. Thank you. Amen.
Let's promote the Philippines. This is our only country. Let's not bring it down. Let's work together to bring it up. And I will continue to shout that every time I'm in a group with a group. So, Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, there being no other reservation for interpellation, I move that we close the period of interpellation and consider the budget of the Commission on the Filipino Language be deemed submitted for the body's consideration.
The motion to approve the budget of the Commission on Filipino Language is hereby deemed submitted.
I'm just curious.
Likewise, Mr. President, with the consent of the body, in addition to the previously submitted government agencies without interpellations, and upon consultation with the minority leader, considering that there are no questions on the proposed budgets of these agencies as no colleague of ours has registered to interpret, I move that the budgets of the following agencies, namely National Security Council, sponsored by Senator Sonny Angara, total budget is 418,834,000. Philippine Racing Commission, sponsored by yours truly, total budget is 316,176,000. Philippine Center for Economic Development, sponsored by yours truly, with a budget of 27,435,000. And last but not the least, the Anti-Money Laundering Council, sponsored by Senator Sonny Angara, with a budget of 208,828,000. Be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr. President.
Before I will act on that motion, my dear Majority Floor Leader, I would like to see them here in Plenary Hall, all the heads of these agencies. I move for 1 minute suspension.
Yes, can we request the heads of agencies to please move?
Pag wala yan dito.
Dito lang.
Oo nga. Mamat. Session resumed.
Mr. President, the heads of agencies are all here. National Security Council,
May we ask the head of agency to stand and
Tari
be
Carlos is here.
recognized? It's the Professor Carlita Carlos.
Yes,
Ma'am,
Professor-
how are you? Welcome to
Professor
your
Carlita
Senate, ma'am.
Carlos is here
Welcome to your Senate. You look younger. Younger every day.
in person, not on TV, huh?
Please
the
proceed.
Philippine Racing Commission is also here. The Philippine Center for Economic Development.
Ma'am,
And last but not the least, Anti-Money Laundering Council.
where's, oh, yes, sir. You're the head, these are the heads of the agencies.
Yes, Mr. President, these are the heads of the agencies.
On the question lang on the Philippine Racing Commission, I know Senator JV is the sponsor. Really quick, can we still further, Mr. Sponsor, the majority leader, you can say it there. Oh, sabagay. Doon ka na. On the Philippine Racing Commission, there was a move, Your Honor, really quickly. There was a move, Your Honor, to bring down the taxes for the prices as well as on the betting. Kasi napakaliit na lang ng kita nila, no, ng gobyerno. Dahil pinatawa ng napakalaking tax. I think sometimes when you overburden, I can't see you lang, gentlemen. I cannot see the chairman because he's being covered by Senator. Yan. Am I correct? It's being overburdened with taxes that it's killing the industry. And I think if we overtax an industry and it's counterproductive. Eh. Imbis na you earn money, wala nang nag-avail o nagtataya dun sa inyo. Is that a correct assessment and assumption?
Yes, Mr. President, they say that is correct, that they are taxed heavily and the earnings are not that much anymore as compared to before.
Oh, kasi malaking industriya yan dati. You have the SOTAs, you have the trainers, you have the breeders. The father of our colleague, Senator Grace Po, Fernando Po Jr. was a horse owner and they used to take care of horses as well. So in the proper time, maybe we can also ask them to submit their position to the Senate on how we can increase your revenue by streamlining the taxes on that industry. I have nothing to do with that industry. Alam mo, Bukidnon is a big major producer of horses. And we can be one of the largest producers of horses for racing, the racetracks. So magandang livelihood yan, magandang backyard livelihood. So yun lamang po, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. President, they said that they will submit their position on that matter.
Thank you. There being no other member wishes to interpolate?
Yes, Mr.
Yes,
President.
ako na, kasi there's a motion already
There's
from
already a pending motion, Mr.
the
President.
National Security Council, the budget of the National Security Council, Philippine Racing Commission, Philippine Center for Economic Development, and the Anti-Money Laundering Council is hereby deemed submitted. Congratulations to this agency.
Wala, huwag mo natin suspend. Huwag na. Tuloy na. Let's continue.
Let's continue.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, I now move that you consider the budget of Civil Service Commission, Career Executive Service Board. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, may I ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President, just to allow the Civil Service Commission and the Anti-Red Tape Authority heads to be present in the plenary, Mr. President. I just move for a minute suspension.
Yes, session suspended.
Yes, Mr. President, at this juncture and with the consent of the body, and in addition to the previously submitted government agencies without interpellations, and upon consultation with the minority leader, considering that there are no questions on the proposed budgets of these agencies, as no colleague of ours has registered to interpellate, and if I may just make a short manifestation before I move for the motion, proper motion, Mr. President, I would just like to put on record, sorry, Mr. President, I move that the budget of Civil Service Commission, Career Executive Service Board be considered. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, no member wishes to interpolate or ask questions, Mr. President, on the said budget, but may I just be allowed to make a very short manifestation? This representation has been perennially pointing the great challenge of this government to fill up unfilled positions, Mr. President. In fact, 1 out of 10 positions in the government are only are not filled, Mr. President. No, there are about 170,000 plus, Mr. President, unfilled positions. And if you look at the situation of the different agencies of the government, we found out before, Mr. President, that it is being used for Christmas bonuses, etc. Kaya hindi nila ginagamit yung positions na yun. So when the DBM saw this particular lapses, Mr. President, they came up with a memorandum, Mr. President. So right now, it's not being used for that purpose. So we are getting and gaining some successful initiatives, Mr. President, on this particular matter. But then we also found out that there are some positions in government wherein the position itself, Mr. President, is being taken over, Mr. President, by a job order, Mr. President, and it's no way for them to pass the. They're having a hard time passing the test, Mr. President, for that civil service position. And so we were glad to hear the statements made by Secretary Chairperson of the Civil Service Commission, Chairman Carlo Nograles, that they will be implementing yung point system, Mr. President. And just a while ago, this representation had the chance to talk to the chair and the commissioners of Civil Service Commission. And I would just like to ask, Mr. President, that these concerns be addressed, and we wanted to get a timeline, the action plan of the agency, and if there is also a need for us to augment the budget of the Civil Service Commission in order to implement this program, Mr. President. Also, yung problema, Mr. President, ng mga job orders and contract of service, na right now there are about 670,000 job orders and contract of service personnel in the government. And that's why, if you recall, Mr. President, when we were deliberating, and in fact, last Congress, we passed the ending the law. Unfortunately, it was vetoed by Malacanang. The greatest or the most basic contentious issue, Mr. President, is the fact that we were trying to pressure the private sector to end ENDO, and yet the government has become the #1 violator of this scheme. And so we're hoping, Mr. President, that we can get some inputs from the Civil Service Commission, and we are in full confidence and trust with the leadership of Chairman Carlo Nograles, and that is why I will no longer pursue asking questions on this particular matter. Before we make that proper motion, Mr. President, may I also move that we recognize our distinguished minority leader for his manifestation. So move, Mr.
Yes,
President.
our minority floor leader is recognized.
For a manifestation, Mr. President, and by accident, we have the same concern with the Majority Leader. Hindi po kami nag-usap nito na parehas kaming sasabihin. Ang research po ng aking staff, as of August 2021, the government employs at least 25% of its 2.3 million government workers or 582,000 plus as JO or COS employees, di ba? JO job order or contract of service. So I have a list of questions here. I will just submit this to the CSE through the chair and expect written answers or reply to my questions. But ang basic point po namin is ang basic point ko po is paano nga natin maihinto ang endo sa private sector kung hindi natin mahinto ang endo sa gobyerno. So siguro kung pagsagot po natin sa mga written questions ko po, yun po rin i-focus po natin doon. What is the game plan and then action plan of the Civil Service Commission? If it shares the same philosophy or objective. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you to the Civil Service Commission and to our chairperson for the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Minority Leader. Salamat kaayo, Mr. President. I wish to assure the Minority Leader and the Majority Leader as well that it is my full understanding that the CSC shares our vision of advancing the rights and welfare also of the working people in the public sector. And in fact, the Minority Leader and the Majority Leader can expect that when the CSC submits in writing their answers to the questions that the colleagues have so graciously agreed just to submit in writing, that they will be able to show yung pong mga innovative, hindi lamang ideas but ongoing plans now, in fact, to advance security of tenure even among the ranks of the CSC personnel. If I may at this point, Mr. President, acknowledge by name before the Majority Leader leads us in making the motion, to appreciate the presence of the CSC family who've been accompanying senators since late this morning, led by Chair Carlo Alexi Nograles, Commissioner Eileen Lizada, and Commissioner Ryan Alvin Acosta. As well, Mr. President, the Career Executive Service Board, led by its Executive Director Marcy Ballesteros, and the Anti-Red Tape Authority, led by Undersecretary Ernesto Perez. Maraming salamat sa kanilang presensya at pagsama sa ating ngayong maghapon. May I also add, Mr. President, my deep appreciation in addition to the Minority Leader and the Majority Leader, also to Senator Pia Cayetano, the gentle lady from Taguig City and Pateros, all of whom graciously agreed to submit their questions in writing, and to which this representation will make sure that our leaders from the three agencies will submit satisfactory answers in writing. And last but not the least, Mr. President, daghang salamat to the good gentleman from Davao del Sur, my Mista Sen de la Rosa, who gave way so that the Majority Leader could make the motion on the proposed budgets of these three agencies tonight. So maraming salamat, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would just like to put on record, because I know the presiding officer would ask about this. The Civil Service Commission has a budget of 1,905,112,000, and the Career Executive Service Board has a budget of 96,479,000. And so, Mr. President,
and Mr. Majority Leader, if I may just append to that, Mr. President, the budget of the Anti-Red Tape Authority.
We haven't taken up that.
I withdraw that, Mr. President.
Thank you. With that, Mr. President, no member wishes to interpolate the budget of the Civil Service Commission and the Career Executive Service Board. I move that their budget be submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr. President.
Before I act on the motion, I would just like to thank the chairperson, Chairman Carlo Nograles. I know puyat yan. He came from a concert last night with the President Duterte reunion cabinet concert, and together with the civil service family and the Career Executive Board, thank you for coming and attending today's hearing. With that, there being no objection to the motion of the Majority Floor Leader, the budgets of the CSC and the Career Executive Service Board is here deemed submitted. Congratulations.
Salamat, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I now move that we consider the budget of Anti-Red Tape Authority. I so move, Mr. President.
There's a motion. There being no objection, the motion is hereby approved.
President, I move that we recognize the distinguished sponsor, Senator Risa Ontiveros, to give an opening statement, Mr. President.
Maraming salamat, Mr. President, good majority leader. For the record, the new appropriations of the Anti-Red Tape Authority approved by the House of Representatives in the GAB stood at 256,099,000 pesos. No change, Mr. President, from the 2023 NEP. Your subcommittee recommended that an additional 80 million pesos be given based on the agency's request to allow the ARTA to more effectively fulfill its mandate. The Senate recommended budget for the agency now stands at 336,099,000 pesos. And once more for the record, Mr. President, acknowledging the presence of the Anti-Red Tape Authority, of course, led by Undersecretary Ernesto Perez.
Thank you. I know there are no distinguished
President.
majority floor. Yes, may we recognize Senator
Mr.
Cayetano.
President, I just move that we lead by example and not have any red tape tonight and approve the budget of the Anti-Red Tape Authority.
Salamat, Mr. President.
As among all of you here, I think I'll be the first one to do so because that is my baby when I sponsored the Ease of Doing Business law. And if I may, Majority Leader,
Please, Mr. President, please.
as a statement of support to the ARTA, because they're under fire many times for their action and their vigilance against red tape. So, if I may be allowed to read the joint statement of support, let's put this on record. Joint statement of support for ARTA. The difficult, and I quote, this was on October 14, 2022. The difficulty of doing business with the government has always been a problem for businessmen and an incentive to invest in the Philippines. So it was welcomed when Congress passed RA 11032, creating the Anti-Red Tape Authority. While much improvement is still desired in the area of ease of doing business, ARTA, in the 3 short years of its creation, has done its share and delivered through hard work of its people approvals for permits, licenses, etc., that have simplified and greatly speeded up the process. The 3 days, 7 days, and 20-day requirement detailing the number of days within which approval must be granted has seen many provincial government agencies and local governments introduce procedures to attain this swift attainment of approval. We were concerned when particularly our friends in the Ombudsman called for its abolition. And we agree that the Ombudsman, within the wide scope of its authority, has a role to play in improving government services. But ARTA's primary role is to improve government services. The Ombudsman and ARTA complement each other's functions, hence both should be working together, which I totally agree as well. A case was brought before the Court of Appeals as to the role of ARTA, and the Court of Appeals confirmed that ARTA was operating legally, and I even added that it was doing a much-needed job of anti-red tape. It says here, Senate President Juan Miguel Zubiri thanked the court for supporting the role of ARTA and congratulated ARTA under the leadership of its Director General, Jeremiah Berica, for a job well done. And so they appeal to the Ombudsman to work with the ARTA, and they may together give us improvement in government services we need. This was signed by the American Chamber of Commerce, Anvil Business Club, Alianza Agricultura, Canadian Chamber of Commerce, Cebu Business Club, Cebu Business Foundation, Employers Confederation of the Philippines, ECOP, European Chamber of Commerce. There's just so many. All the chambers, Makati Business Club, Justice Reform Initiative. It's a 2-page list of supporters. So I just wanted to read that for the record because I know sometimes your job can be very difficult, the job of ARTA. but you're doing a great job. And I just like to put on record also, this would have been asked if there were queries on the budget. They have assisted in the creation of over 95% of our LGUs having citizens charters. 3 years ago, my dear colleagues, there was no such thing as a citizen. The citizen charter, maybe 20% of our LGUs had the citizen charter. Now it's 95% because they really made sure they complied with the law. What is a citizen's charter? It is the rights of every citizen when they apply for certificates, licenses, and permits, and the 3-day, 4-day, 3-day, 7-day ruling of our law, and the rights of every applicant. Ngayon lang po pangyayari yun. Kaya ang gagaling po ng ARTA. You know, I'm very proud of all of you. You guys are my baby. It's my baby, that agency. And I will try my best to make sure that we are able to work well with the Office of the Ombudsman. As a matter of fact, I'd like to make an open invitation. During the budget hearing of the Ombudsman, I would like to invite the leadership of ARTA to join me. We can have lunch with the Ombudsman. Let's discuss how you can help and be complementary to the agency para matigil na yung controversies nitong isyong ito. Yun lamang po, Majority Leader. And keep up the good work, gentlemen and ladies, especially now that we're promoting the Philippines. Now that we're promoting the Philippines, let's help promote the Philippines to the ease of doing business.
Thank you, Mr. President. Also would like to join your manifestation and statement of support to ARTA. I have to say this, Mr. President. The Anti-Red Tape Act law is my first law, Mr.
Yes,
President.
I only amended your law.
As a congressman in
Yes.
the 12th Congress, Mr. President.
Together with Senator Lacson.
Senator Lacson and
Yeah,
Senator
yes.
Angara, Mr.
Yes,
President.
yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. With that, Mr.
Mr.
President.
President,
Yes.
before the majority leader makes the motion, congratulations, Mr. President, for continuing to champion anti-red tape and the ease of doing business. Now by continuing to champion ARTA. And once again, for the record, Mr. President, daghang salamat to the minority leader for submitting his questions to the ARTA in writing, and this representation commits that satisfactory answers will be made by ARTA to the good minority leader. Thank you very much to the good gentleman from Taguig City and Pateros for his earlier motion, Senator Cayetano, to the majority leader, and once again, deep thanks to Sen. De La Rosa for all the considerateness tonight. And of course, advance congratulations to the ARTA Authority led by Yusek Perez today. Salamat kayo, Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Sponsor. Thank you for sponsoring the budget of a
Thank you,
good
Mr.
agency.
President. With that, I move that the budget of ARTA be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr. President.
It's my honor to approve without any objection from our colleagues the budget of the Anti-Red Tape Authority. Congratulations, it's deemed submitted. Congratulations po sa inyo lahat.
Salamat, Mr. President.
Yung PDL dyan. PDL dyan, ha? Mr. President. Mo? Ikaw. Your call.
JV, pwede ba 10-minute break lang?
Ano lang to? Boss, ano mabilis lang to?
Okay.
Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we consider the budget of Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency. I so move, Mr. President.
Maybe I ask for a 1-minute suspension so
Okay.
I can have a picture with our ARTA, the ARTA special
Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we consider the budget of Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, move that we recognize the distinguished sponsor of the budget of PIDEA, no other than the distinguished gentleman from Davao, Senator Bato de la Rosa, for his opening
To
statement.
my fellow patriot, Senator Bato de la Rosa, you're recognized, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. President, Majority Leader. Mr. President, for the record, your Senate Committee on Finance recommended budget for the Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency is 3.11 billion pesos in new appropriations. Of this amount, 1.82 billion is intended for personnel services. 1.92 billion is intended for maintenance and other operating expenses, and 100 million for capital outlay. Total new appropriations of 3,109,572,000 pesos, Mr. President.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body and considering that there are no questions to this particular agency, Mr. President, I move that the budget of the Philippine Drug Enforcement Academy be deemed submitted for the body's consideration.
Is
so
it
move.
academy or agency? PIDEA?
Philippine
Kasi iba yung
Drug
academy kasi
Enforcement
nagtuturo.
Agency, Mr. President.
Nagtuturo ng agents yun.
Mr. President, yung
Gutom na tayo.
more than 12 hours na tayo nakatayo dito, Mr. President.
Okay, there being no objection?
I'm not proposing an academy, Mr. President. I just want to put that on record.
Okay. But actually, there was a plan to put up the PIDEA Academy.
Academy, yes.
to
But
train
I'm
their
not
agents.
trying to
Yeah.
replace the agency.
You are going to, we're going to approve the mother agency, which
Yes,
is the
Mr.
PIDEA.
President.
There being no objection, the motion is approved. The budget of the Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency is hereby deemed submitted. Congratulations. Keep up the good work and thank you for your service, gentlemen, ladies.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I now move that we consider the budget of the authority of the Freeport area of Bataan and
Your Honor, before we do that, tapos na, just for the record, tapos na po yung Dangerous Drugs Board, no?
yes, Mr. President.
This morning, you?
Yes,
Okay.
Mr. President.
Thank you.
Mr. President, move for the previous question. Move that we consider the budget of authority of the Freeport area of Bataan. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Yes, Mr. President, but
Oh, they want to ask for a 1 minute suspension?
no, Mr. President, may I just ask the distinguished gentleman from Taguig Pateros be recognized for his short manifestation, Mr. President, on the passage of the budget of PIDEA.
Yes, please proceed, Your Honor.
Mr. President, everyone's working so hard and I didn't want to delay the budget, but I just want to put forward what PDEA has been planning. Right now, they are dependent on the police attaches in embassies all over the world. And of course, the police are doing a very good job, but there are just certain countries that where drugs are possibly coming in. Yun po yung mga bansang binabantayan talaga natin na kung saan nanggagaling yung droga. And as we know, sa coordination, the more points that you have to pass sa coordination, the more that it can get lost. So I think in our BICAM, we should consider na kahit for 3 or 4 countries, lagyan na natin ng PDEA attaché, anti-drug agency na attaché sa ilan mga bansa na hindi ko na i-mention, na kung saan yung mga bansa naman na yon ay willing din talaga mag-cooperate sa atin na labanan yung droga. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. It's similar to the DEA, the US DEA there in many countries, especially in South America. All right? Your Honor?
Yes, Mr. President.
So okay na yung budget nila?
Yes, it
Yeah,
has
they may,
already been approved, Mr.
yeah,
President.
they may, you're excused po, ladies and
Thank you,
gentlemen.
Mr. President.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Senator De La Rosa.
Congratulations.
President, I move that we consider the budget of the
Where is it?
Picture tayo. Authority of the Freeport area of Bataan, Mr. President. I so move, Mr. President.
Maybe we'll allow them to have their photo taken muna. Kawawa naman yung mga PIDEA. So 1
For a
minute,
minute
Mr. President.
suspension, Mr. President.
Yeah.